And we are live with NashvilleLou live and Warsaken Blitz. Hello friends, it's your buddy Lou Pickney with you here, August 11th, 2023. If you'd like to play me in live player versus player competition, Warsaken Blitz, go ahead and type !join in chat. !join. Yes, Sean, you're in. You'll be up first here in 1 second. It's amazing, Sean. You know that the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. You gave me that how many months ago? It's been multiple months. It's still up there on the wheel. It is absolutely remarkable, the run that it's had up there. Although perhaps today will be the day that somebody finally wins it. Giving you a ton of shout outs over it. It's greatly appreciated. And it's had a remarkable run up there on the wheel. And to that point, let's go ahead and take a look at the wheel before we get started. Nesnara, hello. Greetings and welcome, everybody. So here's the prize wheel. Sponsored by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neary 3616. So for today, let's go over what we have here. Got the Set 1 loot pack still up there. And Sean, I was just talking about that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. What a run that's had. Along with that, 3 epics. Got music with Escalation. Have a new die up there since I gave away one on the last show. This is Shocker with the red digits. A Game Mat Urban War Zone sleeve Arctic Camo. Title, The Special. The Special. Ultra Rares. Super Rares. Very Rares. That makes up the 50 there on the wheel. You could possibly win one or more of those prizes here today. So for just a moment, I'll bring the slate up. And so Sean will be up first, or you'll be up first to face me. So if you have a connect code, please go ahead and send that my way. Ooh. Well, there's the first technical blunder. Had to get that one. Had to get that one out of the way early. If you had the over-unders before the first match. Well. All right, making sure I'm pulling up the right page here. Suddenly I get paranoid. Make a blunder. Like, okay, let's... Do I have everything pulled up correctly? I believe I do. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. So I'll bring down the slates. So thank you. And we'll get started here. The way it works is pretty simple with Warsaken Blitz. I play people one at a time. They queue up to play me. In my last broadcast with the player versus player queue on Tuesday, at one point that queue was 16 people deep. And it was remarkable the support that continues to be shown from the Legion. People that play. Also, Sean, to double check, is this going to be a Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2 challenge? I know there are some people on the streamer side that are also playing other streamers for that. And for anybody that's playing that, though, please let me know if that's what you're going for here, because I need to keep track, or I do keep track of the people that beat me in that event, because that checks their name off the list, so it's important to get everything set with that. So I'll mention that a few times during the broadcast. If you've already beaten me once, then you've already checked my name off and we're good to go anyway. Not doing the hit list. Okay, thank you. Well, maybe no. Oh, did I mess up? Oh, I was trying to send me to a random? Did I botch that one somehow? Cloud disconnected. What is this business? Okay, that was odd. Let's try it again. There we go. Warsaken. Hello, hello, Delvis. Greetings and welcome, everybody. Nath is in the house. Made the finals of that tournament last night. I was out in round 1. What a performance by Thomas. He just won 2 of the last 3 tournaments. Made 3 consecutive finals. That is very difficult. I was less than thrilled when I drew Thomas as my first round opponent, but it's a random draw. So after beating Thomas in the finals of the last tournament, I had to face him in round 1, 2 out of 3, and I ran into a well-played pair of games there by Thomas, who beat me decisively as well. It's a better turnout than my Civilization 6 stream. It was a great 90 minutes, and then the game crashed, and I hadn't saved it. So unless there's an autosave, I'm going to have to figure something out with that. Anyway, I'm yakking away. I got 5 building cards here, so I'm taking a mulligan. I've got this red background. I think it's called like, what is it? It's a disturbing sounding name, like blood fungus. But it's a really cool looking background. The game mat, to be specific. Well, 2-of-a-kind force. I'll keep it. And I get to go first. I kept the purple dye here. I really should mix in a red to go with everything else. But the purple's very much on brand for me as far as brand color goes, which is why I have it that way for most of my in-game accessories. Again, purple's my brand color because my alma maters, Father Ryan High School in Nashville and the University of Evansville up in Indiana, both of them has purple as their primary color. So it made sense by extension for me to work that in here when the time came that I actually needed a logo for myself. As much as I never thought that would actually be a thing. Learned in life, you never know for sure what to expect. Okay, well, this will work. We'll go 3-of-a-kind weather. Extra turn. You can take +3 actions, but usually that's very rare. In a game, you only do that if you're about to win the game, usually. Not always, but usually. Extra turn. That's when you need like a guarantee of having 3 actions to go after that. Speaking of 3 actions to go, well, let's bring the weather right back. I got the extra turn coming up. Extra turn. 4. Well, play it again. Extra turn. Uh-oh. Well, I need to F5 the... well, okay. It's not letting me click. So it's no big deal. You just hit F5 and it reloads the app. Now, if you're playing on a phone or something, I can't help you. But on like a regular PC computer, it works. Extra turn. And see how it gave me my background back to what I had before. And in the old version, before this update for Set 2 for Savage Escalation, it would just kind of randomly pick something else. Joking about like switching out dealers. Somebody's running a hot hand in blackjack. 1 action to go for this turn. Let's play Agent Rico Vidal. Extra turn. 1. Okay, well. Had my fun there with the cascade of weather cards, but we'll end it with this. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Hello, Biscuit. Hello, thank you so much for sending me that game mat. I used it in the tournament last night. I'll be using it again here a little later. This is the Blood Fungus game mat. Roll 2. Well, the base entrance is my favorite. I love that. It's awesome. But there's also some other great game mats, so I think it makes sense to spotlight them. Like, I love the, what's the Cove, the Turtle Cove, but the motion, I get motion sick so easily. And it started to make me feel a little queasy with that. Okay, I can't use this. Unfortunate as it's beautiful, but so it goes. Luckily, there's plenty of options. Plus, this is a game about war after all, so it can't have it be too... I mean, there are plenty of horrific wars that have been fought on beaches, so I'm aware of that. But anyway, but nothing, it never veers to silly or disrespectful or anything like that. This game is very serious as far as the way... I mean, it's about war, so it has to be serious to work. Okay, 1 action to go for the turn. I'll pass that up and end the turn. Getting like the pulsating red light over there, and just enough to give it that kind of like a dangerous edge. You got that jagged wall. It's broken. You can tell this area is taking some bombardments. 2-of-a-kind weather, 2-of-a-kind force, another 2-of-a-kind force. Taking on Sean IOP, 1 action to go for the turn. Standalone Intel extra turn 4. 3-of-a-kind weather means an extra turn. Hello, Tissues. Greetings, welcome. Hello. All right, so it's now 1 WMD out there, and 2 sets of 2 force, 2-of-a-kind intel. My turn. 2. Well, nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to pass up those 2 actions and end the turn. I mean, I could have played something in my 4th Warzone spot. I just don't think that would have been the right move. I've got a couple of set 2 territories here in play. Got the White Rock Energy. These are the Savage Escalation set. He's about to get taken out, possibly. His weapons district. A WMD 3 of a kind is going to take out 2 of my territories. Check out the other 2. I really like this with the White Rock Energy. These are difficult to find right now, territory cards for Savage Escalation, because the only way you can get them is via those Warsaken wheel spins. And to that point, later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin to somebody here in chat, live on stream. That'll be on the other side of my hourly break. It's a 6. Well, plenty of WMD, even though you just need 3 of a kind for that. So this will take up 3 of my 6 actions here, but will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Sean saying, you don't need set 1 territories anymore, so I killed him. I look forward to getting, I mean, it's hard, like, I know that at least 1 -3 morale for set 2, which is good news. Okay, we'll go 3 of a kind with the A9 Hammerhead, and that'll take out a 3rd opponent's territory here. Sorry, as beautiful as the gold Bankier Island card is there. It has to go. Save the Vast for last. Even though I don't have a morale deck, so it really doesn't matter. But if you are playing a morale deck and somebody has a Vast Hinterland, make that one the last one you take out if you do target any territories. 2 actions to go for the turn. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. I want to double check. Yeah, that really is true. We'll go 2 weather. Blinding Sandstorm to end the turn. Check that out. I got 2 of them. Somebody had the #1 mint. X320. The non-#1 mint was actually slightly more expensive. Roll 4. These things are tough to come by. 3 of a kind weather. When you think about like the rarity, like with this, like you think about out of 100 for the night vision, but the golden, 20, only 24 of these that exist, and I got 2 of them right there, so it's kind of cool. But it does make it difficult to have an all, like if somebody has an all gold deck, I haven't seen it. And I should probably pay closer attention to the game, but I love showing off some of the great stuff here. We're down to 1 territory apiece, but it's my turn. I got 2 sets of 3/4, so I can get the win. Well, at first it looks great, and then, well, all right, let's go ahead and play him. It's 32-0.
Select target.
This will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
I don't have enough actions to get another 3 of a kind force, unfortunately, but good news. Got an assassination attempt, 3 of a kind intel. Let's bounce.
Select target.
1 of each, out.
Select target. Select target.
One action to go for the turn. It would be so dangerous to put 1 out there, just because there is intel for my opponent sitting around. I will play a building card. That's it for my turn. Roll 2. Get a reminder, later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin presented by the NashvilleLou collection. Your chance to win is just ahead. 1 action to go for the turn. After that pullback, it was a play of a force. My turn. I just need a 3 or higher. It's a 3, so I'm going to get the win here. 3 of a kind specialist, Upton Kobani. Fire.
Select target.
All right, good game, Sean. All right. Naznara, you're up next. If you could provide me with a connect code and let me know if this will be a Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 challenge. I think The event's been a lot of fun. It's going to go throughout the entire month of August, so it's still plenty of time for people to get in on this. It's rather simple. It's just you play everybody that is on that list of streamers. I'll have that list coming up a little later this hour. All the different streamers, you have to beat them once each. All right, got the connect code. Thank you. Hello, Zeal. Playing for fun only. Okay, sounds good. Well, if you beat me, you win a prize, so that'll add to the fun.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Naznara. Okay, make sure my notes were up to date on where we were as far as the matches went. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. Nothing makes even 2 of a kind. Like I was meaning to say. Mulligan. Let's try it again. All right, 2 of a kind weather. It's a huge risk to take a second mulligan, so I'll keep it. And thanks to Biscuit for giving me this game mat. I've talked before about the generosity of the Warsaken community. There's always actions over words, and the tremendous. I was admiring this game mat design. I think it was on Downtown Detail stream, and basically say, "I'll give you one." Very generous, very much appreciated. Let's go 2 of a kind weather, blinding sandstorm. 3 spots in my war zone open, 2 actions to go for the turn. Go with a pair of intel cards, time detonation. That's it for my turn. Two of a kind intel, 3 actions to go for the turn. Bear with me for 1 second here, please. Okay, Code Incoming is the name of this game mat. It's called Code Incoming. Many thanks to Biscuit for giving me that. Enjoyed here live on streams. Roll 3. Well, go 3 of a kind intel. Clear up my opponent's entire war zone. Bounce.
Select target.
2 intels.
Select target.
DX8 dog with camo. Force. Bounce. 2 actions to go for the turn, 3 spots open in my war zone. We'll go 2 of a kind weather, lasting blizzard. That will end my turn. So roll 3. So 2 of a kind force and then a standalone force. That ends the turn. My turn. 1. So 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a Jackson Ash, the courier. That'll end my turn. I'm taking on Naznara. And the queue's open. No wonder people are confused with the queue. Okay, I should have noticed that before now. The queue is open. I'm sorry about the mixed messaging. Man, as much as I went through and tried to double check everything, I missed that one. Do a better job of that next time. Okay. Morale, interesting. So a standalone morale card to end the turn. Morale is difficult, I found, in Blitz. Find that morale deck. Because typically just be better. There we go. Replace the button. All better. We're already 6 deep and I had the wrong button up there. But luckily y'all are listening and paying attention to what I'm saying as far as the queue being open. And it's just exclamation. Just type that. Or exclamation join. Exclamation mark. Exclamation point. Call it what you will. 5 actions to go here. We'll play 3 of a kind. Weather blinding sandstorm. Extra turn. I have 2 spots open by Warzone. I'm going to play a second Jax Nash. 2 sets of 2. 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind force. Go 2 of a kind intel. Stolen blueprints. On fire. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my Warzone open. And that will end my turn. Extra turn. 6. Okay, so I've got a WMD I can play here, which will work out quite nicely. This will take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
My opponent's morale's down to 9. This has -4 morale, but even if it were -3, it wouldn't matter. If I somehow had 3 of a kind morale, I could get my opponent down to 0. At that point, my opponent would have a compromised leader. I wonder if that morale is in there, something to mitigate against that, or just a different approach to it. Well, either way, play some stolen blueprints. Bounce 3.
Select target.
I'm going to leave the morale there. I'm not worried about that. Get rid of both of the Renzos.
Select target.
And Private Sarah Vet. Just one of her. 2 spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2 of a kind force, Bella Ivanova. Warsaken. So my anticipation will have this match, 1 more, and then I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I have our first Warsaken wheel spin giveaway of the broadcast. This is NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz, 2 of a kind force for my opponent, taking on Nesnara. 1 action to go for the turn. And then a standalone force to end the turn. My turn. 1. Well, nothing makes 3 of a kind, so I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my Warzone open. I'll pass up that standalone turn. That standalone action. End the turn. There's a lot of force out there on the board for my opponent. To roll 5. But again, congratulations to Thomas on winning last night's Air Raid 2 tournament. Beat me in the first round and went all the way to a 3rd consecutive trip to the final and 2 out of 3 tournaments won. Best stretch anybody has had to date. These Blue Mint tournaments, certainly for a 3-round run. 2 of a kind force, 4 actions to go here for my opponent. Another 2 of a kind. Good thing I bumped that other Sarah Vet card to the discard pile a couple turns ago. Well, so that's it for the turn. My turn. 5. All right. Well, this will give my opponent a compromised leader. Jax Nash, the courier.
Select target.
If I had 3 of a kind morale here, this could take my opponent down to 0 morale, but you see how having force instead of that just gives you a lot more option-wise, particularly taking out a compromised leader, which we're about to have here for my opponent, Bella Ivanova.
Select target.
reactions to go for the turn. If I had 3 of a kind force, I would get the win. But I don't. So, great card right here, the G1 Foxbuster. Play 2 of these. Pass up that last action, end the turn. Or should I? Hang on, maybe not. And I play a standalone force that would have... Yeah, let's get this out there. That Camo Edge, first wave, A4 Revenge Super Carrier. Put that out there just to have it out there. That's it for the turn. I still have a spot up in my war zone, so I feel okay about that. Roll 3. So while I have all of my territories intact and my opponent has a compromised leader, there's a lot of force out there on the board right now. I feel good that there's no way for my opponent to have 3 of a kind weather for this turn. If you do a pullback, you'd only have 2 actions remaining. Or if you play 3 of a kind force to open up a spot in the war zone. But you could have boom, boom, boom force to take me down to 1, but instead nothing. Wow. I need 3 of a kind force and enough actions to use to get the win. It's a 1. This will be 3 of a kind weather, so I'll get an extra turn. Extra turn. 1. That's tough. Back to back, 1. But that happens sometimes in this game. Okay, so what do I have here? 2 spots open in my war zone. I already played the Jacks Nash. I don't think I played the Hammerheads. The games start to run together, so I have to... Like, there's no point playing a card that has 3 more of it in my discard pile, especially because my opponent would know that as well. That's it for the turn. Let's roll 5. My opponent has 24 cards. 3 of a kind force. That's going to take me down to 3 territories. Three of a kind force. That's going to take me down to 2 territories. 1 action to go for the turn. But see how instead of those being morale cards, if that had been force cards, that'd be much more powerful. I got a 14 morale here. And these are -3 or -1, so you're not going to chip it down to... Or 3 of a kind morale would even put me into a compromised leader position. You would have my territories taken out before that would happen. I'm just trying to explain my thinking behind it. I need 3 of a kind force to get the win, and I will. A4 Revenge Super Carrier. G-Force.
Select target.
All right, good game. Thank you, Zeal.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. So. All right. We'll go ahead and advance it next. Natha. Natha, who made the finals of last night's Air Raid 2 tournament. Ended up being taken out by the same person who took me out. The tournament winner, I should say. Sorry, I got distracted there for a second trying to find something here. Where in the last tournament, I beat Thomas in the tournament final. In last night's tournament, Thomas beat me in the first round. Won to win the entire thing, so Natha made it to the final. Congratulations on that. But ran into a really tough opponent. Thomas is very good. But there was a lot of very strong talent in that tournament. Even that top left quadrant I was in, it wasn't like it was an easy streak for Thomas to get there. Impressive. Got the code from Natha. Thank you. So we'll have this match, then I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, your chance to win. Warsaken wheel spin. I reward the people that stick around through the break. They get a chance to win a prize. Well, there's the prize. Well, this is a special hourly giveaway. The Warsaken wheel spin. I'll just use that deck. Let's use the fire deck.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Natha. Natha was victorious over me in our most recent matchup. Part of that Hit List 2 event, the Dreamers vs. Legion. Two-of-a-kind WMD. But that's the only pair I have. And again, my hesitation with playing or going with this is that what do you play if you go first and you don't have anything else that matches? You're only two-of-a-kind you don't want to put out there right away, especially if you don't have a third ready to play that next turn. That's the long way to say I'm taking a mulligan. So mulligan, it reshuffles your arsenal, your deck at 60. So nothing here that matches even two-of-a-kind. So I'm going to do the, much as I don't like to, I'll use that second mulligan. It gives my opponent an extra card, and I'm stuck with whatever they give me. In this case, my opponent goes first. Well, I did get two-of-a-kind intel out of it, so there was some slight gain, if nothing else. But again, you see 9 cards up there for Natha as opposed to 8. That was the penalty for me for taking that second mulligan. So roll 4 to start things off in this match. Like to enter the queue, just type exclamation mark join, exclamation point join. Just type that in chat. You can enter the queue. Roll to 4. Let's go three-of-a-kind intel. A little early bouncing here.
Select target.
Bounce one of the force cards.
Select target.
We'll bounce both of the WMDs.
Select target.
It didn't give you the option of picking both. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. And I haven't been able to figure out why it does or doesn't in any given case. Or if there is any rhyme or reason to it. 1 action to go for the turn. I don't like playing building cards early. I'm just begging to have intel used on them. And then what do you do? So I'm going to pass up that action despite the wide open war zone. I'm going to pass up that action. I'll end the turn. Roll of 2. This is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. Live player versus player competition. So two-of-a-kind force. That's it for Natha for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, with a wide open war zone, let's go two-of-a-kind weather. Freezing rainstorm. And get the freezing rainstorm on fire. Roll 3. There's two-of-a-kind WMD. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. You could go building cards, go back for that intel. Considering the options over here are pretty limited otherwise, I'm actually going to do that. Now, of course, Natha will know that I'm sitting on three-of-a-kind intel, so I'll lose any sort of surprise factor. And if I play this in partial form out in the war zone, it'll be an easy target because Natha's going to know that I have 3 of these. It's already been played once in this match. 1 action to go for the turn, so I'm not going to... And this is the rare case that I could put 1 out there. Because even if it gets targeted, I have 3 more. So, there's that. Roll 4. Natha has two-of-a-kind WMD out there, along with a two-of-a-kind force and a standalone force. 4 actions for the turn. And later this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. 3 wide, 2 deep. 3 actions to go for the turn for Natha. Two-of-a-kind weather. 4 wide, 2 deep in the war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. Well, I can play the other 2 intel cards. Burn notice. Let's bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Could have gone with the other force and left the weather, but I didn't. That's it for my turn. So roll 3. Greetings and welcome to everybody from the Warsaken Discord. If you want to learn more about this game, if my live streams or other people's live streams have caught your interest, you want to learn how does this game work, how do I get in on it, the Warsaken Discord has some wonderful people on that channel. Amazing generosity. Very helpful, very welcoming. Roll 3. Unlucky me getting 3-of-a-kind WMD. Well, that'll take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
That's it for my turn. So Natha has 2 territories remaining. So roll 4. A lot of firepower out there in the war zone. So there's a pullback, 3 actions to go for the turn. That opened up a spot in the war zone. There's weather, 2-of-a-kind weather. 1 action to go for the turn. An exclamation join. Just type that in chat if you'd like to enter the queue. And remember, if you beat me on stream here in Warsaken Blitz, get a prize for my prize wheel. My turn. 4. Oh. 3-of-a-kind weather. Cloud cover. Extra turn. Fire in the fields. I'll play 1 of those. Here's the extra turn. 5. 3-of-a-kind weather. 2nd extra turn. That'll be coming up in a moment. 3 spots open by war zone. 3 actions to go for this turn. Let's cascade it. Freezing rain. Wait, did I do that wrong? Oh, I did it right. More weather. More extra turns. Wide open war zone. 2 actions to go for this turn. Agent Zera. Another extra turn. 3. Oh, take your pick. Control the message is more in my wheelhouse than planting spying devices. So we'll go control the message. Unicamera 3. Bounce 3.
Select target.
1 of each from my opponent's war zone.
Select target. Select target.
So a force, a weather, another force. You can always look for that insignia, the emblem on the bottom left of the card. Let you know what category it falls into. That's very important for Blitz. More important than which card it is per se. 3. Okay, let's go 3 of a kind with the DX8. Robot dogs with laser beams on fire.
Select target.
This will leave my opponent with only 1 territory remaining. Taking on Natha. After this match, I'll have my hourly break, and on the other side of that break, be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Along with a wax collectible from the NashvilleLou collection. 3 of a kind building card, so I've used enough intel this way so we can find out what's getting brought back. There's 3 options on force, a couple of weather cards. Could be going back for Terrifying Storm, that would make sense. The weathers. 1 action to go for the turn, so I'll probably see a second Terrifying Storm, maybe. Nope. Set a WMD. That's another way to go with it. My turn. 5. Alright, so I should be able to win the match right here. 3 of a kind Agent Zera. Those are force cards.
Select target.
3 of a kind force will take up my opponent's final territory. Vast Hinterland. Out.
Compromised.
4 actions to go for the turn. 3 of a kind H5 dropships. Force cards for the win.
Select target.
Alright, good game. So my hourly break is coming up right now. This will have a full list for anybody wanting to get in on this Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. There's the list of names. Thank you, Delvis, for the code. We'll get connected on the other side of this break. So going to break. Be sure to stick around, since on the other side of the break, I'll be giving away that Warsaken wheel spin. Have another in the next hour as well. All sorts of fun just ahead if you want to enter the queue. I recommend doing it now as opposed to waiting. Exclamation point join, just type that in chat. Back in a few minutes. Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from break, giveaway time. Type exclamation point Warsaken in chat. Chance to win a Warsaken wheel spin presented by the NashvilleLou collection. I'll work on wax. This is the Fremont Street 2021 wax collectible up there. I'm throwing that in as well. Fuller Slayer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, Las Vegas 8, for the follow and especially for that raid. Greatly appreciate it. It was tough timing right as I went to break. So thanks to everybody that stuck around. You got a wax wallet, you can enter here. Just exclamation point Warsaken, type that in chat. And here in a moment, Lack Tools will pick a winner. I'll send you that Warsaken wheel spin along with that NashvilleLou wax promotional. And then we'll get things going with our next match in live player versus player competition. I had a lot of luck on my side early, which means I should be due for some losses with the way the law of averages works out. Had a lot of fun while it lasted in the tournament last night. The tough draw, though, against Thomas. Beat me 2 straight matches, and I was out. That was after our best of 5 meeting in the tournament final in that prior tournament. But it was luck of the draw. I'm getting knocked out. But the game held up well. Yeah, it's just exclamation point Warsaken. Go ahead and type that in chat, and we'll go ahead here in just a second, have it pick the winner. Then I will send out that prize to the winner, along with the Fremont Street 2021 NashvilleLou wax collectible for the NashvilleLou collection. So, okay, I need to pull up the right screen to do that. Still relatively new with using, even though Lack Tools, it was quite the effort to get this set up. And I wish I could make the font look different. I wish I could change a few things about it, but I'm grateful that it exists. Because people like this a lot better than they like me trying Streamlabs. Even though we just tell them the winner in chat, that wasn't what people wanted. They wanted that visual to go with it. And that's something I absolutely love about this. I don't take it for granted at all here. And some people might see it as an annoyance. I see it as something that's instant, legitimate feedback. It's the kind of thing I would have loved to have had when I worked in television news. I'm glad to have it here. Digit Dignity. Thank you for the follow, Digit Dignity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Let's do the name choosing right now. Let's get to it. And so Lack Tools will pick the winner. I'll send out the Warsaken wheel spin along with the NashvilleLou collection wax promotional item. Here we go. It's up to Lack Tools to decide who wins. They'll give us that name. And I'll either look up the address if I have it written down. For my regulars, I keep track of it. Or people that haven't won for me before, I'll just get it from you. All right, SDME123, congratulations. And I don't believe I have your information as far as your wax address. So if you could give that to me, please. Then we'll get that sent to you, and we'll get things going with our next match here in just a moment. Congrats. There's the congrats. Got the address there. Thank you. We'll get that sent out here in just a moment. If I can get this to copy correctly, which is we'll see. Sometimes easier said than done, but I got it right there. So I will need just a moment since I do keep track with my hourly giveaways to make sure I have everything listed there accordingly in my notes. I try to do 3 things at once here. And in just a moment, we'll have more live competition. Remember, if you beat me here on NashvilleLou Live here on stream today, you'll win a prize for my prize wheel. All right, so sometimes that first item being sent out, it takes me a moment to make sure everything's logged in correctly. Like my Anchor wallet logged in shows yes that it is, but it can show that, and then maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. So give me just a moment on that, please, and then we'll have that. We're going to send out that wheel spin. And then we'll get back at it here in just a moment. Thanks, everybody, for checking this out. Whether you came in from the Las Vegas A Parade or one of my regulars who just stumbled across this for the first time today, people that came in here from the Warsaken Discord, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. So, Nashville, if I can spell this, my own brand name correctly here, NashvilleLou Live prize giveaway, and then today's date. Right. So, Warsaken wheel spin and the NashvilleLou collection wax promotional getting sent out right now. And I've already got the connect code for the next match, so we'll get that started here in just a second. Again, that first time sending something out, I have to like think about it for a second. You've got to click through. I already had everything set up, but even then, sometimes you have to reset things up. It forgets. There we go. All right, well, congratulations on that Warsaken wheel spin win. SDME123, congratulations on that. So we'll have another one of those Warsaken wheel spins in the next hour. And I plan to keep that going for as long as I'm broadcasting today, hourly. So that is the plan. So give me just 1 second, please. I'll bring up the slate. I'll make sure I have the right screen pulled up here, the correct screen, and I do. So we'll get back at, look at that, 12 deep as far as the challengers. So it'll be a bit of a wait, know that, but the queue remains open for now. And I make every effort to play everybody in that queue. Yeah, a few hours to go. Well, Biscuit, you're not joking. With that last broadcast I had, and remember that, the random draw. I'm just trying to catch up here with the comments. Thanks to everybody for checking this out right now. Also trying to figure out where. I'm excited as the people that are excited about Warsaken continue to grow in numbers. People are enthusiastic about it. But there are some challenges to this as far as from a scalability standpoint. That's a very real concern. Wow, I really have to go back here. This is a good thing. I love having this interaction. I love having this. But I had to find that connect code. Very important. Otherwise, I couldn't get connected to Delvis for our next match. Taking on Delvis in.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Delvis. Noting in chat, I think it was about 3 hours, maybe even more than 3 hours. After I closed my queue on my last live player versus player broadcast, I stuck around to play everybody, and there are people that waited for hours, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. Thanks to everybody for their support. I've got two-of-a-kind intel, but I'm going to take a mulligan. That's half second of false hope there when you've got those night vision cards side by side. Sometimes, oh, those match. Oh, they don't. Although it's not nearly as bad. Camo is the worst as far as giving you that false hope. Well, I've got two-of-a-kind building cards, so I'll keep it. That second mulligan's such a risk. Because then I would have passed up back-to-back starting eights that had at least two-of-a-kind of something to potentially get one with potentially nothing that matches, and my opponent getting an extra card. All that goes into play. So I rolled a 4. Really don't want to put any WMDs out there at the moment. Got two-of-a-kind weather with a terrifying storm. 3 spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'm not crazy about playing WMDs or building cards early. Like right now, it would be great if I had something important to go get, but I'm not even sure what kind of deck my opponent has at the moment. So as strange as it might seem, I'm going to pass up on those last 2 actions and I'll end the turn. Roll a 5. Two-of-a-kind force, two-of-a-kind weather. 1 action to go for the turn. NashvilleLou.com/music has information on song attribution, music. Particularly Carl Casey from White Bat Audio. He makes a lot of the music that I use here. Allows it to be used royalty-free as long as you give credit. It's really cool. 2. Well, I mean, it's such a risk to put 2 WMDs out there. Just have them like, put a big target on him. My opponent doesn't have any sort of intel out there, but playing 2 WMDs has a way of bringing that out of the woodwork. And I wouldn't even play 2 building cards because it's not like I can play the WMDs and then would want to bring them back. Because remember, in Blitz, you can play at most 1 trio of WMDs per match. I'm going to pass at both actions and then the turn. And even like with my deck colors, like I've got like a just regular purple and like deep purple, darker purple. So I've got some different variations with that. All things to match my brand color, all things you can customize. This base entrance, as I've noted, is my favorite as far as the game mats go, but I earlier showed off the blood fungus one, which sounds disgusting, but actually looks really cool. And then the one that was given to me by Biscuit yesterday. Again, amazing generosity from the Warsaken community. It's really something. Roll 3. Oh, this will work. As much as it might think, Lou, you've got 3 actions. Why would you not play the WMDs now? And well, wait. Play this 3rd terrifying storm, get an extra turn. Even if it's a roll of 1, I can play with my other 2 actions here, the first 2 WMDs. So even with a roll of 1, I'll be able to go 3 of a kind. Oh. Extra turn. 2 actions to go here. And so while I normally don't play WMDs in piecemeal style, this is really a 2-part play, and I already know how it's going to end, regardless of the roll of the die. Extra turn. 4. All right, we'll play 3 of a kind WMD. That'll take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
So 2 territories remain for my opponent. 3 actions to go for the turn for me. 3 of a kind weather, freezing rainstorm. Extra turn. 5. Oh. The Laser Air Defense Station. Trio building cards. Not going back for WMD, so it's weather or weather. Those are the choices. Bring back the freezing rainstorm. 2 actions to go for this turn. A lot of options. So if the determined F5 to refresh my browser since it wouldn't let me click. 5 actions here. 3 of a kind weather, so an extra turn. Yeah, queue is hot today. My goodness, we're 14 deep now. On Tuesday, the record was set for me. I'd never had 16 people in the queue. Like, it cuts off at 14. I can't go any lower with it here. There's 3 of a kind force to take me down to 3 territories remaining. 3 actions to go for the turn. 3 of a kind building cards going back. Going back for force. Extra turn, roll a 3. Yes, it is. Thanks to everyone for playing, watching. So much fun. So another extra turns. Roll of 1. A cascade. 3 of a kind weather. There's 3 of a kind force. That'll take me down to 2 territories. So we'll both be at 2 territories. My turn. 4. Well, 3 of a kind. I feel like I'm playing an intel deck with like a ton of building cards and weather, but that's not what I have. Just the way this one's played out. You never know for sure in this game. Extra turn. Okay, I'm going to have to F5 it again. This is becoming an issue. I mean, it's not a big deal to F5, but this shouldn't happen. 3 actions to go for the turn. But the game's still in development. You're going to the fact that this is like the biggest of the problems, that's a good sign. It's not that big of a deal to F5, and it brings it right back. Nothing in my opponent's war zone to go after. I can go building cards to go back for weather. All that feels somewhat wasteful. So instead, let's go 2-of-a-kind Blinding Sandstorm. Then 1 action to go for the turn. Let's go 00 Black Blade, a force card. Extra turn. 2. Play the second Black Blade. And again, if you have a night vision heavy deck, be aware of those little green outlines. Like some have red. Like this one has green. Since there's one out there I can match it with. It doesn't always show up very well with the night vision cards. So just be aware of that if you happen to set something up like this. 1 action to go for the turn. I don't have any of these in 4-of-a-kind form to put them out there like I could with my building cards. I have, what, 2 spots open by Warzone? So I can play 1 building card here. Even if it gets taken out, I got 3 more. So I think that's the play. That's it for my turn. Oh, yeah. The WCW, the Wax Cloud Wallet was having issues yesterday. It's roll 6 for my opponent, taking on Delvis. I was glad I was logged in and had that all set up ahead of time. But I know some people had issues. WMD, a third of those, a trio of WMDs would take out my final 2 remaining territories. 4 actions to go for the turn for my opponent. Standalone force. Second force. 2 sets of 2. 2 actions to go for the turn for my opponent. Later this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. 2-of-a-kind weather. My turn. 3. Okay. All I have in here are 3-of-a-kind, so there's nothing I can get to play to make a third that's out there. Okay, let's do it like this. 00 Black Blade.
Select target.
I'll take my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. Two actions to go for the turn. Interrogation facility. That's it for my turn. Maybe I should have gone 3-of-a-kind intel there with all that sitting out there for my opponent, but I didn't. Roll 1. No play. Wow. My turn. 4. Okay. All I have out there right now is 2-of-a-kind weather. Go 3-of-a-kind intel. Really should have done this the prior turn. I think I got lucky. Got away with it.
Select target.
At least for the moment. We'll see how long getting away with it counts for in this game.
Select target.
So he's got 4-of-a-kind. Bouncing 1 isn't going to
Select target.
be your be-all and end-all. Clearing out 1 of each. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm not going to mess with the Black Blade since I've already played that. End show. That's it for my turn. I'm down to 2 territories. My opponent has 1 remaining. It's a roll of 5 for Delvis. Delvis is a really good player. In the Air Raid 1 tournament, our best of 3 second-round match. Like if you're looking for specific, like really good matches or like a series of matches to watch, go back to the Air Raid 1 and watch our second round. Like, I won, but it was a hard fight. That's it for the turn. So, 1-of-a-kind WMD, 4, 2 sets of 2 weather. My turn. 6. I'm going to get the win right here. Alright, so I already have 1 of the kin shows out there. 2 more make 3-of-a-kind.
Select target.
I'll give my opponent a compromise later. 4 actions to go. All I need now is 3 of a kind force. Max Harper for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game. So as usual with Delve, it's a really good, hard-fought match. But I got the breaks there. I got that roll of 6 or 5, whatever it was there. Enough to get the win there at the end. And sometimes that's what you need. I think I got away with one there with that. The turn where I didn't play the intel. And really should have. But sometimes things work out. It's all right. Biscuit, you're up next. Let's take this cue. The record was 16. I've got a screen cap. I mean, you look at the video yesterday. Or not yesterday, whenever it was the last time I broadcast with the queue, which would have been Tuesday. Episode 23. We're 14 deep right now. You can keep joining the queue. It just won't. You won't make the first screen until you're in the top 14. I mean, when I go to break, my next break, it goes a little further down. But that was done more just for the aesthetics of it, so it wouldn't just cut off. Not because I ever expected there to be that many names listed. Absolutely amazing. I'm greatly appreciative. Uh-oh, so Biscuit said it's not starting. 1 moment. No problem. Keep in mind that later in this hour, trying another browser? Okay. Later in this hour, I will be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. And currently, aside from the secondary market, those Warsaken wheel spins are the only way to get those set 2 cards. Been showing off some of those cards here during the broadcast. It's tough right now because they're scarce enough that it's difficult to get 4 of a kind together. But if you can find territory cards that fit your needs, then those can be fun to play. I've had some of those in the mix. We'll have some more fun with that just a little later. So Biscuit's getting a new browser going. We'll get connected here in a moment. I know it's a long wait for people. I understand. It's challenging. That's the thing. I talked about the scalability of this. Like, I'm excited for the possibilities. I've seen tremendous continual growth as far as followers, and it seems to like correlate with as much as or as little as I live stream Warsaken Blitz. I mean, there are other games I've streamed that people like, but this one in particular has really resonated. And part of that's the great community over in the Warsaken Discord that supports the live streamers. And sometimes that initial boost is what you need to get going. And then it really takes off. And this is very much a conversational game, which makes it very much convenient for live streaming. Like, I have a lot of fun playing blockchain brawlers when that game is working properly, but I have to do it with a 90-second delay. Tested out some stuff last night. Average Casual Gamer, who does a great job. Well, he was going through a number of wax-related games, and he had a 60-second delay trying out with brawlers, and it still wasn't enough. I didn't look at his cards, but I could tell what the cards were about to pop up for that first round. We were in the 3rd round. So there's information that could have been there, so that's why I go with 90 on that. There's the code. Thank you, Biscuit. Anyway, my point mentioning all that is here with Warsaken Blitz. I don't use a delay. You couldn't have really a long enough delay, considering there's not a timer. If your opponent really wanted to know, they could just stall for a while. Or you'd be waiting, 5-10 minutes to talk to your chat. It's already awkward enough when you have to factor in a 90-second delay. All right, let's go with a fire deck here. Queenawati.
Warsaken.
And see where it says like lowest of low, or it says premier for me. Those are titles. In fact, I've got the special title on my prize wheel that you might be able to win later today. At some point, I will take some losses here. I need to go on streaks with this game. So always remember when you're playing Warsaken, but this is a definite keeper here. It has 2 of a kind force, which is really all I need to say yes. And I get to go first. 1. Like, it's a great group of people. I enjoy just chatting with everybody, and I enjoy watching other people live stream this game. And there's many different ways of live streaming as there are people that do it. I mean, you could potentially live stream this game and not even say much of anything. You wouldn't have to. Some people do it that way. I mean, my goal, one of my abilities if I'm lucky at least, is that I tend to be able to get people to make things make sense for other people. Not 100%, but especially on a base level. And so with this game, because it's category based as far as with the actions, so as long as you can understand weather cards are going to give you those extra turns. Force cards, how you're going to take out compromised leader. There's 2 of a kind. Look at that. Blood red right there. V-type X. Only 4 of those exist total. 4. 2 sets of 2. But for the purposes of Blitz, it functions the same as a common card version of that would be. So it's not like you have to try and buy your way in to get all the expensive rare cards to get a tactical advantage. It doesn't give you that. Now the full Warsaken game is very deep and they got the new Savage Escalation packs coming out next week. Can't wait for that. But that adds new elements as they're continuing to build the full Warsaken game as an online. You can play it on, I think, what's it called? Tabletopia. But I am determined to learn that game as well as I can once everything with the Savage Escalation set is in place. Let's go ahead and start putting cards on the board instead of story time. 5 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open by Warzone. Let's go. See, 2 sets of 2 WMDs. Don't mess with that right now. Weather. Cloud cover on fire. 2 of a kind force. Z27 Tiger. 1 spot open by Warzone. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to pass that up. Keep that spot open by Warzone in the turn. Taking on Biscuit. Here's the nation's capital. This is a set 2 Savage Escalation card. Now it's -5 morale, so you would want to use this with lower morale cards if you play it in Blitz, but it's cool. It's something it's the only Fireforge set 2 territory card I have right now, so thus it's here in the fire deck. My turn. 1. Well, nothing makes 3 of a kind. So I'll keep that 4th spot in my Warzone open. I'll pass up that action and end the turn. Taking on Biscuit Tissues after that. Remember, later this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Already given 1 away thus far. 2. Let's take a big sip of water right as it's my turn. Well, kind of stuck in a holding pattern here. I mean, you could put something out in your 4th spot in your Warzone. Problem, though, is, okay, if I play 2 of a kind building cards. Let's say I played those out there. Then the next turn, I roll a 3 or a 4, and I got 3 of a kind WMD. I wouldn't have enough actions to take up the 2 sitting out there and then play the other 3. So that's the mindset behind that. Anyway, long way of saying, end turn. Pass up the last 2 actions. And I'm a sports broadcaster by trade. I've been broadcasting since 1995. Roll a 6. And it's been an interesting mix of my experiences from the world of radio and television and live streaming in a different way. You're still doing sports broadcasting as if the medium doesn't necessarily reflect on how you approach it. There's 3 of a kind. Other than, like, if it's visual, you don't have to explain what's going on quite as much as you do on the radio. And yet there are things with live streaming that are unique to this world. There's going back to that force. And so it's been a lot of learning for me, as much as I know quite a bit about broadcasting and at least how things used to be in broadcasting. This has been a whole new world, and I've learned a lot, and I continue to learn here. It's a lot of fun. My turn. A little photo on the left. Let's do a side-by-side comparison. I've had a shaved head for a long time. I started going bald when I was 19, so tough draw on that. I tried to fight it for a while. But some girls I knew back when I was working in TV in Huntington, West Virginia, talked me into it one night after a couple of drinks. And but the look, it got over for me. It worked. And so I've kind of gone with that since then. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for the turn. 3 of a kind WMD. Kinetic Space Strike. This will take my opponent from 4 to 2 territories.
Select target.
There's night vision cards up there for Biscuit. 2 spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. All right, since I played a WMD, I got weather cards back there as well. Just keeping tabs on that. This will take my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. 3-of-a-kind force, the Z-27 Tiger.
Select target.
One action to go for the turn. Let's play an A7 axe. Extra turn. 4. Okay. So I'm playing 3-of-a-kind building cards. It would be weather or force. I could go back for force. That's an option. Well. Okay, so I have 1 A7 axe out there. I'll play a second. 3 actions to go for the turn. I'll play the building cards. Go back for more force. The Z-27 Tigers. Now, my opponent's already seen these cards played in this match, so you have to be careful as far as what you put out there with that, but that's where I'm going with it. That's it for my turn. So I have 3 territories remaining. My opponent's down to 1, but 2 sets of 2 force cards in the war zone and a roll of 2. Three-of-a-kind force. I'll be down to 2 territories remaining. Standalone force. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Oof. It's tough because if you put those out there, that's going to be, well, I may play 1 of these and, well, I can't really do that though, can I? Like a 1 and 1. I could play just 1 and that would be it for the turn. That's kind of weird. Oh. But, I mean, I've really got no other option, I think. I mean, I could play 2 of them instead of 1 here, but I'm just playing 1. If it gets taken out, I have 3 more. So that's the approach here. Pass up that last action, keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. In the turn. Of course, the reality is that I might not get another roll. There's a roll of 6. If Biscuit has 3-of-a-kind WMD, this could be the end of the match for me here. Could break my winning streak. Finally get a spin on the prize wheel. 3-of-a-kind force, so it won't be with this action. RazPurge23, thank you for the follow. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Down to 1 territory after that 3-of-a-kind force. So we're both at 1 territory remaining. 3-of-a-kind weather means an extra turn for my opponent. 2 actions to go for the turn. So the way it's looking for this hour, I have this match going on right now against Biscuit. And I'll take on Tissues. And it'll probably be the other side of that match with Tissues where I'll take my hourly break. And then after that break, we're giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. 3-of-a-kind intel. SDME123, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you. So you notice why I only played 1 instead of 2 of those Tigers. Thank goodness. I had some restraint on that. WMD. In night vision, no less. That's it for the turn. My turn. Love and War 314. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So after rolling a 2 in that last turn, this is pretty dreadful. Okay, this time let's go with the... Yeah, let's look for a second over here. I think it's all 3-of-a-kinds though in here, right? Yeah. Well, no, that's not true, is it? There's 2 axes and a Z-27 Tiger. I did have that intel played against me. I'm not going to go back for that Tiger. What did I just look at here? 2 axes. But nothing with a DX8, so we'll play 1 of those. And if I get another turn, maybe I'll be able to make it happen with that. We'll see. Thank you very much for those follows. I appreciate greatly. There's 3 of a kind WMD. So I've got a compromised leader. That's the tough thing as a player. When you have enough, if you have 3 of a kind force to take your opponent down to 1 territory, but you haven't played a WMD yet, how long do you wait? Because that WMD only took out 1 territory since there's only 1 left. My turn. 2. I mean, I've rolled a 2, a 1, and a 2. And that happens sometimes in this game. And the Tigers would be another target being out there, but at this point... Play the dog. I have 2 spots open in my war zone. Okay, let me check over here. I'll be Agent Zera's in there, or drop ships. We'll play an Agent Zera, and that'll end the turn. So I've got a compromised leader. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind force to beat me. It's a 6. Some more actions there combined, or than my combined last 3 rolls, the way it feels like. And that's the break sometimes in this game, but that's intel. Interesting. 3 of a kind intel. Now there could be 3 of a kind force waiting to go, but maybe not. Will I live to see another turn? Again, thank goodness I had restraint with those Tigers. 2 of a kind force, 2 actions to go. Three of a kind weather, extra turn. 4. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind force to beat me. Can Biscuit get that 3 of a kind force here? Sitting on 20 cards. There's 2. It's the Kraken. Will the Kraken take me out? Weather. Extra turn. 1. Well, will this be one that makes 3 of a kind? It will. That's going to be the match. All right. Congratulations, Biscuit. Victorious. So let me advance the queue. So Biscuit gets the win. Tissues. We'll connect here in just a moment. So congratulations, Biscuit. Victorious. $14 deep in the queue. I'll get the people as quickly as I can, of course. So my next match will be with Tissues here in just a moment or two. Bring up the slate. Do a quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. August 11th, 2023. Bring down the slate and let's check things out here on the prize wheel. My prize wheel is presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neary 3616. So let's go through it. This is the first spin of the wheel today. I've had some unusual luck early, which might mean some bad RNG to come and maybe some good things for people near the top in the queue. So let's go through the list. That's set 1 loot pack out there still. Sean IOP, Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. That's been up here just an incredible amount of time. 3 epics. Music, escalation. Got the die, that shocker. Die being the singular of dice. The red digits version. The Urban Warzone game mat. The Arctic camo card sleeve. The special, the title. And that's mint number 6. So it's the special. Ultra rares. Super rares. Very rares. All right, Biscuit. Well, I'll give this several shuffles here. We'll give it a spin. Good luck. So, Tissues, you'll be up next. All right, congratulations. Super rare. Infected water supply number 438. Biscuit, I don't know that I have your, maybe it's in my other list here. I do have a separate list that I've had to create. I'm doing and if anybody's playing for the Streamers vs. Legion hit list too, please let me know. I need to keep track of that event. Okay, I don't have that, it looks like. Oh, this was hitless. Oh, good. Well, congratulations. No, that's why. Anybody's playing hitless, please make sure that I know, even if it seems like it's being overkill, please. That's good to know, because at the end of this broadcast, I have to turn in a list of people that beat me in those Streamers versus Legion matches. Okay, that's good to know, actually. That's very good to know. All right. Oh, man, I fell off on keeping track of the matches I was playing. Poor form on my part. Like, oh, yes, I played Delvis there. And I played Natha. I have to fill all this in real quick. Okay, so. In just a moment, we'll get that prize sent out. Let me see. There it is. Thank you. So I've got the. Okay, that's what I thought I had written down, but I always want to double check with the wax address. I'll note that this is the super rare infected water supply, number 438. Make sure I have the correct number next to Biscuit as far as the Twitch names. That's information I'm going to need to have as far as turning in my list at the end of the show of people that check me off the list, as it were. Here in the Streamers versus Legion hit list 2, the Legion Strikes Again event. Okay. All right. So I've got the prize getting ready right now to be sent out. NashvilleLou Live prize along with today's date. Sending that to your wax address right now. Congratulations. So here in just a moment, we'll show off that prize live on stream. Then we'll get our next match ready to go here for more live player versus player competition. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I gotta double check something here real fast. Stand by, please. So Tissues, if you're in the vicinity, please let me know. Okay. Oh, you are. There's the code. You're one step ahead of me. What I get for not pulling the screen up first before I said that. Okay, so let's see. Did it already? All right. Let's bring the slate up. And if I'm correct, then we'll be able to show off the prize, and then we'll get our next match started here in just a moment. All right, there it is. Congratulations. There it is, Biscuit, the super rare infected water supply, number 438. And you got some high quality artwork. As horrifying as the idea of an infected water supply is. Got the image right there, and then boom, the camo's hitting you. You have that like kind of dark pink of the night sky. It's great contrast. It's a WMD. And that is yours. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. Thank you for watching. Thanks to everybody for taking the time to watch here today on NashvilleLou Live. All right, so I'll bring the slate back up. I've got the connect code ready to go with our next match. Here with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. All right. Use Chancellor Lockwood.
Warsaken.
See, there's like it defaults to your rank. But if you have a title and you assign the title by deck, for this deck I have High Justice. I think it's a number 2 mint. It's one that I got off the Warsaken prize wheel. You could possibly win one yourself if you win the Warsaken wheel spin I'm giving away later this hour. I mean, not too long from now on the other side of my next break. Okay, let's keep it. Two-of-a-kind weather. He's got two-of-a-kind buildings, too, which is fine. It's risky, though, chasing with a mulligan. So it's a roll of 4 here for Tissues to start the match. Two-of-a-kind weather. Another two-of-a-kind weather. Lots of weather early for Tissues. 5. Okay, nothing makes 3 of a kind. We'll go for two-of-a-kind weather. Cloud cover. I'll have 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go two-of-a-kind force. X32-0. 2 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to end it right there. Pass up that last action, end the turn. Making sure to note here that match I played against Biscuit just a few moments ago was a Streamers vs. Legion hit list match. So Biscuit able to check me off the list. For anybody in particular, if you're looking for a Streamers vs. Legion matchup, you haven't beaten me in that yet in this month and you're wanting to, please make sure I know. So I'll do everything in my power to make sure we'll have at least one chance to play. I can't promise, but I will give it my level best, as they say. 3-of-a-kind WMD. That'll take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
That's it for my turn. Here's another look at one of the set 2, the Savage Escalation cards, the White Rock Energy territory. Cool card. I like the look. My turn. 4. Well, I have 2 spots open by war zone. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. Let's go 2-of-a-kind force with Max Harper. 2 actions remain, but I'm going to pass those actions up in turn. Roll 5. And again, notice like the card backs. This is the card back that's got black as the background color, and then that angle there, the purple Warsaken logo. 3-of-a-kind weather means an extra turn. 4 actions still to go for this turn. Tissues. Plays 2-of-a-kind force to match that 2-of-a-kind weather and 2-of-a-kind WMD. Extra turn. 6. Uh-oh. Look out. Building cards. Going back for more weather. I know that has to be it because there were only 3 cards in there before, so it had to be those 3. There's no... and this shouldn't be a surprise. Extra turn. Tissues is an excellent player. Let's roll 3. WMD. 3-of-a-kind. It's going to take out 2 of my 4 territories. I'm going to give you one more look at the White Rock Energy. Poof, it's gone. Well, maybe it wasn't really poof, but boom, it's gone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Taking on Tissues. After this match, I'll have my hourly break, and on the other side of that break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Someone in chat here sticks around through the break. Is going to have a chance to win coming up. 3-of-a-kind weather means another extra turn. Down to 1 territory. It's a roll of 1. Weather. So a standalone weather to end the turn. My turn. 5. Okay, well, it's 3-of-a-kind with the X32-0.
Select target.
This will take my opponent down to 1 territory. Four actions remain for the turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind for me. So I'm going to play 2-of-a-kind weather. Ideal conditions. pass up those last two actions and I'll end my turn. Both Tissues and I are down to 1 territory remaining. Warsaken, Blitz, NashvilleLou live, and it's a roll of 5. $19 cards for Tissues. Intel. 3 of a kind intel. Gonna be going after my war zone. 1 off the top of each. A haircut. If I had to predict, that would be my guess. Spoiler. It happened that way. 2 actions to go for the turn. 2 of a kind weather. Tissue is known for that flair for the dramatic. In this case, another weather, but it's a standalone to end the turn. My turn. 3. All right. Well, I get 3 of a kind weather, and that will give me an extra turn. I have 1 action to go for this turn. Play a W1MG tank. Extra turn. Oh, come on. Well, F5 the app. They give me a gimmick to die. Now again, you can see like that's if there's one upside or positive to it is that you can see where what the before and after looks like as far as with my game mat and then with my die here. 3. Well. Alright, well, I'll play a second Max Harper. Play a second W1MG. I'll do a pullback on the weather. And that will end my turn. Taking on Tissues. Later this hour, your chance to win another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. On the other side of the next break, 1 action here. No play. My turn. 5. Building cards. I've instigated riots over here. So wait a minute. If I go back for the tank and for Max Harper, let's see. I've got a Max Harper. I don't have a tank. Oh. Dare to dream. How many cloud cover cards do I have? Just the 1? Okay. But I can at least get 1 more of the Max Harpers and give my opponent a compromised leader. Even though I really don't need all 3 of these. I need all 3 to make the building, but as far as the 3 I'm bringing back. Going back for the Max Harper. Cloud cover. I mean, I've got 4 of a kind weather in here. I'll just show off the gold Z32-0, but there's really no need for that. 2 actions to go for the turn. This will give my opponent a compromised leader. 3 of a kind Max Harper.
Select target. Compromised.
1 action to go for the turn. Play a standalone weather, cloud cover. That's it for my turn. Taking on Tissues. After this match, I'll have my hourly break. On the other side of the hourly break, after the Warsaken wheel spin giveaway, it's a roll of 5. Tissues needs 3 of a kind force, so 3 of a kind WMD to take out my last remaining territory. With the weather, that's an extra turn. And never mind the WMD part. Tissues has already played that. 3 of a kind force, compromise later.
Compromised.
1 action to go for this turn. Uh-oh, the G1 Foxbuster. That's Tissue's known finishing move card there. If you win with a G1 Foxbuster, that usually happens. But you have to have 3 of a kind to do it. Tissue's though, with that flair for the dramatic. There's 2. One more be the win. It's the first one of us make 3 of a kind force to get the win here. Well, it's come down to we both have a compromised leader. Intel. 1 action to go, but is this drama from Tissue's give me false hope before the knockout with the G1 Foxbuster? It is. There's the 3rd. All right, good game. That was a battle right there. But Tissues gets the win, so just a moment. Don't need to put this away just yet since we're not going to break until I give away that next prize from the prize wheel. So for the moment, I'll go ahead and hit the next command here. So now it's 13 deep in the queue. Zeal on the other side of the next break is when we'll play, or this upcoming break, here in just a moment. But first, got a prize to give away, don't we? So for just a moment, I'll bring up the slate. I will venture over to the prize wheel. My prize wheel is presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neary 3616. So we gave away that super rare on the last spin. Let's remove it. Talk now 1 in 49 odds on any of these. Die being the singular of dice. Got the shocker with the red digits. 3 different epics up there. The Urban Warzone game mat. A set 1 loot pack. Music, escalation. Card sleeve, camo. Super rares. And the title, The Special. Unreal Successful Mole Hunt. Mint number 5. Donated by Sean IOP. As I've noted many times before, this has stayed up here a really long time. But perhaps this will be the spin where it finally leaves the wheel. Ultra rares, very rares. All right, thank you for the code there, Zeal. We'll get connected on the other side of the next break. And likewise, Tissues. Always fun playing you as well. Bunch of shuffles. Here's a spin. Good luck. All right, congratulations. Super rare Bella Ivanova Forsaken. Number 401. Congrats. Of course, you got to hang on to those exclamation point Warsakens. That's not going to help you right now. I mean, you can do whatever you want as far as that goes with chat, but that comes on the other end of the break. Since the idea with the giveaway is holding people over through the break. But just ahead, your chance to win with the next Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. I'm going to get this sent over right now to Tissues. Although before I do that, let's make sure I get everything in order. I didn't have Tissues written down on my match list yet. So, of course, I didn't have the prize written down either that Tissues wanted. So I'll do that right now. Make sure to get everything straightened up from an inventory standpoint. Okay. Okay, there we go. I'll make sure to note the memo. It's a NashvilleLou live prize along with today's date. These prizes come from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. So if you ever see something that you received from that, you likely want it here on NashvilleLou Live. All right. All right, we'll show off in just a moment here. Issues prize here live on stream. Then it'll be my hourly break, and on the other side of that break, we'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. We'll have another wheel spin to give away the next hour as well. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. Make sure that the transfer went through, and they'll get to show it off here live on stream. Part of the fun of this is getting to spotlight the great artwork in this game. Tremendous artwork. And there's a reason this game resonates so well with people. It helps that it's a lot of fun to play. It helps that it has tremendous artwork. There it is. Congratulations. Tissues, Bella Ivanova. Number 401. The camo version. And she's no nonsense there with that suit. Interesting contrast, like the dark skies, then boom, the green camo. A little bit disorienting. She's already looked past you. She's moving on to the next target. So that is yours. Congratulations, Tissues, on the win. Congrats. Thank you for playing. She remains open. You may see it there on the full screen in the bottom right corner. A little bit smaller than it's written sometimes, but got to fit in that spot. Something different to try there. All right, so we're heading to break. There's a list of everybody on the streamer side for the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2, the Legion Strikes Again event. And the idea is that members of the Legion are trying to beat everybody on that list at least once, live on stream. I'm one of those names up there. And Las Vegas Ape had that raid earlier. Thank you so much for that. So a lot of prominent streamers in the Warsaken community, providing people with chances to beat them. Check them off the list. This event's been a lot of fun. I already had somebody check me off the list earlier. Please make it clear if you're playing me for Streamers vs. Legion that that's what that is. Make sure that I confirm that, please, because I want to make sure I don't overlook anybody that is competing and has me checked off. So please give me a heads up if that's the case for you when your name comes up. So we'll head to break. On the other side of this break, your chance to win just ahead. Warsaken Wheel Spin. This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, coming back from break. Go ahead and type exclamation point Warsaken in chat. Exclamation mark Warsaken. You have to enter it now. You can't enter it before. That is to hold people through the break. I mean, you can type whatever, as long as it doesn't violate, you know, the Twitch rules. I don't really care. But just as a heads up, that's the way it's done that way. So just type exclamation point Warsaken. I mean, you stuck around through the break, so why should people who didn't be rewarded when you helped me out there? But I'm appreciative of everybody that takes the time to watch, even if it's only a few minutes here or there. It's a lot of fun doing this live streaming. Years of broadcasting, I have different experience than most. So there's some things that I'm going to be able to handle pretty well. I've got tons of experience with. Give me a microphone, I'll be fine. But it's when it comes to having to handle, oh, what happens if the microphone doesn't sound right or isn't working? What happens when I need to get a queue of 15 people, however many deep, lined up? How do I make sure that I'm actually paying attention properly to chat when I'm getting feedback? I'm actually listening to my audience. All those things that play into it, but a lot of fun. So exclamation point Warsaken. Got a lot of people in here today. Thank you so much for watching and participating here. Last call, exclamation point Warsaken. Begin this away here in just a moment, then get started with our next match. Waiting for the next song to kick in. I guess it is, just very slowly. It's tough because I have OBS Studio pulled up over here. All right, here we go. Let's find ourselves a winner. It's giveaway time. This Warsaken wheel spin presented by the NashvilleLou collection, my artwork on wax NashvilleLou, and that is Fremont Street, 2021. Artwork I created after a visit to Las Vegas 2 summers ago. That was like the first night I really felt like being really back from the pandemic. And there's the winner right there. Congratulations. All right. Here we go. I can get it pulled before I was trying to give you the congrats. All right. So bear with me for 1 second here. We'll get that NashvilleLou wax promotional and, more importantly, the Warsaken wheel spin sent out to you here in just a second. And I have the wrong page pulled up here, so that's not going to help me as far as the list goes here for August. I have up here at the top. Okay, my list is, maybe it's over here. Maybe I just need to get it from you again, your wax address. Make sure I got that. Maybe I was just looking on the wrong page. Or actually, we played before, but I don't know. I don't see it in there. I don't see the listing, so I definitely need to get that. Thank you. Thank you. Like, organization is another area of weakness for me. Which I hate to admit weakness. It's the sad truth with this, being organized. But it's important with this in particular, the giveaways, to be organized. Since you want to make sure people get what you promised them. Gotta deliver the goods. All right, so I'll get this transfer set up in just a second. We'll be ready with our next live player versus player match here in just a moment. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Come on. Oh, it frustrates me sometimes. Try for a copy paste, and it's like this wall of text I'm trying to cull through here to get the information I need. Oh, I'm sure there's an easier way than what I'm doing with some of this. It frustrates me. All right, thank you. Thank you. I'll make for sure that I've got it written down this time. There's not going to be equivocation about it. All right, so we'll get that sent out here in just a moment. Should include NashvilleLou live giveaway in today's date in the memo section. Coming from my fulfillments wallet. Well, it helps me put the correct date. Today's not the 13th. Hi. There we go. Okay, let's see if this will work. I misclicked there a moment ago, and it's like a 3-click combo with this anchor wallet to get it to do what I want. But ultimately, if it sends it out, that's the important thing, and it looks to be doing that right now. All right. That wheel spin's been sent out. We'll have another one coming up here later in this hour as we passed 4 p.m. Eastern Time. 20:00 UTC. So you have a long queue, so let's get to it, shall we? NashvilleLou Live, Warsaken Blitz. Okay, so we'll bring down the slate here as I get ready to take on Zeal. Already have the code pin typed in there for Zeal. I'm sure I'll also put it over here. Okay.
Warsaken.
Thank you, Zeal. I appreciate confirming that. Okay, the only 2 of a kind I have are building cards here, so I'll take a mulligan. Yeah, I've got the blood game mat, so this is red. They've got the red card backs here. 2 sets of 2 force is more like a cape. 4. Well, 3 of a kind force to start the match is pretty nice. X32-0.
Select the target.
It's a long queue, but if you'd like to enter it, feel free. Exclamation point join. Type that in chat. One action here for me. Let's play weather. A violent tornado. So it's a roll of 5 here for Zeal. Three of a kind force, so right back at me. Down to 3 territories. We'll get to show off the set 2, the White Rock Energy. Weapons District. That's on fire, so there's that part of it. There's Weapons District. Not quite the same visual as the White Rock Energy, but it's gone, so we're down to 3. Two of a kind force to end the turn. My turn. 2. Okay, we'll play a second violent tornado. 2 of a kind weather. My opponent has 2 of a kind force out there. Play an A9 hammerhead. Force. That'll end my turn. Roll 3. For our third hour of live player versus player matches, NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. No play there for my opponent. 1. Well, play that second A9 hammerhead, and that will end my turn. I'm going to turn down the in-game audio a little bit. It's like there's sound effects that are distracting me. I keep thinking it's like my microphone cord's hitting and clicking, but I think it's something from the... Or maybe it's my imagination. Or maybe it really is my microphone clicking and I'll hear it later. I don't know. Roll a 4. Well, you see like that pulsating red up there. Has a way of getting your attention. I'm taking on Zeal. We each have 3 territories remaining. 4 actions here for Zeal. 2 of a kind weather. 2 actions to go for the turn. 2 of a kind intel. That will end the turn. My turn. 5. Alright, well. Couple of choices here. Let's go 3 of a kind XTT APC.
Select target.
3 of a kind force. Two spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Got building cards aplenty, but even playing 1, I don't know if that's the right move here. I think I'm going to hold off, pass up those last 2 actions and end the turn. I'm going to turn off the end game. So that clicking I keep hearing is distracting me. Because if it really is something from the end game from this board or whatever, that's fine. I'll know that. It's just, again, the concerns over technical stuff. But you don't get like the sound of the die spin, so it's not really as much fun that way. So I'll turn it back on. All right, roll a 6. I got a bunch of options here, but not 3 of a kind WMD. In fact, I only have 1 WMD card total in my hand. So a building card, you can't go back to get what's not there. Violent Tornado. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Go 3 of a kind intel. Subversion tactic. Let's bounce.
Select target.
I really like doing this when an opponent has 3 of a kind. Or excuse me, not 3 of a kind. That would be a play. 3 wide, 2 deep. Take those 2 of a kinds down to 1. Private Sarah Vet.
Select target.
Cloud cover.
Select target.
Burn notice. Okay, for this turn I have 2 actions to go. 3 spots open in my war zone. I'm going to hold off on the hammerhead. Actually here. But I don't know, because I can only have 1 WMD, so I don't know. Okay, I'll play the 1 building card. I'll pass up the last action in this... Oh, come on. I've got F5 it, huh? I wonder why it keeps doing that. Anyway. If it ultimately flips back to where it was before, as it always does, then at least there's that. Okay, so I'm going to pass up that action in this turn. Extra turn. 1. Oh. Again, I have 1 total in my hand with the WMDs. I mean, I can sit around waiting indefinitely, but here's my chance before intel gets used against me, potentially. A9 Hammerhead, 3 of a kind. So now, from the next turn, I suddenly magically get 3 of a kind at WMD. I would only take out 1 territory, so that would have been essentially a wasted effort there. But there's no guarantee you're ever going to get that 3 of a kind WMD you might be looking for. Speaking of 3 of a kind WMD, that's going to take me from 3 territories down to 1. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Other side of my next break. 1 action to go for the turn. I have 1 territory remaining. It's a weather card. My turn. 5. Let's try this. Let me double check this. I do have the laser air defense station out there. Okay. Look before you leave. That's all I have out there, though, right? Oh. So I only have to play 2 of them to make 3 of a kind, which is important. Going back for that weather. See if maybe I can pull something out here. Three of a kind weather, extra turn. Three. All right, fine, we'll go intel, I guess. That's... Oof. I think that's the play here. Bounce 3.
Select target.
There's already one Private Sarah vet in there. Already one cloud cover in there. There's not a fire in the fields or a burn notice, so...
Select target. Select target.
34 cards in that arsenal. Weather. That's it for my turn. So we each have 1 territory remaining. So roll 3. There's the information in chat about the queue. 14 deep at the moment. Thank you so much, everybody, for your patience, being willing to wait to play. It's a very fun game, Warsaken Blitz. There's a standalone force. My turn. 1. Well, since I have 4 of them, I can play 1. If for some reason there's 3 of a kind intel against that 1 card, then, well, then so be it. That's it for my turn. Roll 2. See my all-time most popular Twitch clips. Check out NashvilleLou.com/clips. They shoot a third-party site that has a very nice setup of that. Roll 5. Okay, so I have 1 3 of a kind force. I've got 3 of a kind weather. Extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play the first 2 of the Specialist Upton Kobani. Extra turn. 6. And kind of lucked into a win here. It looks like it's going to end up. Of course, now I get the 3 of a kind WMD, but let's go ahead and just knock it out here with the force cards.
Select target.
5 actions to go for the turn. I only need 3. Agent Rico for the win.
Select target.
All right. Well, good game, Zeal. Natha, you are up. Natha, who made it to the final of yesterday's Air Raid 2 tournament, that Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. Natha, who also beat me earlier this week in Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 competition, so Natha already has me checked off the list. Somewhat limited responses as far as the emojis I have here. We'll use the Kit Boga Kraken. We'll bounce. Bounce for your Friday. Or Saturday for some of you. People watching all around the world. So, Nathan's got the code for me there. Thank you. We'll get on with our next match here. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. And I'll have one in the next hour as well, so at least 2 more to go. What did I do with it? Did I botch the type in? Yeah, well, that's not an 8. That's a B. That was way up. You see why it's easier when I'm not the one giving the codes. A number of reasons it works out better this way. That missile means business.
Warsaken.
Taking on Natha. So it's Natha up now. After Natha, SDME 123, Ivanov 007, I-420 Spit 710 fire, and on from there. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, playing the very entertaining new card strategy game, Warsaken Blitz, the brand new Savage Escalation, the set 2 card decks, out next week. Can't wait for that. 2-of-a-kind force. If I have 2-of-a-kind force, I keep it. That's my rule. It usually works out pretty well. Although in this case, Natha gets to go first. A special thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this game mat. This is Code Incoming, is the name of this game mat. I was admiring the one that I believe it was in Downtown Detail stream yesterday. And Biscuit just gave this to me. Just as that's how generous this community is. It doesn't go unnoticed, and it makes you want to be generous with others as well. It fosters that spirit. And again, that's a reflection of the game owners and creators. They've helped to build this community into being something that's really special. Again, with Discord, there are things about that place that I've griped about at length, but there are some major positives, and one of them is the Warsaken Discord channel. A G1 Foxbuster. That's usually like the finishing move for tissues against me, but it's a really cool looking card. Very much that red of the desert there. Not quite the blood red, but different kind of red. Reddish orange. Burnt orange. Hook 'em horns orange. 2 sets of 2. 2 weather, 2 force, 2 actions to go for the turn. 2 more force. Jax, Nash. Bring some hate. That's it for the turn. I have a G-Force card in my deck. And most of them I do, because if I have the Romans prototype, or if I have when I just got, I don't remember if that was a camo edge, but it's an A4 Revenge Super Carrier. Actually, I think, you know what, now that you ask, I think it's in this deck, but I only have the regular in my hand at the moment. I got 4 of these, but oh, that's it for the turn. Well, plenty out there for my opponent. I'm over here playing show and tell with my cards. It's 2-of-a-kind force, another 2-of-a-kind force, 2-of-a-kind weather. My turn. 1. Well, nothing makes 3-of-a-kind, so I'll pass up the action and end the turn. Two actions to go for the turn. 3-of-a-kind force. Gonna take me down to 3 territories. My turn. 3. Oof. Kind of stuck in this spot here. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. Leave it as is. Pass up those actions and end the turn. Roll 6. Three-of-a-kind force. I'm down to 2 territories remaining. 4 actions still to go here for Natha. Natha has 12 cards, but for those 2-of-a-kinds out there, there's potential. 2-of-a-kind weather, 3-of-a-kind weather, extra turn. One action still to go for this turn. Roll a 4 for the extra turn. WMD. 3 of a kind. I'm of a compromised leader. 1 action still. There's a third. Agent Nika up there. The sneaky one. But she could end the game right here. 1 action still to go here for Natha. 2 of a kind force. There's that G-force we were talking about. If you ever see that insignia, that's the one exception to that normal list, which I'll actually, for just a second, I'll pull down the queue. I mean, it'll still be open. You'll see why in a second. So that can pop up. Those different insignias or emblems match the various categories. But force, if you see the G, that also counts as a force, the G-force. So now you know, if you didn't before. Anyway, let's get back to it, shall we? Taking on Natha. In a tough spot, I've got a compromised leader. It's a roll of 4. Play some intel, which is a nice time for that. But a whole lot of 2 of a kind. Nevertheless, 3 of a kind intel, restored vehicle. Salvage. Try and salvage this match. Compromised leader, Natha with all 4 territories intact.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Bounce 1 of each. So I'm still in a very precarious spot here. All that Natha needs is 3 of a kind force. Full stop to get the win. 1 action to go for the turn, but here we go again with that 4th spot in my war zone. I want to keep it open, even at this point in the match. I'm going to do that. So, pass up the last action in the turn. It's a roll of 2. My turn. False hope when the mouse is just sitting there. I'm going to check something out here real fast, so please stand by for 1 moment. Okay, no updates yet. I wanted to check the Blue Mint page while I was thinking about it to see if they'd announced the next dates for Warsaken Blitz tournaments, but nothing yet as far as that goes. In some ways, that dictates my schedule to a degree, my broadcast schedule, as far as the tournaments they have for both Warsaken Blitz and Blockchain Brawlers. Although I might not stream the next Brawlers tournament, we'll see. I kind of have to trust the games that I stream. That's important. All right, let's see. Hide hand. Well, I mean, this is not a good... Sometimes you're going to have these hands in this game. I mean, 2 of a kind, 2 of a kind, 2 of a kind. But nothing to make 3. So, end the turn, passes up. And eventually my luck is going to run out here with Natha. Just needing 3 of a kind force to beat me. There's 1 big roll away from that being it. Now, Natha's got 10 cards, so we'll say there's a 6. So, this should do it right here. Maybe not, but it should. WMD won't help you. It has to be 3 of a kind force. It's the only thing they'll take out of compromise later, and that's how you win the game in Warsaken Blitz. Weather cards. It's possible Natha doesn't have 3 of a kind force right now. Two of a kind weather, 3 actions to go for the turn. A pullback of the Agent Nika, which I used that intel against earlier when it was 2 of a kind out there. Now 2 of a kind weather. Well, I believe that's a tsunami. Those insignias are what you have to look for. 3 wide, 2 deep with the weather. 4. Oh, you finally decided to make some sort of 3 of a kind. Congratulations. At least you get to play the G1 Foxbuster.
Select target.
Reactions to go for the turn. Let's go 3 of a kind force Bella Ivanova.
Select target.
That drops Natha to 2 territories. Roll of 2. You figure Natha is set up here to get some sort of 3-of-a-kind weather in an extra turn. Or 2 more of these Gemini GX cards to make 3-of-a-kind. Instead of pullback, 1 action to go for the turn. Wow. I was not expecting to get another roll, and yet here we are. 2. Oh, now you come through with 3-of-a-kind. Well. Alright. It's desperation time. I'll put 2 of them out there. That's it for my turn. Remember, Natha just needs 3-of-a-kind force to get the win. 3 sets of 2 weather out there. Sitting on 15 cards. And it's a roll of 3. So you figure some combination of either 3-of-a-kind weather for an extra turn or outright 3-of-a-kind force. Building cards. Wow, I'm going to get another roll. I mean, there's plenty of weather in here if that's what you're looking for. Get the Violent Tornado at least. No. That Violent Tornado is left. That's going for 3-of-a-kind force. Like, enough's enough with this. 6. Oh my goodness, a 6. Well, well, well. Never give up in Warsaken Blitz. As long as you have cards in your arsenal. 3-of-a-kind WMD.
Select target.
So take my opponent's final 2 territories.
Compromised.
My goodness, what a rally. Jack's Nash fittingly enough for the win.
Select target. Select target.
There it is. All right. Wow. Big rally there. He's able to get the victory over Natha. Not easy. SDME123, you're up next. You there, please provide me with a connect code, and we'll get going with our next match. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win still ahead. Of course, we'll have a wheel spin in the next hour as well. Good game. It's frustrating when you are in a spot like what Nath was in there, when you have your opponent with a compromised leader, and all you need is 3-of-a-kind force, and you get everything but that, and you get a bunch of 2-of-a-kinds. So the only time to ever give up hope in this game is if you are drawing dead. If your arsenal has 0 cards, you don't have 3-of-a-kind building cards in your hand, and you don't have enough force cards to get the win. At that point, it's kind of like chess, where you just have to, like, I mean, you could go the slow route if you want to be painful about it, but you're losing either way. But besides that, you still have a chance in this game. Oh, how do you play? Let's see. Well, typically the easiest way I tell people to watch my videos, but if you've been watching some of these matchups, as far as to get matched up, if you can provide me with a connect code, if you do with join with code. I mean, the problem is if I put the code up, then anybody in chat can jump on it. And the bigger this channel gets, it's been growing very slowly, but the bigger this gets, the more risky that play would be. I can whisper it to you, but if you can hit join with code and tell me the code, I can type it in, and we can go with our next match. So that's the idea with that. Okay, you said quad does the same. I must have missed that earlier part there, Biscuit. Normally it would work. And sometimes because I'm like having to cut over and check a few things. Which URL? Yeah, that's the more important question. Like, you have to have a deck to play. Maybe I should be more specific about that. Typically people, like the real answer is to go to the Warsaken Discord page. So if you don't have the cards, then okay. Well, it's a good sign and a bad sign. It's a bad sign, first of all, that you waited this time, then we're not going to be able to play. So I've got to be clear about that as far as you have to have the cards you need. I just try to get too hung up on that because the game's so much fun. It's go, go, go. So sorry for the disappointment there. I would say go to the Warsaken Discord page, the Discord channel, and they'll have people there that can help you out. So Ivanov 007. Yeah, I would love to have like a loaner deck. I would love to be able to like create decks with wallets that are ready to go. People can buy them with cash, but that's just not really a tenable setup right now. As it is, I don't have to do a hard push for this game anyway. There are people that can watch this game, enjoy it, and never actually play themselves. Like, I haven't played speed chess in years, but high-end, like, if I want to watch, like, Hikaru Nakamura, Grandmaster, who's, I think is the closest I've heard as far as to my style, even though he's not a sports broadcaster. He's telling you in his head what he's thinking as he plays. Now, again, the distinction is that he's a chess grandmaster. I'm just a sports broadcaster who likes playing games and live streaming and having a blast here with it. So, yeah, no worries, Ivanov. Yeah, I just got moved up to the next spot there because unfortunate situation there for SDME 123. You need to have enough cards to play is the caveat to this. So I'll try and make that point from time to time because it's a sign that it's bringing more people in. It's drawing people's attention. What's going on with this game? What's this game, Lou? The people are waiting 16 deep in the queue to play you. What could be that great? And part of it is that the game is fantastic fun to play and live stream. And part of it is that there are a lot of people that support this game and do what they can to support people that live stream it. It's wonderful. Moonbass Marty, hello. It's going to get tricky during the fall sports season. I have a possible broadcasting gig coming up for the fall, but I don't know if I'm going to take it because that's a lot. It's tough for me with the weekends because what I do with DraftKings, my NFL draft website, DraftKings.com. I've owned it more than 20 years. What a wild ride that has been. So much fun. Let's see. Double check here. So I know Ivanov 007 is going to get a code for me here in just a moment. And we'll get connected and play this next match. After that match, I'll take my hourly break. And on the other side of that break, we'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win is coming up. We'll have another wheel spin giveaway in the next hour as well. Hype. But again, congratulations to Thomas, who won last night's Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz Air Raid 2. I beat Thomas in the final of Air Raid 1. We got randomly matched up in the first round of Air Raid 2, and I lost 2-0. Thomas went on to win the entire thing. So congratulations, Thomas. 2 wins out of the last 3 consecutive appearances in the finals. There is a lot of RNG to this game, but it's not all RNG. All right, got the code. Thank you. We're taking on Ivanov 007 here in just a moment. Yeah, I've got a long queue right now, so please be aware. I know it's a long time to ask somebody to wait. The original queue was only 6 long, and I thought that was being borderline pretentious to think that could even happen. And that was with like a faster game with blockchain brawlers. We're here with Blitz. Even though people know it's going to take a while, I try to make that point, make it clear I'll play one, go through the queue one at a time. And I make a commitment that I'm going to play everybody in that queue. But I have to be careful with that because, like with my last broadcast, it was more than 3.5 hours from the time I closed the queue to the time the broadcast ended. It's a wonderful thing, and that people want to play this game and they support it. There are people that I was 6 hours deep in a stream. People can be like, "Oh, I missed it." They're not angry, but it's like disappointed that they didn't get in. Like, dude, have you seen the time spent streaming? It's been a while, but it's a good thing. This is so much fun. The time flies by. All right, so taking on Ivanov 007. On the fence here. Two of a kind weather. I'll keep it. There's risk. You take a mulligan. You may have nothing that matches. Then what do you do? Well, you roll a 4, if you're me. There, I rolled a 4, so two of a kind weather. Cloud cover. Nothing else makes two of a kind even. Except, no, that's not right. That's the risk. And I've got to be flossing with my gold. Make sure not to overlook that. So I could go two of a kind intel. Actually, I think I will. And there's a bit of mystery for your opponent when you do that. Is there, how does Ivanov know whether this is an intel and weather deck or not? Some people had that where it's like a bunch of intel, as much weather as they'll let you have in a blitz deck, and then like a couple of trios of force cards. Standalone weather. Or maybe just one three of a kind, I don't know. I guess that depends on the person putting it together. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. Play the hammerheads, the A9 hammerheads, force cards. That's it for the turn. Oh, it's 4 hitless. Thank you. Thank you, Ivanov, for letting me know. And to everybody else playing, please let me know. If it's in... Or if it's a Streamer's First Legion match. Okay. Again, it's like I blink in this. Oh, you forgot to write down the outcome of the match against Natha. And that you're playing Ivanov 007 here. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. After this match, I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. So your chance to win's just ahead. Play 3 of a kind weather with a cloud cover. That'll give me an extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for this turn. Well, I'm not going to put the WMDs out there. I think it's risky to put building cards out there. Even if, especially like if I had a third sitting here that I couldn't play, if I had 2 actions, but 3 building cards that matched, even then it'd be kind of like, I don't know. So it feels so strange to pass up the actions, but I really think that's the best move here, so I'm going to. Let's see what the extra turn gives me. 4. 3 of a kind hammerheads. That'll take out a territory.
Select target.
It definitely is this game mat that has that audio that made me think like with the microphone clicking before. As long as that's just the in-game sound, that's fine. Just I get very paranoid with the technical stuff because, well, I have good reason to feel that way. Yeah. The unabridged history of Louver's technology. Like last night playing Civ 6, 90 minutes in. Hadn't saved the game yet. And again, this is a powerful computer, but the game crashed. So that was unfortunate. 2 of a kind XTTA PC. 1 action to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play another force card. Specialist Upton Kobani. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. UXOOU underscore like underscore OOX underscore OOU. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you for the support. For the longest time, I held out on becoming an affiliate, but I'm glad I have. If for nothing else, the information I get. You get these detailed reports about your live streams that I don't believe you get. Or maybe I just wasn't looking the whole time, but I don't think so. It's pretty thorough. Anyway, at least it's information now that I can use, and it's trying to put together shows that people will like. Try and think of games. I own a lot of games for a lot of systems. I've played a lot of games through the years. But what games would make for compelling live streams that people would want to play? Try and find ways to work that in. So extra turn coming up. That's ominous with the WMD out there. That would take out 2 of my 4 territories. 2 actions here for Ivanov. But the support for the Warsaken community has been outstanding. Two of a kind force to end the turn. My turn to roll 3. go building cards, but I would rather at this point go 3 of a kind force, take my opponent down to 2 territories remaining.
Select target.
What is this one? Oh, the ruins of the Brotherland. I admire it and eliminate it. Way it goes here. Okay, this is interesting with the buildings, but yeah, I just think it's asking for trouble putting it out there partially. Maybe not. No, it would be a risk. Here I'm having an internal conversation with myself live on stream. Okay, let's do it. Play one. Laser Air Defense Station. That'll end my turn. Now, if my opponent had 2 of a kind intel out there, it'd be a different story, but that's not the case. It's a roll of 6. Uh-oh. So Ivanov goes from 8 cards to 14. There's 2. There's 3. 3 of a kind WMD's going to take out 2 of my territories. Weapons District. White Rock Energy. I set 2 cards. Will they make the cut? Will they get knocked out? Out! 4 actions to go for the turn. Both Ivanov and I we each have 2 territories remaining on our respective sides at this point. 2 of a kind force, make it 3. That's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. If you'd like to enter the queue, it's to be a bit of a wait. But it's exclamation point chat. That's how, the loopiness is kicking in. Not even 3 hours in yet, no excuse. Try that again. The exclamation point join. Type that in chat. If you'd like to enter the queue, but it is a long wait at this point. Roll a 4. Okay. It's tough once you put one of them out there, but I do think it's important to use this intel here to lot my opponent's war zone. Let's bounce. Tsunami. Agent Nika. Private John. Oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have done that the way I did. Okay, maybe I didn't play that one as smartly as I thought I was. Got distracted by the Agent Nika. 1 action to go for the turn. All right, I'll play another laser air defense station. I'll have to review the tape on that later. Roll a 2. So 10 cards for Ivanov. 2 actions to go for the turn. Agent Zera, 2 of a kind. That ends the turn. My turn. 2. All right. 3 of a kind building. Bring 3 cards from my discard pile to my hand. Weather. 2 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. Play a weather card, but a different one here. Instead, I'll go Blinding Sandstorm. That's it for my turn. So roll 3. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. 3 of a kind force. It's going to give me a compromised leader. Uh-oh. 2 actions to go. Got 2 more Private Johns up there. I know there's a 4th in the discard pile, but if not, then there's not 3 of a kind weather of some sort. then I'll get at least one more roll of the die. Otherwise, we'll see. Two-of-a-kind force. My turn. 6. Okay. Three-of-a-kind weather. Extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. Three-of-a-kind weather. Extra turn number 2. One action to go for this turn. Two-of-a-kind. Let's see. 2 spots open by Warzone. 1 action here. I'll play the Z32-0. I have 2 extra turns. Here's the first. Can I find three-of-a-kind WMD? There's a roll of 4. I can't. All right. So I'll have three-of-a-kind WMD to give my opponent a compromised leader. And I'll play that XTT for the win. What a fight.
Select target. Compromised.
Okay, something seems weird about this. Did I not have a third XTT? Was that my imagination? I know that the extra turns coming up. I guess we have this out here, the X32-0. Look at that. Okay. 2. Oh, now you show up. Maybe there's like an invisible one in there. We'll play the X32s, get their run. That's fine.
Select target.
My goodness, what a battle. All right, Ivanov, good game. So, I-420 spit 710 fire. You'll be up next on the other side of the upcoming break. Remember, you'll want to stick around here, as I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin after my hourly break. So for a moment, bring up the slate. All right, there's the full list of everybody as far as the streamers go for Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2. The Legion strikes again. So for anybody challenging for that, please let me know. And for anybody wanting to get in on this, you still have plenty of time. It's a month-long event. Some people are trying to be the first to get one win over everybody, but there's also the possibility of trying to win as many as you can against various different live streamers who are participating, including me. And so again, I reiterate, for anybody that's playing for this competition that is trying to check me off the list, please let me know. Because if you beat me, I have to add your name to a list to let the people in charge know so they can make sure you get the credit for beating me that you deserve. So we'll have that ahead. On the other side of this break, be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win just ahead. And then we'll have more live player versus player matches. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. Oh, and I think it is just 1 hit per streamer. I mean, like collecting the streamers. I got to break back in here before I throw to break. All right, back in a few minutes. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. right, coming back from break. It's time for the Warsaken wheel spin giveaway presented by the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax. This is a wax promotional, Fremont Street 2021. Something from my visit to Las Vegas 2 summers ago. First time it really felt like things were getting back to normal after some very dark times during the pandemic. So I always think of that trip and think of being on the upswing as far as bouncing back from that really tough time. So it's exclamation point Warsaken, just type that in chat. And in just a few moments, we'll go ahead and let Lack Tools do its thing. It'll decide a winner. I'll give away this Warsaken wheel spin and NashvilleLou wax promotional item. Then we'll be on with our next match. I-420 Spit 710 Fire. You're up next. So if you're around, please let me know. Go ahead and type exclamation point Warsaken. Now clear it out, the queue before the queue. Queue is still open. Now clear out the list of names before I bring it up here to start the giveaway. So and now's your chance. Leave it open just a little bit longer, and they'll go ahead and have we'll do the randomized name selection. I'll send out the prizes to the winner, and we'll get on with things with our next match. I'll go ahead and note there, I-420 Spit 710 Fire. If you're there, please let me know. Because here's the thing, I got 12 people waiting behind you. I do not like at all having to skip past anybody. Brings me no happiness. But if somebody in there I don't want to be like, hurry up and wait, and then, this is not me trying to taunt anybody or wield power over anybody. It's me thanking the other people in the queue. And so it's just that balance. It's difficult. It has been. But if somebody's not there, then you have to make a decision. So, Naveed 1161, you would be up next if I-420 Spit 710 Fire is not there. Okay, so let's go ahead now. Last call. Exclamation mark Warsaken in chat. We'll start the animation here in a second. We'll give away this prize. Here we go. People will come back and they'll be mad because they got bounced. I'm like, look. You haven't said anything in 15 minutes. Not that it doesn't matter. You don't have to chat at all. I know some people can only listen at a given point. But yeah, sorry, Moonbaz Marty. And to the spin. There it is. Rare one a pin. Congratulations. Yeah, it's tough. I know, Moonbaz Marty. I know. It's tough. You'll have another chance to win our next hour, though, so congratulations. Rare one a pin. Try to list this for the wheel spin giveaways for today. You're welcome. What is your wax address? That wax address, we'll get the prizes sent over to you. And then we'll I-420 or I-420 Spit 710 Fire. If you're not there, then we're going to have to move on to the next. All right, thank you. Got that. Okay. Got that written down. Got the wax address to get that sent over. And this will be coming from my Fulfillments wallet. You ever see anything from Fulfillments on wax? It's likely something you want here on NashvilleLou Live. So this is a NashvilleLou Live giveaway. I'll put today's date. Of course, including the promotional NashvilleLou wax prize as well. But of course, the thing everybody's here for, those Warsaken wheel spins, sending that out right now. And once my Anchor wallet does the 3-click combo for me, we'll have that sent your way. Thanks to everybody for taking the time to watch and to play and to participate. Having so much fun here with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'll go to the slate. We're going to have to bump ahead to the next competitor here in just a second. Again, I don't like doing it this way as far as bumping somebody, but I have an audience to think of. If I had somebody to do the technical stuff and somebody to handle the audience wrangling or the contestant side, okay. Okay, I had to make sure I said it right for the next time, for the next Be Right Back screen. So here we go back over to here, and all right, we're going to hit next. I-420 spit 710 fire. I mean, this happens quite a bit. I'm not going to have, too many components, too many reservations about bumping, but I don't draw any happiness from it. I don't want to just rush to get past somebody. All right, Navi 1161. Please let me know if this is a Streamers versus Legion challenge as well, because if so, I want to make sure I have your name written down on the list that I'll turn in at the end of this broadcast for people in that event, members of the Legion, trying to check me off the list for Streamers versus Legion hit list too. And Navi 1161, if you're not there, then Buzz King 00 would be next up. So this is another place where it gets tricky. What happens if you have 2 or 3 people in a row that aren't there? Then what do you do? But it also goes back to the idea of bumping somebody that's new, or somebody that, I don't know, it's tough. It's tough because inevitably somebody's going to be unhappy about it. And that includes your audience, potentially, if you wait too long. So, well, there you go. Thank you. See, this is why I wanted to wait just a minute. Thank you. Ready whenever you have a code. All right, so look at this next match going. And will this be, I should probably clarify. Let's see. Is this a hit list match for you? Got the code. Thank you. We'll go ahead and get the code typed in. We'll get this next match going right now with Warsaken Blitz.
Warsaken.
Here we go. Dude. No, you missed your spot, man. Look, this happens quite a bit. We've dealt with this. I hate it. I hate that you lost your spot, but you weren't there. Last call, we had it. We moved on, buddy. Sorry. I don't know what else to say. You got a dozen people waiting behind you. How long was I supposed to wait? This is what runs through my head every time. I just strongly dislike this element of it, but I have to deal with it just like the technical stuff. So there's that. And that was 15 minutes we're talking, so I'm not... I mean, you see how long this queue is. And the challenge for me is that knowing that this is not going to get any easier as this game gets more and more popular. Yeah, thank you, Never Said 13. Dude, okay, we're going to talk about this right now. You were in line before the end of the last break, and I didn't hear word one from you. This happens frequently. I'm not, zero sympathy. Look, it brings me no happiness to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Never Said, for pointing that out. Because look, I don't want to be a jerk with this. I just want people to play. I know people wait a long time. It doesn't make me happy to jump past people, but again, I've got an audience to think of, and more that's going to be the case. Whereas, as the audience gets larger, it's going to be that much more difficult in some ways. All right, 3-of-a-kind Force Seal. Take out an opponent's territory.
Select target.
Dude, you missed your spot. That's all there is to it. Roll a 5. I mean, I specifically said your name out loud before the break. Mentioned it multiple times during it. We waited. I'm saying out loud. No matter how long I wait, like 90 seconds later, it'll be an issue. And so, once the decision is made, this is progressively going to be less and less something I'm patient with. Because again, I got an audience to think of. But I don't want to pass by anybody. I don't want that to happen. But look, that's just going to be the reality of it. Especially when it's a chronic thing. Meanwhile, I don't care about the tech stuff. I don't care about the interpersonal. I just want to play the game and talk about it, have fun, explain this, make it make sense to people. So some of that's a challenge for me to make this, to pull together the areas where I'm not as strong. There's extra turn. That'll help. 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go triple intel. Bounce. We'll clear out both of these. 77X prototype. It's a nice card, but bounce. Not so nice when it's staring you down. Extra turn. We each have 3 territories. I need to double check to be sure to find out if this is a Streamers versus Legion matchup. I think if there's anything for the next time there's a Streamers versus Legion, the onus has to be on the Legion to identify themselves as such when they're challenging. Because here I'm having to play like borderline, like, know your customer questions. At first I think, okay, I don't have to know their Discord name. But really all I need are the names of people, the Twitch names of people who beat me here live on stream. Just so I can check them off the list. You only have to beat me once. And of course I'll play anybody, as long as the timing works at least once in a day. I'll do my best to. But you see how long that list is. That's I appreciate greatly that people are willing to wait to play me. This game is so much fun to stream and to play. Okay, nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. Pass up that last action in the turn. One. And I get it. There may be people that get in a queue and they've got something that comes up and they're not able to play. That's fine. I get it. But just trying to balance all that in real time while making sure the stream is working properly, making sure the game is working properly, making sure I'm paying attention to what I'm doing here. I do. Extra turn. Hang on a second here. I've never had to stick somebody in timeout before. Congratulations. Maybe deal with this interface here. This mod interface. I'm gonna have to learn it. This is part of the reality of it. Step back next time with some respect. 1 action to go for the turn. Play an XTTA PC. There's the extra turn. I'll turn the fan on. It is early, or I guess mid-August by now. Yeah, well, I muted him, so don't worry about him. I'll be glad to play. I'll be glad to do this in a good way. Well, I'm not going to make special arrangements now. If I just muted the guy for 30 minutes, put him on cooldown. Maybe he can go and live stream the game and find out how much fun it is to try dealing with a queue. of people that aren't there that want to claim they were. 3 of a kind WMD. Let's take out 2 of those last 3. All right, 2 actions to go for the turn. Hey, if you have to leave the queue, I understand. I mean, but it's just, and I appreciate the thought. I appreciate the thought on that. I mean, this is an ongoing, if this was like somebody that was brand new, it might even be different. But look, I keep track of things. That's what I do. Resets at 2. Pass up the last action in the turn. 6. But like, I think where it'll make sense is to have people be like, if your name's getting near the top, at least post something in chat and let me know that you're around. There's 3 of a kind WMDs can drop me down to 1 territory. Four actions to go. Okay, well, thank you for entering the queue. I appreciate. I know it's a long wait, and I know the schedule can be. It's tough because then if people aren't there, and you have like 2 or 3 people, then what do you do? Near the top, and those are some problems that I haven't had to deal with as much yet. But at some point I will, and that's going to be me having to just execute some interpersonal skills. All right, so I go intel, force, or weather. It's got to be a 3 of a kind combo. Let's see. Let's go for force. Or should I go weather? I got 2 sets of weather. I go the Upton. We'll go Upton. That's it for my turn. So we're both down to 1 territory remaining. Double check my spot here, and it's so easy to fall behind. Like a blink and time just flies on by. Especially when it comes to this list. But it's important. Okay, well, I wouldn't. Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't get mad at you. It's like it was. What if somebody can't be there? I get it. I'm not going to get mad at somebody for not being there. The problem though is if you come in after I've skipped you and then want to complain about it. So that's why I'm trying to like point out the people who are coming up, and if they're around, I don't want to skip by. I'll give latitude. But when somebody's done this frequently and repeatedly, well, you have to make a decision, don't you? Or at least I did. Okay, well, a decision to be made here is passing up the last 2 actions and ending the turn. Eesh. Tough one here. Taking on Naveed 1161. And again, amidst the and unfortunately, the larger the audience gets, the more this sort of thing may come up from time to time. If I missed the answer before, I apologize. Maybe 1161, but wanted to see. I put it there in chat so maybe you can see it after the match. If this is a hit list match, because if you win, then I need to add you to the list. I'll be turning in after this broadcast. Biscuit was victorious over me earlier, so I'll have Biscuit 3142 on the list, and then anyone else challenging during this broadcast. More than 3 hours in, but I'm having a blast with it. The queue remains open. And the way I do this, play people one at a time, have an hourly break, and I give away, on the other side of that break today, I've been giving away Warsaken wheel spins. Three of a kind building cards. Well, you won't be going back for WMD, so it's force or force. Well, or am I wrong about that? No, WMD's still out there. Oh, there's weather. Okay. Maybe I was wrong. 6. Well, give my opponent a compromised leader. There's that.
Select target.
Be great if I had 3-of-a-kind force, but I don't. Beyond that. Bunch of 2-of-a-kinds out there. 3 actions to go for the turn. I can use some intel. And I might do that. I can use building cards to go back for sure to get 3-of-a-kind. But I'm down to just 1 territory. There's 2-of-a-kind force out there right now. Assassination attempt. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Salamander.
Select target.
Salamander.
Select target.
Cloud cover. Bounce. And that's it for my turn. 1. Alright, that's it for the turn. But there are, beyond just any one given instance, is the challenge of how I'm going to handle this. Like, it's a good problem to have, but when you have, a growth in numbers of viewers, it makes it more difficult to handle it on an individual level. Okay. Kind of dazed out for a second there, trying to... I was thinking big picture. Meanwhile, I got 3-of-a-kind force to play for the win. Get to it, Pickney.
Select target.
Stop stalling. All right, that's the match. Good game. All right, good game. I was victorious there over Naveed 1161. Buzz King 00, you're up next, buddy. Remember, people that beat me here today, whether it's a Streamers vs. Legion match or not, you beat me here live on stream, you get something from my prize wheel. And of course, later in this hour, I have another Warsaken wheel spin to give away. All right. Staying lost, so that's no matter. Oh, okay, for next time, though, just out of curiosity, was that? Oh, if we play again, hopefully I'll have a chance to play again. But... like, I don't have to turn a list of, like, every challenge or whatever. It's just the ones that I lost to somebody that's participating. So it's not like you get put on the list of, like, lost. That'd be sitting in. It's just, they just want to know who counts as far as that check mark goes for a given streamer. All right, got the code. Thank you. Here we go, Warsaken Blitz.
Warsaken.
NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Our 4th hour of this broadcast, live streaming matches, player versus player, taking on the queue. Also, Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 matches taking place today. Having a lot of fun with that. No 2-of-a-kind force, but 2-of-a-kind weather. I'll keep it. And again, many thanks to Biscuit for giving me this game mat, this code incoming game mat. Very generous. Very much appreciated. It's a cool look too. I'm glad I get to show off here live on stream. Well, play a couple weather cards to start things off, shall we? No, not WMD, weather, the other W. That's it for my turn. Roll a 5. Two-of-a-kind force, standalone weather. Make that 3-of-a-kind weather, extra turn. 6. I'm taking on Buzz King 00. I believe, because I know that Buzz King was victorious over me when we played 8 days ago. And I know that because I hit Control F and looked it up. So I've got, that wasn't a Streamers vs. Legion match. Again, I say out loud, I need to ask every time, and here I am not asking every time. But in this case, that wasn't before, so I'll presume that that's not the case here either, unless I hear otherwise. All right, well, roll a 6 while I was paying attention to something else. That's one thing with being the one-man broadcast machine. Get your attention pulled in a bunch of different directions. Maybe my hosting drops a bit, because I'm going to get excited about fire in the field, 3-of-a-kind weather, extra turn. Wide open war zone, 5 actions to go for the turn. 2-of-a-kind weather, blasting blizzard. 3 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. Earlier question about G-Force, there it is. There's the A4 Revenge Super Carrier G-Force. What a card. Played 2 of those. 2 sets of 2 in my war zone, 1 action to go for the turn. A whole lot of firepower out there as far as my opponent goes. I only have 1 action to go here, so... Anyway, that's a long way of saying I'm playing a standalone intel. 1 spot open my war zone, extra turn, it's a 1. So, I'll play a second restored vehicle, and that will end my turn. Roll a 2. So a pullback there from Buzz King. That's it for the turn. My turn. It's a roll of 5. Three-of-a-kind intel. I can click on it correctly. There we go. Bounce.
Select target.
1 of each.
Select target.
Clear out those force cards.
Select target.
Out. 2 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Nothing else makes 3-of-a-kind. We'll go 2-of-a-kind force with Jax, Nash, the Courier. I'm going to pass up the last 2 actions there and end my turn. Warsaken, Blitz, NashvilleLou live. It's a 6. So a roll of 6 here for Buzz King 00. Two-of-a-kind weather. A pullback. 3 actions to go, so that opened up a spot in the war zone. Two-of-a-kind weather. And then another pullback to end the turn, my turn. Neither of us have taken out a territory of the other at this point, and that's not going to change here. Rolled a 1, nothing makes 3-of-a-kind, so I'll pass up that action and end the turn. Remember, later in this hour, your chance to win coming up of the Warsaken wheel spin will be given away here. People that stick around through the break will be giving that away on the other side of it here in just a little bit. So roll of 1. So right now I'm taking on Buzz King 00. After that, Digit Dignity, Rexinator 0803, Naznara, Delvis N, Raz Purge 23, Teshu's after that. It cuts off on my screen here after that, besides it's my rule. And you can see the full list there on the side anyway. There's a reason that list is there. Give you a heads up. Roll a 2. Oh my goodness, nothing making 3-of-a-kind. Brutal. Pass up those 2 actions, end the turn. It's unusual to go this deep in a match with both sides playing force cards and neither having taken out a single territory, but that's the reality. Until now, there's 3-of-a-kind WMD. I'll go from 4 territories to 2. 4 actions still to go for the turn. 20 cards up there for Buzz King. This could be bad news for me. I mean, it already is. That WMD hit. Three-of-a-kind force. That's going to drop me to 1 territory remaining. 1 action to go. My turn. 6. All right, we'll go 3 of a kind weather, lasting blizzard. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. Jax Nash, 3 of a kind force.
Select target.
So I'll take out one of my opponent's territories. Four actions to go for the turn. I have a number of 2 of a kind options here. So we'll go 2 of a kind force, Bella Ivanova. 2 sets of 2 force out there, 2 actions to go for the turn. Play some intel, time detonation. Extra turn. 4. All right, so I can play a WMD. This will take my opponent down to 2 territories remaining, the white phosphorus bomb.
Select target.
One action to go for the turn. Bella Ivanova.
Select target.
This will give my opponent a compromised leader. That's it for my turn.
Compromised.
So my opponent is a compromised leader. Roll of 1. Wow. So it looks like I'm going to get the win right here. Play that third A4 Revenge Super Carrier. Yeah, don't want to look before you leap. 2 of those. It's dancing over here for a reason. Ready to get the win.
Select target.
Pulled off the big rally. Get the victory here over Buzz King in a hard fight. Good game.
Leader eliminated.
All right. All right. Digit Dignity. You are up next. Yeah, good game, Buzz King. I got lucky there at the very end. With that last roll you had being low, I thought, man, I'm probably not going to get to the roll. I thought I was going to go 1 shy. But then I got lucky there. That happens sometimes. Again, you never want to get too high or too low when it comes to Warsaken Blitz. Tell Digit Dignity, I'm ready if you have a connect code. And this is where it gets tricky. It doesn't bring me any happiness to skip past anybody. I mean, I've been waiting a while. It's different for somebody that doesn't have a track record of no showing and just being gone for a bit. Like a long time more than a bit. And so it's difficult. I don't want to alienate anybody, but there's a certain protocol here. And because I wear all the different hats for this, that means I have to be play the bad guy sometimes as far as the enforcer goes. And it's tough because you want to be the host and be jovial and happy and engaging, but that is one of the challenges. I mean, the flip side is that I can broadcast whatever I want from the comfort of my home around the world, basically for free. Now, earning money from it, amazingly enough, the way it works out with the Twitch affiliate program. So Digit Dignity. Okay. We'll go ahead and bump you down 1 spot. Rexinator. So Rexy, you're up now. And this is tough because if somebody thinks they're 2 or 3 deep until their turn's up and then the person in front of them isn't there. Hey, what's going on, Cookie? I got your email. I've got a draft version responding to it. I want to give it full consideration. I'm not sure what Twitch is doing right now with its clips, but it's confusing me. As far as I've even seen featured clips listed for given games. Like, well, how do they decide that? So I've got some stuff I got to figure out. There's also time issues, but I didn't miss your note. But so you know, I will get back to you that as soon as possible. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate that. Well, I didn't want you to think that I'd forgotten you or was just ignoring it. Been a lot of trying to figure out scheduling stuff as well. I had a potential soccer broadcast opportunity for this upcoming season. It's funny, sometimes I'll know well ahead of time or something, and then sometimes there's that last minute, oh, they need somebody. Or I get recommended by somebody, and so I've spent a lot of time that I wasn't either streaming or going through video for myself, going through trying to get it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, the voice. Although trying to get my voice to hold up is a challenge. You've got some amazing talents with your voice. Some of the voices you do with the scam baiting. Oh, y'all got Ultimate Troll scam bait to follow. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So now it's kind of a tricky spot for me here because I've got two people at the top of the line and neither of them I've heard from the last little bit. And so this is where it gets difficult. This is where I'm like, eh. I really would benefit from having somebody to handle this part of it for me. Because there's a reason they don't do game shows on television live very much, even now. I mean, part of it's cost. You can tape 4 a day or whatever, 5. And just because it's a 30-minute show you see on TV doesn't mean it wasn't edited down from hours. All right, so I've got to get something figured out here with this. All right, hey, sounds good. Thank you for lurking. Meanwhile, so I've got, let's see, Digital Dignity and Rexinator. I had both of y'all up there, and one of you is here. Please let me know. You know, I don't like bouncing people, and I want to give at least some time, but how much do you give? Let me ask Naznara, are you there? Because you would be up after these two. Again, it's tough because there are some people that are notorious for, and then somebody who's never been here before, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with that. All right, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play the people who are here. That's what's going to start happening. So Rexy, Dignity, sorry, y'all got bumped. Naznara, you're here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm ready if you have a code. Rexy. Oh. You see the predicament here. I don't see an easy solution. Well, thank you, Rex. I appreciate that. I hate skipping past you. But it just gets frustrating because I'm sitting here with an audience and it's like time's just standing still. I need some sort of a wrangler to get out there. But these are people that, now granted, if you beat me, you get a prize, so there is incentive. But these are people that are waiting, trying to support the game. They're waiting. And I keep that in mind as well. It's just so tough. But all I can say is you got to be here when your name is called because other people are waiting. And that's all there's got to be to it. So I don't want to be stiff about it with somebody, but just torn. Okay, let's get to it.
Warsaken.
Right. I hear you, Buzzking. It was Rexy was up there near the top, and I had to make it move at some point. It's, Again, the reason I made it as far as I did as young as I was in television wasn't because of my technical skills. It wasn't because of my interpersonal skills or my ability to get people to calm down. People call me on the phone angry. And you work a newsroom in an overnight shift. You're going to get people. I try to be as sympathetic as possible. But when you get the regulars that call that are kind of, wasting everybody's time, especially yours, but every second counts, it's tough. Anyway. Just thinking of time pinches from other broadcasting realms I've had. The problem is if you work in a newsroom, the unpleasant people can keep calling back. And when I broke into the business, like I think that my first run in the TV news business 20 some odd years ago, like none of those places had caller ID even. We're talking like 1997 through 2003. All right, let's keep them. 2 sets of 2 weather. Let's keep them. 6. Two-of-a-kind weather. 4 actions to go for the turn. Two-of-a-kind force. Max Harper. Two spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Two-of-a-kind weather. That'll end my turn. Oh, there we go. Had to bully the button a little bit to find the spot. So after this match, I'll have my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Two-of-a-kind intel. Standalone force. My turn. It's a 2. Go 3-of-a-kind weather cloud cover. Extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone for this turn. 1 action to go. And sometimes those camo cards, if they're standalone like that, I'll give you, oh, are those activated? Like, no, they just match. Pass up that action in the turn. Extra turn. 2. Well, that was unsatisfactory. Pass up those actions in the turn. My opponent has 2-of-a-kind intel out there. That's not lost on me either. So it's a roll of 3. Taking on Naznara. Standalone force to end the turn. My turn. 6. Okay. 3-of-a-kind Max Harper force. So I'll drop my opponent to 3 territories remaining. Five actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. I've got 3-of-a-kind force. ZS Wolf. Horde of resources. All right. 2 territories remain for my opponent. 2 actions remain for the turn. And let's go Intel 2-of-a-kind hacked network. That's it for my turn. So a roll of 4. Taking on Naznara. Three-of-a-kind intel. Well, this is going to go after my deck, my arsenal. Deck of 60. Take 6 cards from my deck, sends it to my discard pile. That's one of the options you have with intel. Three actions to go for the turn. 3 standalone force cards out there, which is very interesting. My turn. All right, so it's a roll of 5. I'll give my opponent a compromised leader here. 3-of-a-kind WMD. Captured leader.
Compromised.
2 actions to go for the turn. Play a couple building cards. That's it for my turn. Well, I have all my territories. My opponent is a compromised leader. It's a roll of 2. So I just need 3-of-a-kind force and enough actions to play them to get the win. 2-of-a-kind intel. My turn. 3. Okay, this won't work as far as getting me the 3-of-a-kind force for this turn. However, I can get ideal conditions, get an extra turn potentially. But with that, is there any two-of-a-kind force I can match with something in my hand? Or do I have two-of-a-kind? I don't know. Let's see. What's this? Yeah, you know what I can do right here, I think. Let's see. We're going to play the building card. Okay, here's the play. Building card. And make sure you get the weather. You get the right one, the ideal conditions. X32-0. Hack network. Bring that back. 2 actions for the turn. Okay, I'm going to get the win here because I'm going to play this and go plus 3 actions. Otherwise, there'd be a risk I could roll a 1 on an extra turn. Instead, this is where you play plus 3 actions. Shows a 4 up there. I've got 3-of-a-kind force for the win. All right, good game. So we'll go to a break here in just a moment. Good game, Nesnara. So Delvis Inn will be up next on the other side of this break. Remember, your chance to win is just ahead. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. And I'll give everybody a reminder of who the various streamers are that are participating in this month's Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. There's the list, there's the queue. We're 10 deep at the moment. On the other side of this break, we'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. So stick around, your chance to win is just ahead. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from break, go ahead and type !Warsaken. In chat, type !Warsaken. Enter this hour's giveaway. If you entered it before, I do these at the end of the break. So it's cleared, and then we go with it. Boom. Appreciate Delvis in. Get me that code to get us connected here on the other side of this giveaway. So we'll have that ready to go in just a couple moments. So we're giving away both this Warsaken wheel spin, one of my NashvilleLou collection wax promotionals, Fremont Street 2021. It was stifling hot during that visit to Vegas 2 years ago. And I was hesitant about any sort of, even at night, an outdoor thing. Like, really? Is this going to be just, do I know? Give it a try. And I had an absolute blast that night. And that's where that image is from. So that's, so they have to promote my collection and ultimately a live stream, as it turns out. But also the important part for people here, this Warsaken wheel spin. Somebody will win it here in just a moment. So last call for !Warsaken. We'll spin it. We'll find a winner. And I've already got the code from Delvis to get started with our next match right after that. So here we go. Good luck. No, Digit Dignity. No, this is the problem. Your name was called, what, 15 minutes ago? I already had another match, had a long break, and then in front of it, sorry, you lost your spot. I floated even down one. And even with that, we had to move on, though. I'm going to have to be a lot more stiff about this going forward. And I hate to be, especially in the host role, but I'm wearing a bunch of different hats, so that's just the way it goes. Zeal 450, congratulations. You win this hour's giveaway. So Zeal 450, I'll be sending that to you right now. Those prizes. And then right after that, we'll get connected with Delvis N, get our next match going here. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. You have to pull over this other sheet here that has the... There it is. So I've got Zeal's wax address saved there. I do it for my regulars. And so... if it'll let me hit the transfer button, we'll get this transfer going at this Warsaken wheel spin. So congratulations to Zeal, this hour's winner. Your chance to win still ahead. In the next hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin here on NashvilleLou Live. So I'm sending out this prize from my Fulfillments wallet. It's going your way right now. And again, I see the confirmation there of the wax address in chat, so thank you. Always want to make sure it's going to the right place, since you can't unsend it once it's done. That's how it works here. All right, we're with these sent out right now, and we're about to have our next match in just a moment. And remember, for people that beat me here live on stream in Warsaken Blitz, won a prize for my prize wheel. And while I've had a bit of a winning streak, I'm due for some losses, so maybe some good RNG luck as far as that goes for everybody else. I thought I closed the screen already. See, the technical stuff always trips me up, despite my best efforts. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. Make sure the Be Right Back screen's ready for next time, which it is. Okay, so I got the code from Delvis. Here we go.
Warsaken.
But I think, like, from a scalability standpoint, I've been thinking about, like, okay, well, if I want to make sure the top 2 or 3 people in the queue are there, what happens if my audience is much larger 6 months from now? How will I handle it at that point? How will I handle it when it's more difficult to find? These are the things that rattle through my head, and so it makes for an interesting mix as far as the different challenges. Yeah, I love this. This game is so much fun that it makes it worthwhile. Thanks again to Biscuit or giving me this game mat that I'm using here, this particular one. I was admiring the one that Downtown Detail had on stream yesterday, and I noted that in chat. Biscuit said, I'll give you one. Really? Okay, thank you so much. So greatly appreciated. Okay, I've got like 5 screens in front of me here, so let's pull back. Okay. Also helps if I write down who I'm playing against. Delvis. Okay, that part I had. All right. Let's keep it. 4. All right, nothing makes 3 of a kind. Wide open war zone. Let's go 2 of a kind weather. Lasting blizzard. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Intel. Stolen blueprints. On fire. That's it for the turn. Well, I mean, that's with the hit list in particular. I want to put an emphasis on giving people opportunities. But, I mean, again, it would be different if I was taping this and we were going to be mixing this into a 1-hour special later. This is live. My audience is live. I have to go with that, and that's how it's going to have to be. And I don't want to be a jerk, especially in the host role. I really, if I have to, okay, but it doesn't bring me any pleasure to be mean to people. These are people who enjoy this game too. So I get that as well. It's just, how do you find that balance, though? Because you have an audience to think of as well. And that audience, to me, is everything. 2 of a kind weather. And nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'll leave that 4th spot in my war zone open, pass up the last action, and end the turn. But, like, if I only played hit list people, I mean, I don't know. I've only had a few of those. But I want to make that a priority as far as facing people that, like, if there's somebody that's wanting to play me in hit list play, just please let it be known. Like, that's going to have to be it going forward. Especially, like, I'll do my best to ask people. I already have to keep track of enough different stuff for each match I play here for this live stream, while trying to keep the ship sailing at a decent pace as far as the games go, and making sure I'm working my hourly breaks and everything else. Anyway, in many ways, this is much better than what I had to deal with in years in television news. In other ways, it's challenging to me in ways that I never was challenged there. So try and make the best of it. So I could go 3 of a kind intel, but that's probably not. I mean, I could force a discard. Okay, let's force a discard. Get something out of it. That ends my turn. This has the added value of getting to see what gets voted out in what order. I mean, Big Brother's back on CBS, right? Let's see. Let's see who get voted out of the house. I got 10 of them up there. There's no America's vote for this one. Max Harper. There's an alternate. Sergeant Mickey. The HOH saw him as a threat. Couldn't stay. Terrifying Storm. So force and a weather card. One more. More weather. Roll a 5. Hey, Quadrill, hello. Hey, having a blast in here playing Blitz. And, like, I have an absolute blast playing this game. But it amazes me to see what Quadrell does. 4 players at once and doing well against them too. I'm like, I focused in on one. I'm lucky to get that one to work out halfway decently. It's impressive. It makes for a great live stream. Something I can't replicate here, certainly. I mean, not as well as what Quadrell does. I'd be constantly having to, like, double check stuff. It would be. Anyway, that shows you the breadth of the medium, where you can design the show however you want. It's your show. The world is yours, as long as you can figure out how to put it all together. 3 of a kind WMD.
Select target.
This will take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Enough power for a late night stream. You think you feeling it? You think you'll be able to? Extra turn. I'm gonna have 2 extra turns here. And again, there are challenges not only with the queue, even if that was not an issue, just trying to make sure I'm not overlooking anything from chat, making sure I'm, got an idea what's going on. Just there's a lot to have to handle that. From experience working in the business, I know it's not always the easiest thing to pull off. 3 of a kind weather, an extra turn. I mean, for some of my sports broadcasts, it's me with a microphone and I'm sure a not glamorous spot, like the roof of a a wayside press box. You hope it's not condemned that year. So by comparison, broadcasting from my own home, I can go for that. Okay, we're gonna go more intel. Okay. Double eviction, triple eviction. But that waits until my extra turn. Cliffhanger, 3. Well. Go 2 of a kind force, A9 hammerhead. 3 spots open in my war zone, 1 action to go for the turn. Could go building card here. But I'm not feeling it, so I'm going to pass it up in the turn. Extra turn. 1. Okay. Well, we'll play one of those A4 Revenge Super Carriers. Let's see. Oh, I hear you, Rabbit Larry. Okay. Well, maybe, is there a time, because that's the thing, is figure out a time when people in the Legion are looking to play who don't want to, or aren't in a spot where you can wait. I understand, these queues are long. Again, I never envisioned this when I first started. I had it at 6, and I thought that was, wasn't going to be needed. As it is, it cuts off at 14 now. I had it at 16 yesterday. And I get that. That's a long time for somebody to wait. And that's why I hate even more having to skip people at the top. But so that's just finding a balance with that's going to continue to be a trick until I really get it figured out. Because it's not. Because here's the thing, I'm going to risk pissing somebody off for the sake of my audience. Because if they're sitting there and they're thinking I'm wasting their time just sitting around not doing anything. And finding a balance with all that is part of the trick with this. So 2 of a kind force, 2 of a kind weather, my turn. 5. Use building cards if I wanted to, and I may not have another choice. I can play that second A4 Revenge Super Carrier. Could just go back for weather. But I couldn't play it this turn, I think. Do I have a hammerhead in here? I don't think so. A couple of fox busters, but man. Okay. We'll play A4 Revenge Super Carrier, second one of those. 2 spots open in my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. Yeah, we'll go building cards. Let's do it. Change of heart. See, and that's where I wanted to have it was like a priority for people that were trying to beat me in streamers versus Legion. This whole setup here wasn't exactly easy to put together. Like trying to, I had to find and figure out what play with viewers was, find out what you do with Twitch to get this thing embedded as, a panel, I think it is. And then to get it with the background color where it's mostly opaque, but not totally. And then get it where the letters fit on the screen. There's such as jumping through 1,001 hoops. Normally there was an entire department for that when I was in TV, but the department's now me. And so I felt good about getting that together, but then trying to within that figure, okay, who needs to play me, who hasn't yet? How do I decide? These people won't even tell me half the time when they step up to play me that it is a hit list match. And really the impetus should be on them to tell me. And I think going forward, I'm going to press for that. But at the same time, I can ask and just do it that way as well. I don't know. 1 action to go for the turn. Taking the long way there. Oh, you know what? I got 4 of a kind over here, don't I? Mix it up. Well, there's some options. And I'm happy with my queue system, actually. It's just differentiating within that. And then inevitably, I'm going to make somebody mad because I'm jumping somebody in front of somebody else, like my hourly break, and then somebody's getting pushed back 25 minutes. I want to get, the list of... to me, it's just going to bring the broadcast to a screeching halt. Again, if this were a pre-tape, if I was going to be condensing this down to like 90 minutes of goodness, okay, great. We can do what we have to. Roll a 6. Because everything with this broadcast, with Warsaken Blitz, is trending up for me. And so, I mean, you're starting to see some of the stresses of the, okay, you know, more viewers, more problems, but more viewers, more opportunities. And I'm thrilled to have all of you here. It's not a complaint. But it's just a reality of the challenges of balancing the interpersonal, being in broadcaster mode where I get locked in, and because there's urgency is such a thing in news, a lot of times niceties get pushed to the side, so I might be a little bit abrupt with people and not mean to be. But when I go into that mode, broadcaster mode, I'm like a freight train. Roll a 1 on the extra turn here for my opponent. Taking on Delvis, who's really good. I'm down to 1 territory remaining. Weather, and that ends the turn. My turn. Okay, so only 1 action here. Like, I even think a second weather here would be a mistake, just because that would be almost inviting. I would have nobody but myself to blame if I had 2 weathers that I brought back then get taken out. So, end turn. The issue with cameras is another thing. I would find it very distracting. Now, I'm ready and anticipate at some point I will have to use cameras for, certainly for some tournaments. But, again, enough time in radio and the power of the spoken word and appreciating a little bit of mystery. So there's that consideration as well. I mean, I've got my photo up there. It's not like you don't know who I am. Kind force, and yet there's the emotion you get from seeing somebody. The problem is keeping me on camera. That's another thing. Okay, again, the one-man broadcast machine. I could also run my own camera. And then be concerned about, okay, I'll get distracted. I know how I am. Seeing myself in a photo, you know, as you see yourself in like a group photo, you get drawn to yourself. These are all the things that I think about with these broadcasting possibilities here. There's so much potential. Meanwhile, I've got a compromised leader. I'm over here singing the blues of the broadcasters. And here's 1 force, 2 more. Would be 3 of a kind, and that would be it. Delvis would win. Custom TV is an amazing voice. That dude is on point. He's also helped me out with some stuff as far as tips and suggesting that I go with the Twitch affiliate offer, which I did take. And I've been very happy with it. There's a 6. Can I get 3 of a kind? Okay, we have 1 but not 2 of the forces. Okay, well, I would really need 3 of a kind forces, though. Let's be honest. I don't have anything left except for a compromised leader as far as territories go on my side, so I'm up against it. At least get Delvis down to 1. I get the extra turn here. Whoa. Like, take out 1 there. 5 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 3 of a kind force. Extra turn. Like, there are other challenges for me, like, okay, how long can I go and, like, can I properly gauge how exhausted I will be 3.5 hours from now if I were to close the queue at this point? That sort of thing. Because that's becoming an issue. Speaking of an issue, I could F5 it right now. That's the one technical issue this game has been plagued with for me. Is it? Well, there's the recap in case you missed it. +1 turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. I mean, we can go in the Wayback Machine over here with the G-Titan missile silo. But what I need isn't in here. Might go 3 of a kind force, but I think really that's what I have to do. It's probably going to be losing in the next turn. Delvis just needs 3 of a kind force to get me. There's 2 of a kind out there on the board. But I mean, I could go back for weather, and maybe I'll get 1 chance to get a flurry of a couple of force attacks off, but I don't know. Extra turn. We'll see. 1. Well, so much for that flurry, huh? Eesh. Like, if I rolled a 6 there, I would have had the win. But I didn't. So, this is tough. Play the Jacks Nash in the turn. The one action. Well, I want to make sure that people that are competing for the hit list have their opportunities. But even beyond that, well, how much of a, how much, if somebody's been waiting for 2 hours to play me, how fair is it to them if somebody else walks into play? And I'm willing to do it where it's like only hit list. But I want somebody else to help organize that. Because if I do that and nobody shows up, I'll get angry that I was, maybe not angry, but meanwhile, I'm happy to get this extra turn here. I didn't expect to get another roll.
Select target.
Give my opponent a compromised leader. I'm very distracted in this match. Which is Delvis is great. He can be full attention still. So I feel lucky to have tied it up. And again, Delvis just needs, well, there's a roll of a 6. Surely Delvis will be able to have 3-of-a-kind force here. Okay, Rabbit Layer. I hope we'll have a chance to play. 3-of-a-kind building cards. So I'm guessing going back for oh. For him. Oh, I saw one at the very end, the Sergeant Mickey. Okay. So I'm guessing 2 more. No. Well, okay. I misread it. 3-of-a-kind force. One way or the other. All right. Good game. Delvis victorious. So we'll get to show off the prize wheel again here in just a moment. Good game. Yeah, we have the rest. That's another thing. We have the rest of the month. And I know there are some people that are wanting to be the first to beat everybody on the list. Okay, let me pull this up over here. Okay, so I'm going to hit next in chat. RazPurge23. You'll be up next. Thank you. You've got the code ready for me. I appreciate that. Thank you. We'll get connected here in just a moment. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And please let me know if it's going to be a Streamers vs. Legion, a Hit List 2 match, please. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. Then we'll go over to the prize wheel. We'll find out what prize Delvis won. We'll show off the prize live on stream, and then we'll get connected with RazPurge23 for the next match. I got to get caught up quickly with my notes here, but against Delvis, I lost that match. Okay, so let me switch to the proper scene here first. In OBS Studio. I've been learning on OBS Studio. Although, I still don't know what caused it to crash the other day. It just couldn't handle the queue. I was joking about that, but I think it was more a computer issue. Hopefully got it taken care of here, so it'll be fine going forward. So we'll take care of the last prize to be given away, and we'll reset it here to go through everything on the wheel before we give it a spin. My prize wheel is presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So up here we've got the die, singular of dice, the shocker, the red digits, 3 epics, a Urban Warzone game mat, set 1 loot pack, the music, escalation, card sleeve, Arctic camo, super rare, got a title, the special, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 that Sean IOP donated a long time ago has had just a monster run up here. But at some point, somebody will win it, and maybe that'll happen right now. We'll see. Ultra rares, very rares. Bunch of shuffles. Give it a spin. Good luck, Delvis. All right, congratulations. Super rare search algorithm number 486. All right, Delvis. Yeah, it's a cool looking card. Look to show it up here in just a second. All right, so I'll pull this up here in my fulfillments wallet. Pull my list of regulars with the wax addresses listed there. Helps for expediting the prizes being sent out. Note that is a NashvilleLou live prize. Put today's date. Sending it out right now as soon as the 3-click combo to get the Anchor wallet to cooperate. Although after the issues I've run into the last couple of days with the Wax Cloud wallet, I'm glad my Fulfillments wallet is an Anchor wallet at this point. From a trustworthiness standpoint. As far as sending things out when I ask them to send it out. All right, so let's see. Pull the slate back up. All right, thank you for confirming the Wax address there, Delvis. I'll reload this on this other computer over here. We'll get it pulled up. And I think it was just a one-off problem the other day for Atomic Hub. Normally it's been working pretty well, and that includes right now. So there it is. Congratulations, Delvis. Super rare search algorithm number 486. Camo. You got the search command, the object query, and you got the camo. Boom. That one is yours. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. Thanks for watching. Here with NashvilleLou Live. Yeah, I don't know what's going to be happening with Atomic Hub. I don't have the answers for that. But at least for now, I mean, there are other options. You know, I could use Nefty. I could use NFT Hive. But I've got already formatted for Atomic Hub. And aside from that one time, it's worked out pretty well as far as pulling up on screen for me. Because and this is something I hadn't anticipated when I started this show, was how important showing off the prize was going to be, both to prove that I was giving away the prizes I said I was giving away, but also to show off the great artwork in this game. I mean, it's really spectacular, some of these designs. And set 2, the Savage Escalation, didn't slow down at all with that. And it was a high bar. But I've been very impressed with what I've seen out of that as well. All right. Internal problems, yeah, I've read some things. I don't know. But if nothing else, it has been convenient to have that to pull up live on the stream. If I have to adjust my congratulations overlay, I'll do that. We'll find a way.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Purge. And again, I didn't ask if this was a hit list match, so I'll have to clarify that if there's a victory here. I mean, if I win, it doesn't really matter. I don't give them the names of the people I beat. It's just the people that were victorious over me for these hit list matches. I normally keep track of my streamed matches anyway, just to have record of it. Okay, nothing matches here. Even though these night vision cards sometimes will give you that false sense of, ooh, these match. Oh, not so much. Mulligan, that half second of false hope. 2-of-a-kind weather, 2-of-a-kind intel. Even 2-of-a-kind building. Cape. My setup is different than most people's. Like, I have a different computer that runs OBS Studio than what I play my games on. Because I didn't want to have a computer that would be overloaded if it was a higher end game. Like that All Elite Wrestling game, AEW Fight Forever. Like, I wouldn't want to have that going and be running OBS Studio. Because it's a pretty taxing game as far as and there's others that are far beyond that as well. But I mean, I don't play just a ton of games anymore. But the ones I do play, I tend to really enjoy. And that includes Warsaken Blitz. 2 sets of 2. Opposite me, Purge. Bringing the heat early. Roll to 5. Well, we have weather, we have intel. We'll take the extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. We'll play 2 of the intels. Extra turn. Yeah, with Streamlabs, yeah, again, I tried I've got a couple of things. I think my notifications may be set up through there because I was trying to find a number of different things to work. But yeah, people did not respond to that for like the hourly giveaways. It would just tell you in the chat who won. That did not get over well. Even though I was giving away the same prizes, that wasn't changing. They didn't. The presentation wasn't right. Very interesting to see. Let's bounce.
Select target. Select target.
2 sets of 2
Select target.
force cards. We'll go 2 and 1. It didn't really matter which one I left there, one of a kind wise. Again, it's the category that matters in Warsaken Blitz. 1 action to go here for my turn. I'm not even gonna put a building card out there. It's gonna end the turn. And maybe I should have played a building card, but I don't know. I have some hesitance about playing them early just to play them. Although that's especially true on when it's 2 of a kind. 3 actions to go here for Raz Purge. Like my setup is so that I could have like 1080 HD video being fed to me that I could provide commentary play-by-play for and then be able to send out. So I've got 2 rather strong computers. One that my gaming is on is the stronger of the 2. But it can be tough when you, because my older computer that I use just for regular work stuff. Like I remember trying to do some video recordings with that, and it just did not want to cooperate. Memory. Okay, wide open Warzone. Let's go 00 Black Blade, 2 of those. Force cards. 3 spots open in my Warzone, 2 actions to go for the turn. More Force. 2 of a kind Max Harper. That'll end my turn. Roll 4. I was very lucky on the timing of like the stronger of the 2 computers. I got that right before there was like this huge like demand on those types of GPUs. Like it's got some power to it. There's a lot of demand for crypto mining that really doesn't exist now. But that was before the Ethereum shift. And especially during the pandemic, you had people that were wanting to game, wanting to play, stuck at home, and they couldn't get the machines that they wanted. And then you had the supply line issues. It's just nightmares. A buddy of mine used to run an esports company, shutting it down during the pandemic. But even before the pandemic, the problem was maybe you get 1 or 2, even 4 or 5 of some like really nice types of computers, but you couldn't get them all the same to use for competition play, or it was very difficult to. A lot of cost involved. And so this is a bit different as far as if you're doing esports online, this kind of, the challenge of course with online is lag. But for a game like Blitz, where there's not even a timer on it, this is very much a conversational game. Nothing out there for my opponent. Interesting. My turn. Oh, it still exists. Oh, I know it does, but the demand isn't there like it was, or at least that's my perception of it. My whole point in bringing that up, though, is that I'm happy I got them when I did, especially that second one, because it was like a couple of days later. You couldn't find those GPUs anywhere. What is it? If I start trying to tell you what it is, I'd tell you the wrong thing. I'm not a tech guy. You probably noticed that by now. It's not just the technical directing, but I know the stuff that I need to have the juice to crank it. As far as the ability to handle high-end gaming or hours and hours of live streaming and recording. 3 actions to go for the turn. Yeah, OBS Studio, I mean, it's free. So I try to keep that in mind, especially because I'll fly off the cuff sometimes in my criticisms. This headset's an honesty machine for me here. I will tell you what I think. And sometimes that's a dangerous thing for me, but nevertheless, that's the reality. 3 actions here for my opponent. A force card with 2 actions to go. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Yeah, the OBS Studio. Like, part of it has been me just not knowing enough about it. Like, oh, you can do this and this. But I just hadn't learned. Like, okay, well, now I can really understand what scenes will do and why you want to have different scenes and having sources. But it's just what throws me sometimes with OBS Studio is like there is no like undo button. Sometimes that's how it feels, at least. There may be some cases where you can, but I feel like it's anytime I adjust something on there, I have to be very careful because sometimes it'll like pull ribs, pranks. Like, oh, we're just gonna have the audio not be coming in from your source. You just gotta unplug it and plug it back in. No reason why. Just that's how it is. Okay, 3 of a kind building cards. So I'm going to go back for intel or weather. Let's go back for weather. That's it for my turn. Roll a 4. So 3 of a kind force will take me down to 3 territories remaining. 1 action to go for the turn. Taking on Raspurge. 1 action to go. After Raspurge, it'll be Tissues, Natha, Moonbaz Marty, Gabix, Lucida Burrito, Buzz King, and then it cuts off on my screen here. So that's the top 7. So 1 action to go for the turn, and that's going to be it for the turn. My turn. 5. Okay. In this situation, play the weather first. 3 of a kind weather. That extra turn. 2 actions to go. Now I'll play my 2/3 WMD trio. Extra turn, I know it'll be at least a 1, so I'll be able to play it here. But you had to play the weather first to make it work that way. Okay. So we're going to play the 3rd WMD to match that.
Select target.
Oh, okay, the other one too. Sir, you're not finished yet. Okay. My opponent's down to 2 territories. I have 4 actions to go for the turn. This would be a poor time to play intel. So, probably go back for more weather or intel. You wouldn't go back for building cards. That would be kind of counterproductive. Now, the problem is if I use a second trio of building cards now and then an intel attack comes in, maybe I'm less able to adjust to that, but I'll take that chance. 3 of a kind. More weather. Leave that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll end the turn. That's interesting. What are you saying about SL over there, Quadrell? Getting people using it for free and then charging. 3 actions here for the turn. That's a WMD. There's 2. A 3rd would take out, and it will take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. that's it for the turn. I'm down to 1 territory. My opponent only has 2 remaining. Roll 3. All right, well. 3 of a kind freezing rainstorm. Extra turn. 1. Well, I can play at Max Harper at least. Or, even better, more weather. Extra turn. 5. Okay. I think I've got enough to get the win here. I had to double, triple check. Didn't want to start proclaiming victory if I didn't have it, but
Select target.
both of those came through for me with those 2-of-a-kind forces out there in the war zone. Double O Black Blade.
Select target.
So give my opponent a compromised leader. 3 actions to go for the turn. 3-of-a-kind Kensho for the win.
Compromised. Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game. Hard battle there against Raz Purge. I was able to get the win. All right, Tissues, you're up next. All right, thank you. Thank you, Tissues. Okay, so I've got the connect code, and we'll get things set up here with Tissues in just a moment.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Tissues. So my anticipation, we'll have this match. I'll have my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Okay, I only have 1 force card. I have 2 sets of 2-of-a-kind, but it's WMD and building, which early on really is not a helpful combo. Mulligan. That's more like it. 3-of-a-kind force, keep. So it's a roll of 6. Two-of-a-kind force, 2-of-a-kind WMD. Tissues, 2-of-a-kind weather. Lining it up early. My turn. 3. Okay. 3-of-a-kind force. Agent Zera.
Select target.
So that's it for the turn. I'm taking on Tissues after this match. I'll have my hourly break. On the other side of the hourly break, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Of course, if you beat me here in Warsaken Blitz live on stream, you win a prize from my prize wheel. Roll a 5. Wide open war zone, so okay. Whoa, okay, something weird. Is that a dropship down there? Down in front. Okay, I'm gonna F5 out of an abundance of caution. Or just because this will probably fix the problem. See, there's before and after. There you are. I dropped the drop ship, and I misclicked. 2-of-a-kind, DX8, force cards. 3 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. 2-of-a-kind force, Z27 Tiger. 2 spots open by Warzone, 1 action to go for the turn. Control the message. Oh, that's interesting. You pulled a Mint 27 camo lasting blizzard from a booster pack. That's awesome. It's great. It's cool when it gets in like that you really like. 3 of a kind WMD. Yeah, I'll keep talking. I mean, it's interesting to see the different options as far as from computers and streaming, because it's not an area of expertise for me, and I can always learn new things. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. I'm down to 2 territories. Taking on tissues. G1 Foxbuster. Extra turn, roll of 3 for tissues. Now, at some point, I will close the queue, but I mean, here we are 4.5 hours in. I'm not ready to close it yet, so we'll keep going with it for now. 3 of a kind building card. I didn't look to see what you went back for there. 1. I say the WMD should be up there. Well, whatever else was up there, you got back. Oh, was it weather? Okay, well, 1 of a kind. We'll get a second plate out there for that 1 action I have for the turn. That's it for my turn. Taking on tissues. Warsaken, Blitz, NashvilleLou live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. So roll of 1 for tissues. 3 of a kind with a G1 Foxbuster. That's going to drop me down to just 1 territory remaining. Take out my only Savage Escalation Set 2 card I had out here. It's gone. My turn. 5. This doesn't really help me right now. I could force tissues to discard. Once your opponent's played a WMD, forcing your opponent to discard's kind of a bad idea. And yet, here I am stuck with these 2 of a kinds. I really can't do anything with it. I mean, I could put something in my 4th Warzone spot, but there's a reason I don't do that normally. Or not, whoa, don't right-click on it. Man. Well, I mean, I could get those 2 force cards out of there, but I'm going to pass up all 5 actions and end my turn. And it's a bit of a wait, obviously, but if you'd like to play, the queue remains open. ! Join. Just type that in chat. Roll a 6. The tissues could take me out right here. Just needs 2 sets of 3 of a kind force. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. So an intel card, weather card, second weather card, extra turn. 6. Rubicon Intel. It's a likely target my Warzone. Probably 1 each out of those 3 sets of 2. There we have it. 4 actions to go for the turn. Rubicon Weather. Extra turn. Building cards. Intel, force, or weather. Force. Extra turn. 1. Weather card. My turn. 1. Control the message. That'll end my turn. Two. Reaver-kind force is going to take out my last territory. I'm going to compromise later. I'll have at least one more turn, but
Compromised.
it's bleak. Two-of-a-kind weather. My turn. 6. It's no luck with the WMDs, but at this point, well, go with three-of-a-kind with the H5 drop ship.
Select target.
I could go three-of-a-kind force here, but play another DX dog. Play another tank. And I'll pass up that last action in the turn. I've got to hope that Tissues has a low roll and I somehow get three-of-a-kind WMD and enough turns to play that and play one more force. Roll a 6, so much for that hope. All that Tissues needs here is three-of-a-kind force. After this match, we'll have my hourly break. On the other side of that break, giving away another Warsaken wheel spin weather card. Oh, excuse me, that's not weather cards. Next to the weather cards, two-of-a-kind force. One more be the match. Selfless hero. A2 Nemesis. G1 Foxbuster. Is it going to be the Foxbuster? There's 2. 3, that's the match. All right, good game, Tissues. So Tissues victorious. Rats. All right. I'll note here that I lost to Tissues, so means I'll be giving away a prize here in just a moment. Bring up the slate. Do a quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, playing Warsaken Blitz. Fun new card strategy game. I've been live streaming this today for more than 4.5 hours, approaching 5. Still having a blast with it. The queue remains open. But first, let's head over to the prize wheel. My prize wheel is presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So we'll go ahead and remove the last prize. We're talking now 1 out of 47 odds. Let's sort it out and figure it out. And it's alphabetical, so it's a die, singular version of dice, the plural. The shocker with the red digits. We have 3 epics on the wheel. Got the Urban Warzone game mat, set 1 loot pack. Got music and escalation, card sleeve, Arctic camo, the super rares, the title of the special, Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP, which really has set up residency up here. But maybe this is the time when it has its curtain call. Maybe this is where it comes off the wheel. You got the ultra rares, the very rares. It'll be one of these. Did I not advance it yet? Sorry, Tissues. I know you were trying to get in there again. And I went out of order for the way I normally do this because I have to go in order, otherwise I'll overlook stuff. Just the reality of it. All right, so it's a bunch of shuffles and a spin. Good luck. All right, congratulations. A very rare S21R number 738. Congrats. All right, thank you, Natha. Thank you for that code. We'll connect on the other side of this break. Thank you. All right, so I'll make a note here next to the, or just below the listing of the wins and losses from today, that it was a very rare S21R number 738. And I'll get that sent over to Tissues right now. And we'll get to show it off live on stream. Okay, so I'll make sure to note this is a Nashville. Oh, come on. Thing popped up over my screen where I couldn't see what I was typing. You're doing me no help. That's a NashvilleLou Live prize along with today's date. All right, Tissues, that prize is being sent out right now, and so in just a moment, we'll show it off live here on stream, and everybody can check out the prize. So again, for now, the queue remains open. ! Join. Type that in queue. It's going to be a bit of a wait for you, so fair warning on that. But the queue remains open. All right, there it is. Congratulations, Tissues. The very rare S21R. Very rare card is yours. Your prize for being victorious over me here live on NashvilleLou Live. Thank you for playing. Congratulations. Okay. So we're about to head to break. On the other side of the break, we'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin, so that should be a lot of fun. And I thought I had it set up for when I came back. I specifically went through and did all this stuff. Oh, this is so frustrating to me. No! All the technical stuff. What about past 4.5 hours? Why am I not surprised? Oh my goodness. Oh! There we go. Again, OBS Studio. I take back any good things I said earlier. Kidding, but not kidding. Okay, it does get frustrating, but we got what we wanted there at the end. As far as the information, this is the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event list of streamers. And so if you're wanting to participate, plenty of time. It's the entire month of August. All right, heading to break. Remember, on the other side of this break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin, and we'll have more live player versus player matches. If my voice holds up, we'll see on that. But hang tight, be back soon. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from break. Go ahead and type exclamation point Warsaken in chat. Exclamation mark Warsaken. I have so much trouble saying exclamation. Anyway, exclamation point Warsaken. Just type that in chat. If you'd like to enter this hour's Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. I'll be giving away another wheel spin in the next hour. So a couple minutes for everybody to get set up and ready to go here for this next hour. Closing on 5 hours and counting. The queue remains open. I make a commitment to play people when they're there in the queue. Again, that's where I have to be careful long term. If this popularity continues for the game, it's going to become more difficult as far as, you know, if somebody's willing to wait that long, I want to play them, but I have to also gauge my own exhaustion level, plus the other rigors of broadcasting. All right, so last call for exclamation mark Warsaken. All right, so the winner of this will get both the Warsaken wheel spin. Well, I mean, I couldn't bump you up. At that point, then I was like, well, who in front between you and top of the line is waiting for Streamers versus Legion? You said before you couldn't wait that long. But, well. All right, let's get to it. I mean, if you have to leave the queue, I understand. Yeah, I mean, you're aware of what's going on, Larry. Look, I'm doing this by myself here. Moonbaz Marty, congrats. God, man, 5 hours in. Tongue goes crazy. Moonbaz Marty, victorious. Congratulations. You win this hour's prize. All right. Moonbaz Marty. All right, so we'll get that sent out to you here in just a moment, Moonbaz Marty, and we'll get our next match going here right after that. All right, so it's Warsaken wheel spin. Be going your way here in just a moment, Moonbaz Marty, along with the NashvilleLou Fremont Street 2021 Wax Promotional. So this is a NashvilleLou Live giveaway. I'll put today's date on there. We'll get that sent out here in just a moment, and hopefully have some good luck on that wheel spin. All right, it is sent. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. All right, so got the connect code. I've got the other screen pulled back up. Man, it's like the technical stuff with this never ends. You got to keep track of it at all times. How to keep up with everything, the way this is set up at least. Okay, let's get the slate back up. This time, fix it properly. So when I go back the next time to throw a break, it's not a confusing mess like it was for myself the last time. Oh, this. Oh. And yeah, I'm afraid to do too much to mess with OBS Studio, or I'll just forget everything and just wipe everything out, like what happened several months back. Oh, that's frustrating to me. All right. Let's get back at it, shall we? All right. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome, Moonbaz Marty. Thank you for watching, participating. All right, so taking on Natha. 2 sets of 2 force. Keep. Remember that Natha made the finals of last night's Air Raid 2 tournament. There is like a mic clink, almost kind of light sound that is really annoying to me about this board. So I'm gonna have to find a way either to mute that. Is there a way to mute the board, the mat? Can we get a quiet mat? Like, I don't play any music in game because I'm very, for good reason, I'm very selective about the music that I use, making sure I have full clearances. I don't trust the copyright monsters. And they're not much for negotiations or explanations when they tell you no. So I have to act accordingly. Oh, thanks, Moonbaz Marty. The crosswalk to nowhere. It was frustrating to me because I was working in Huntington, West Virginia at the time at WSAZ Television, which is like the only station that has its base there in Huntington. Like WOWK ain't even there anymore. And WCHS has always been Charleston. And even though I was at like the main TV news station, the main media place in that city, I couldn't get an answer for why that crosswalk was still activated. And maybe I guess perhaps it wasn't enough of a priority for the news desk and the Dayside crew to worry about a crosswalk. It just seemed very strange to me. So I had to take a photo to remember it for later and then end up having a use for it after all. So we'll get things going here in just a moment. There's the problem with this board, though, because if I could just mute the in-game audio, but then you lose the great audio that comes with the roll of the die. It feels satisfying, you know, the boom that hits. Losing that takes literally takes the punch out of it, literally or figuratively. So maybe I'm just going to stick with the bass entrance for a while. And yet there are so many amazing designs, so many possibilities, too. I'm sure they'll keep coming out with new and unique boards that visually it's great. It's just that it makes me keep thinking I'm hitting my microphone against something. It's driving me crazy. So there's that. So waiting for Natha here. We can get this match started here. More than 5 hours into the broadcast. All right. I'm getting close to the time where I'm going to close the queue. Not yet. But if you want to get in the queue, I say do so in the next couple of minutes. I think top of the hour would be a good time to say, all right. Because for me, that's going to be, well, for anybody, but broadcast, if you pass the 5 hour mark, and if I get 3 or 4 played in an hour, 4 is really ambitious. And granted, some people might drop out or not be able to play, but so I say get in the queue now if you're going to. Yeah, the mic hasn't made any extra noise. That's what having but very still. And I was just listening. You can hear it's noise from within the board, and I get that. It's because I'm wearing headphones. It's right on top of me, and just it keeps. Even though I know it's not, it still just strikes me like it is. Oof. Like there's wind there and they're out in the elements. I get that. It's just enough. Think I got frozen? Okay, well, maybe that's the case. Well, first I'm going to go ahead and close the queue, so I gave fair warning on that. So the queue's closed, but I'll play. Let me get F5. Okay, well. Oh, you were saying, okay, there we go, okay. There we go, both of y'all were. I saw what Natha wrote, looked down, and saw what Moonbath, okay. Thank you, that should work. Okay, force card. My turn. 4. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. Let's go 2 of a kind with the A9 Hammerhead. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Cloud cover. And that will end my turn. To roll a 5. Three actions to go for the turn for Natha. Yeah, I closed the queue. That's what I was saying. Top of the hour, I closed the queue. Hey, Quadrille, yeah. I mean, I don't want to be like running into somebody else's time per se. Although I think you could have somebody playing this game around the clock, and there's still be people to watch multiple streams. But I don't know how late you're wanting to stay up though, Quadrille. That's another matter altogether too. But remember, I've got 10 people in that queue, so it's not like I'm wrapping up here in the next few minutes. Got a Warsaken wheel spin to give away later this hour. 2 actions for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. Play another. Come on. Another 2 of a kind force. Agent Rico. There's a special time slot for you. Oh. Well, it'll be Friday night, Saturday morning. That can be kind of a tricky one anyway. Well, 3 of a kind WMD is going to take me down to 2 territories. Trying to think of ways that things can be improved for the Streamers vs. Legion hit list. Because I don't want people to be wanting to play me in that and not able to do so. But it's just, I can't even parse through my list to know who is and isn't. And there are people that played against me, but I need people to play against me. This is a good thing, having people to play against. But, anyway, nothing makes 3 of a kind. End turn. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I've given some thought to, with these broadcasts, there's a certain evergreen element to it. If you just have the matches themselves, aside from me hyping up stuff that was given away months ago by the time it airs, I think if I could, I know I could do it, it's just a matter of how to do it. Like a 24/7 channel, just matches on a loop. Like, I know you can rent or lease server space. I could just set up another computer here. I mean, use the computer sitting upstairs collecting dust, but that's an older computer, and how much you want to rely on that for a higher end stream. And so there's that issue as well. But I've looked into the possibilities with that. I mean, this is all content. I know some people have music over their live streams, and I certainly understand that. But for any people that do that, if you could find a way to record it locally without the music, you might be able to find, I mean, people think of the live element of it, but I tell you, very specific content can be in demand, or you can create an audience for it. Okay, well, I've got plenty of Agent Ricos to go around. Just need one more.
Select target.
This will take my opponent to 3 territories. Yeah, I mean, the whole joining, and I mean, I've got to give that some thought. All right, 3 of a kind building cards. Go back for Agent Rico. All right, 1 action for this turn. I can play one of them since I have 3 more. If this one gets taken out, that's okay. The rare case where that's a... Trying to trick your opponent to using a intel. I've got a F5 again. This is becoming an issue. Roll 3. That's it for the turn. My turn. Taking on Natha. Roll 6. Be giving away Another Warsaken wheel spin later in this hour. So a roll of 6. I mean, I've got... Okay, I'll play the hammerhead.
Select target.
This will take my opponent down to 2 territories. And this is the point of a match where you sometimes have to make a decision. How long are you willing to wait to try and chase 3 of a kind WMD? Because if I go 3 of a kind force here, my opponent's going to have 1 territory left. If the next turn comes around, I've got 3 of a kind WMD. That WMD has a lot less as far as its value to me, because it would only take out 1 since there'd only be 1 left. But if you wait forever for that, you're not going to have enough actions to do what you need. You end up losing. So that's what I'm up against here. 5 actions to go for the turn. There's also that. And yet, I'm inclined to try something different. 2 of a kind weather. I'm going to end the turn right there. And this is staring down all that force over there. I know I'm limited on that, but I'm going to give it a try. Roll of 1. All right, my turn. 2. Again, how long do you wait for a WMD? 2 of a kind of 1 of them, and that's it. Staring all that down. But I really don't think that's the move here, going 3 of a kind force at this point. I'm going to pass up those actions and end the turn. Even though I might not get another roll. I really think that puts me in a better position to win than taking my opponent down to 1. It's a roll of 5. Three of a kind weather. Extra turn. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Three of a kind force. I'm of a compromised leader. 2 actions to go. There's another 3 of a kind. There's 1 to match. Specialist Dexter Smith.
Compromised.
Got a compromised leader. That would be the match. There's also the possibility of a 3 of a kind weather. If not, then maybe I'll get another roll, and maybe I'll have a chance. There's 1, 2, extra turn. There's also the issue of the extra turn. Don't forget that. 6. Well, so much for that. Well, the queue is closed, but still have a lot more between now and the end of the broadcast. Takes a while to get through all these matches, but I'll do my best with it. So Nathan just needs 3 of a kind force here. 18 cards. Even if you don't have a third to go with that 2 of a kind specialist Dexter Smith, you got an open spot, you got 6 actions. But maybe not. 3 of a kind building cards will go back for force, and then you could use those to take me out. So there are some options here. Maybe it's a bunch of 2 of a kinds up there, nothing that matches. Whoa, and I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Three of a kind weather, extra turn. Does Natha really not have 3 of a kind force? Wow. A second extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Two of a kind force, extra turn. 3. All Natha needs is 3 of a kind force. Just 1 trio. All those 2 of a kind staring me down. That 4th spot in the war zone's open, so 3 of a kind. Building card's gonna happen. Can you believe that? Nothing to match what's out there. 1. But if there's all that Nathan needs is just 1 to match one of those force cards out there, one of those duos, and that would be it. There it is. That's the match. All right, congratulations, Natha, victorious. So we go ahead and advance the queue. Moonbaz Marty, you'll be up next. But first, here in just a moment, we're going to go over to the prize wheel and find out what Natha won. Bring up the slate for a moment. This is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. More than 5 hours in and having a blast playing live player versus player matches here on stream. Oh, here we go. All right, I hear you, Natha. The 2 shuffles, okay. So let's take the last prize off of the list. So we're down to 46 now. Let's sort it. It's alphabetical, so we got the die, the singular of dice, the shocker with the red digits, 3 epics, an Urban Warzone game mat, set 1 loot pack, music escalation, card sleeve Arctic camo, super rares, the title of The Special, Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 that Sean IOP generously donated many moons ago and has just stayed up here. A mainstay. It's like Shadow Stevens on Hollywood Squares. Ultra rares, the very rares. And the request was 2 shuffles, 1 and 2. Good luck. Oh, so close to the ultra rare, but still it's a super rare. Planet device number 455. Congratulations. So make sure to note this here as far as for the results. So victory there for Natha, who again made it to the finals of last night's Air Raid 2 tournament hosted by Blue Mint. Thomas, who beat me in the first round, ended up beating Natha in that championship round. How about that for Thomas, winning 2 out of 3 consecutive trips to the finals? It's impressive. All right. I'm going to send this prize over to Natha. We'll show it off live here on stream, and then we'll get going with our next match. Oop, don't knock over the keyboard, which I almost did. Yikes. Okay, so I need 455. Okay, there it is. Couldn't find it at first. All right, so send this over to Natha along with a memo saying it's NashvilleLou Live. The prize, the music loops. That's again, I need to add some more music. So every time at the 5 hour, 19-minute mark, you loop back around. What'd you think was going to happen? You see the exact runtime. Just when I didn't envision going more than 5 hours with this when I first put the music together. And I could use an update anyway. So the prize with today's date. It distracts me every time, though. All right, so sending that out right now. We'll show it off live on stream, and then we'll get things going with our next match of live player versus player competition. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. All right, so let's bring up the slate for a moment. Make sure that that prize went through. We'll show it off live on stream. Yeah, I've closed the queue. I'm at this point more than, 5 hours in. So sorry I got cut off there for you. Okay, where's the... Oh, it helps if I actually refresh it like I intended to do. F5 button. Okay, so... there it is. Congratulations. Nathan, that is yours. The super rare planted device number 445, the camo. So it's well hidden, out of sight, out of mind. And then camo to go with it. Hard to detect that red light. That is yours. Congratulations, Nathan, on the victory. As always, thank you for playing and watching here on NashvilleLou Live. Okay. Bring the slate back up as we get ready for our next match. Moonbaz Marty already has the code over to me, which I appreciate. Thank you. All right, so look at this next match going. Let me make sure I go in the right sequence here with OBS Studio. It looks good when you do it the right way, but you have to do it the right way. All right. But the hype emote. Fire.
Warsaken.
Moonbaz Marty's avatar. That's cool. I dig that. It'll show up there in a second. Mine's there, it's just underneath my overlay. See, there it is. Premiere. 2 sets of 2-4 escape. I'm taking on Moonbaz Marty, and I get to go first. The queue is closed, but this broadcast will likely go on for some time. There's people have been waiting a long time to play me. I'll get to everybody. Again, I mean, there's always the chance that something could come up that I'm not expecting. So I can't promise, but, you know, absent a true emergency, I'm going to go through here and play everybody in that queue. As long as you're here to play when their name is up in a reasonable amount of time. All right, one action to go for the turn. Let's go H5 dropship. Let's roll 3. I like the dye that Moonbaz Marty has there, that kind of gold yellow over the black base color. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. Roll 3. For the upcoming queue. Taking on Moonbaz Marty now. After that, it'd be Gabix, Lucido Burrito, Buzz King 00, Rexinator, I-420 Spit 710 Fire, UXOOU, Delvison, Tissues. Of course, that list there on the side as well. But that's it for the turn. My turn 4. That's the very rare version of the A4 Revenge Super Carrier. That's a nice card regardless of the what's the word used for it? Not the format, but regardless if it's ultra rare, super rare, common, epic, whatever. They look good across the board, but that's what you get in this game. Great artwork. Outstanding. H5 dropship. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'm going to pass up those last 3 actions and end the turn. Oh, it's a 24 karat gold die. Oh, nice. Nice. Hey, Buzz King, sorry we couldn't get to you. All right, 3 of a kind WMD. We'll be down to 2 territories remaining. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Okay, nothing makes 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. Same as before. End turn. Roll a 6. Three of a kind weather, extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Roll a 3. Three of a kind weather, extra turn. Roll 1. Wonder what's going on outside. There was a siren that was loud enough for me to hear through my headset. It's like, is this in the game? Is this like that blood fungus mat that was giving me like phantom noises that was freaking me out? Making me think the microphone was hitting against something, the cord was cutting out. But no, that's an actual real-life siren. So I hope everything's okay. 3 of a kind force. Someone called the authorities. I'm down to just 1 territory. 2 actions to go for the turn. No, nobody called the authorities. 2 of a kind building cards to win the turn. To be clear, my turn. Everything's okay. 5. I hope everything's okay out there with the siren. I don't know what that's all about. Okay. 3 of a kind WMD. But first, bring my hand down. Assess the situation. Okay. 3 of a kind WMD. There we go. Finally click the button.
Select target.
Two actions to go for the turn. Well, that'll work. The tiger.
Select target.
Hey, sounds good, Quadrell. Thank you for coming by, checking it out. If you're streaming later, I'll check it out as well. 1 action to go for the turn. Drop ship.
Select target.
This will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Okay, so Quadrell just started your stream. Okay, great. Way to try. All right. Good luck with it. Six actions here for my opponent. Taking on Moonbaz Marty, who has a compromised leader, but Moonbaz Marty with a roll of 6. 15 cards in hand. Already has 2 of a kind force out there and 2 different forms on the board. There's 3 of a kind building cards. Now, I haven't played any intel over there, so going back for weather. Weather. I'm guessing 3 of a kind weather extra turn. Two actions still to go for this turn. Two of a kind building cards. Extra turn, it's a 1. It's gotta be weather you're going back. Well, it could be force, couldn't it? Although it's not this turn. 3 of a kind force. Compromised leader.
Compromised.
The next player between either Moonbaz Marty or I to make 3 of a kind force will get the match and the victory. Which one of us will do it? It's a 1. Well, if it's going to be me, it won't be this turn. Brutal. It would have been a very nice ending if a third Agent Danny would have dropped in. Excuse me, Agent Zera. I'll just growl. I'll play A7 Axe. Agent Zera. Is it Zavai? Zavai? I normally don't say that last name because I don't know how I've never run across that before. And I hate messing up names. Agent Zera. 3 of a kind building cards. Well, I just go back for the force and get the win. Okay. So Moonbaz Marty took a bit of a roundabout route to get there, but it's going to be 3 of a kind force. That'll be the match. Good game. All right. Good game, Moonbaz Marty. So Gabix, you'll be up next, but first we're going to do the prize giveaway. with Moonbaz Marty. Bring up the slate. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, playing the game Warsaken Blitz. Now past the 5.5 hour mark. Going strong with it. The queue is closed, so fair warning on that. Nobody else can get into the queue, but still a bunch of people waiting to play. And we'll get to that here before too long. All right, but now let's go over to the prize wheel, which is presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. We'll take that last prize off of the wheel. It's already been given away. So we're down to 1 out of 45 odds for any given listing here. Let's go through it. Have the die, the shocker, red digits. Again, die being the singular, the dice the plural. That's a die. You only get one of them. No false advertising. You have 3 different epics up there. The Urban Warzone game mat. Set 1 loot pack. Got music with escalation. Hard sleeve, Arctic camo. Super rares. Title, The Special. Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Ultra rare, very rare. Give it a bunch of shuffles. Good luck. It finally happened. Somebody won the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, and it's you. Moonbaz Marty, you got it. They teased you with a loot pack, but you got that Unreal. Congratulations. So the long run finally comes to an end. Like, that's been a couple of months. Think about how many, this is episode, what, number 24? I don't remember when Sean gave that to me, but it was early on. Probably like in May. And here we are now, August 11th, finally. It finally happened. Congrats. All right. It was weird to me. It was up there that long. Like, wow. Because there were sometimes there'll be prizes I'll put up there, and that first day, boom, they're gone. Or right away or early on. Like that game mat didn't last long, the first one I had up there. All right, that's luck of the draw for you. And that one turned out, well, it was a hard-fought win, Moonbaz Marty. You earned that. Congratulations. So here, I'll go ahead and get this sent over to you so I can show it off live on stream. I've seen it a lot because I go through my inventory and check things out. And you're going for the rarest or the most valuable among them up there near the top. All right, so let's see. All right. Well, I've got your wax address there, Marty. We can get that sent over to you. After we get this sent off and show it off live on stream, be taking on Gabbix. My anticipation is I'll play Gabbix. And then after that, I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. I'll have another giveaway in the next hour as well. So 2 more Warsaken wheel spins to give away tonight. Although I do need to make it clear that the queue is closed. All right, so way down here, like not on the screen that you can see, but yeah, so there's only 10 of these total that exist. And this is mint number 5, the successful mole hunt. NashvilleLou Live prize, on with today's dates. All right, so sending it over right now. All right, Gabbix with a connect code there. Thank you. Thank you. As soon as we show off this prize, we'll get connected and get our next match going here with Warsaken Blitz. Okay. All right, see it in your head. Well, soon enough, you'll get to see it here. I'll bring up the slate for a second. I'll make sure I went through. All right, there it is. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. As I noted, there are only 10 of these total that exist. The Unreal variety. That's the back of the card. The front, though, is the Then you got the flames and everything, but it's the black and white. What's inverted the colors? Anyway, it's a fantastic card. It is yours, Moonbaz Marty. Congratulations. So I've got the code from Gabbix, and we'll get things going. Somebody alert Sean IOP. At long last, the prize was given away. You're welcome. Thank you for playing. Congrats. All right, so let's get it back to the main scene. Bring the slate down. Scroll up here to get that code from Gabbix. So again, after this match, I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. I'll be giving away one in the next hour as well. So 2 more of those to come tonight.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Gabbix. Speaking of great avatars, you don't want to mess with that dude. Only 1 force card. We got 2 sets of 2 with the Intel and the WMD, which is nice. Only 1 force card. Mulligan. I shouldn't have taken that mulligan, huh? Because now I take a double mulligan. Second. And my opponent gets an extra card. Well. Again, sometimes you try and chase something better. It doesn't work out. Roll a 2. Yeah, I'm sure I'll see Sean IOP either over on Sean's Twitch channel or in the... I'll post about it in the Warsaken Discord. Again, while overall I'm not thrilled about a lot of things with Discord, the Discord channel for Warsaken is outstanding. Highly recommended. Wonderful people. Very helpful, very generous. Like that, what I just gave away there from Sean IOP. He just gave that to me to give away. That's the kind of generosity. And the response, that was, I think, early on when I was first starting with streaming Warsaken Blitz right after the NFL draft and myself with DraftKings. It's kind of seasonal the way that works. And I intentionally waited until then so I wouldn't be tempted by live streaming this and other games. So I was trying some stuff out. And then it just took off the whole with Warsaken Blitz. This game has elicited a reaction from people that I haven't seen from any other game. I've gone super niche, super obscure. I've gone super mainstream. But between a great community and a great game, Warsaken and the Warsaken Blitz game with live streaming is just a lot of fun. 4. Okay. As much as it'd be fun to unload with 3-of-a-kind intel, I don't have 3-of-a-kind intel. So, we'll put 2 of them out there. Now, there's intel on the other side. Got to keep that in mind. So, I'll pass up the last 2 actions and end the turn. All right, a roll of 4 there for Gabbix. 3-of-a-kind force is going to take out one of my territories. My Savage Escalation territory. First one out. 3 actions to go for the turn. 2-of-a-kind weather. 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone for Gabbix. I'll pull back 1 force card there to end the turn. My turn. 2. Well. Instigator riots. Let's bounce. Now, it's interesting with Gabbix pulling back that 1 force card there. So we'll balance an intel.
Select target. Select target.
We'll do it that way. One action to go for the turn. We have 2-of-a-kind weather in the war zone. Let's play a standalone ZS Wolf force card in turn. One action to go for the turn. Couple of pullbacks there. Again, I blink and 5 matches fly by, it seems like. So I've got to, it's not that bad. I've got to put the result from the Moonbaz Marty match. I didn't write that down. Very exciting with the Unreal successful mole hunt number 5. But I have to have these things written down here, so. I mean, for my own notes. All right. Roll. 6. All right. 3-of-a-kind weather, extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. Play a second ZS Wolf. 4 actions to go for the turn. Extra turn pending. Let's go 2-of-a-kind force. X32-0. 2 spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'm going to pass up those last 2 actions. In the turn, extra turn. 4. All right, I'll go 3-of-a-kind WMD. That's going to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
One action to go for the turn. Well, I can play. I've got 4 of them, so I can put out one of these hacked networks. That's it for the turn. So I'm taking on Gabbix. Here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. After this match, I'll have my hourly break. On the other side of that break, be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. We'll have one for this hour and next hour. And while the queue is closed, still a lot of Warsaken Blitz live player versus player competition to go. Well, good news, bad news with the 3-of-a-kind intel. Gabbix playing it close up there with the cards, which is fine. Except it doesn't really help me out here as far as these 2 actions. Could do a pullback and play like a weather card, but I'll only be able to play 1. So we'll wait. And by waiting, I mean I'll pass up those last 2 actions and end the turn. So I'm down to 3 territories. Gabbix has 2 remaining. It's my opponent's turn. It's a roll 3. Three-of-a-kind force. Now I'm down to 2 territories remaining. 1 action to go for the turn. 2-of-a-kind weather out there. Gabbix. Roll 3. Let's do a pullback on the hacked network. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We'll go 2-of-a-kind weather. Ideal conditions. That's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. It's roll 4. Three-of-a-kind WMD. I'm gonna have a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 action to go for the turn for Gabbix. That's a building card. That ends the turn. My turn. 5. Intel and weather. I'm sitting on, not that I'm that concerned about. I'm just trying to think ahead with extra turns. Okay. Ideal conditions. Extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play a 3rd ZS Wolf.
Select target.
Three actions to go for the turn. Intel, hacked network. Bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Colossal warehouse. Extra turn. 5. Reaver-kind force.
Select target.
This will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
2 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2-of-a-kind weather, violent tornado. That's it for my turn. The first one of us to play 3-of-a-kind force will get the win. There's a roll of 3. Gabik says 3-of-a-kind force. That will be the match. Weather. 3-of-a-kind weather. Extra turn. 3. Again, 3-of-a-kind force will be the match. Building cards. Wow. I need 3-of-a-kind force for the win. It's a 4. And I'm going to get the win with the X-32-0.
Select target.
All right, so I've got my hourly break coming up. Lucido Burrito, you're up next. So on the other side of this break, I'm going to give away a Warsaken wheel spin. After that, you know, I'll be ready to go here with the next live player versus player competition. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. That's what I have coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, sorry, Zeal, the queue is closed. I'm nearly 6 hours in. Still got 6 more matches to go, and I'm about to take a break. So Lucido Burrito, if you can get me a connect code ready, on the other side of this break, we'll do the Warsaken wheel spin giveaway for this hour. And then we'll have that match ready to go next. There's a list of all the different streamers that are participating in the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2, the Legion Strikes Again event. You just have to get 1 win over each of the various streamers listed there if you want to get in on the competition. It's a month-long event. Now, some streamers will be easier to track down than others, but I'll do my best to give as many people an opportunity as possible. So that's the list. On the other side of this break, it's my hourly break, as you can probably hear with my voice and that raspy sound. On the other side of this break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. So stay tuned for that. Back in just a couple minutes. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. Okay, now, as the music completely cuts out on me, and then goes loud, now, exclamation point Warsaken. The idea is to hold people through the break. So now is when you gotta type it in. Exclamation point Warsaken. Just type that in chat. Exclamation mark Warsaken. Since I'm the presenting sponsor for my prize today, this is presented by the NashvilleLou collection, my artwork on wax. The prize for today is the Fremont Street 2021 wax promotional for NashvilleLou. It was in Las Vegas 2 years ago. And I don't think I ever appreciated more being able to be in a crowd of people and feel secure, you know, after the pandemic when there wasn't a lot of that for a long time. So anyway, positive memories of that from 2 years ago in Vegas. Also serves as a promotional for the NashvilleLou brand. So last call for exclamation point Warsaken. And not like right before I went to chat, not halfway through, chat went to break, but like when I ask for it. You throw it in there before it's asked for, it's not going to be in there. But, okay. All right, last call. Exclamation point Warsaken. Rexy getting in there. Nice. All right. I-420 spit in there as well. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. So Lack Tools is going to pick us a winner here in just a moment. Lucido Burrito, I'm going to need to get a connect code from you here in just a moment so we can get everything going with our match, which is next up in the queue. Oh, I feel terrible. The queue is closed. I've had this button sitting up there with it open. No wonder people are like, what are you talking about, Lou? Oh, my goodness. Meanwhile, congratulations. Sorry, I couldn't... I only saw a sliver of the screen there for a moment. But UXOOU, you get the win. Congratulations. I'll be sending that wheel spin over to you here in just a moment. Oh, nice. Second one of those to pick up today. Get that another NashvilleLou Wax promotional coming your way here in just a moment. And then Lucido Burrito. Let me double check that with the... I always try to double check on these wax addresses, make sure it's vital it goes to the right place. All right. We're going to get that sent out right now. And then Lucido Burrito, I'll be ready for our next upcoming match here in just a moment. It was a NashvilleLou Live giveaway along with today's date. All right, it's been sent. Good luck with the wheel spin. Congratulations. We'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin in the next hour. So stay tuned for that after my next hourly break. The queue is closed. Again, I feel terrible with that button not being correct. Oh, that stuff drives me crazy. But the only way I can get it to work is the way I've got it. If there's another way, I haven't figured it out yet. But I am constantly trying to find better ways with some of this, because it does frustrate me when things don't go the way they should, or as quickly as I think they should, or not as smoothly as I believe they should. Okay. Speaking of smoothly, they're just going the wrong... Oh my goodness, I completely messed up the music. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I'm so mad at myself right now for that. Okay. Man, I'm falling apart. 6-hour mark. I picked me enough, pal. It's going to drive me crazy having the opening music playing. It's going to throw... We'll skip ahead. There. It's cut like midway through there. All right. Due to time constraints, we move ahead. Okay, Lucido Burrito's got the code. Thank you.
Warsaken.
All right, take it on, Lucido Burrito. And at this point, I don't remember who is and isn't, or hasn't participated or beaten me in the Warsaken Streamers vs. Legion matches. So if somebody has challenged me before, and I don't remember if that's... You be sure to please let me know. Just, because there's so much I have to ask otherwise. I gotta get a connect code. I gotta make sure this, that, the other's ready. We've got intel. Let's keep it. And I get to go first. 6. That's a nice start. Of course, the cruel move there to play 3 kind of intel had forced that discard of 3 of the starting 8 before you even play a single card. Wide open war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2 of a kind intel. Control the message. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. So now my opponent, it shows a 1 there, but it hasn't rolled yet. My opponent of the 8 cards up there has to pick 3 to discard right away. Oh, building card, guard tower. WMD, don't need that up there. Don't be hitting me with that. And then weather. Again, it seems to vary wildly from match to match as far as what people get rid of. And a lot of that depends on what they have to start with. It's interesting to me to see. And then a standalone intel. My turn. What? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So with 5 cards, I can do it again. Oh, it's cruel. Sorry, Lucido Burrito. I'm going to laugh at your misfortune. So now we get to see who else gets voted out. Again, it's like Big Brother started again on CBS, so Violent Tornado, the Twin Twist didn't work out so well. Lasting Blizzard, the Weather's losing power in the house. Then Agent Zara, too much of a threat to the other housemates. A roll 2. Now, if there's 2 more intel cards to play there, oh my goodness, what if it is? And then it's me having to discard. But no, and a building card. It's so frustrating on the other side, to be clear. I'm not... This isn't like sort of knock on Lucido Burrito. It's just... I know how frustrating it can be on the other side. 2 of a kind freezing rainstorm. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 of a kind intel. Burn notice. I'll pass up that last action since the only other thing that makes 2 of a kind is building cards, and I really don't want to put those out there until I'm ready to play them. So on the turn. Not the game, the turn. Oh, yeah, you see the flaming cards? Yeah. These are the Fire Forged lot. Some of them, like, it's tough to get those WMDs and Fire Forged, you know, times 4. So some of these, it's not perfect. It's not a full, but it's also tough with territories. But I got this this is Savage Escalations. This is one of the new ones, Nation's Capital. Meanwhile, Lucido Burrito has 2 of a kind intel, standalone building, 2 of a kind WMD, another 2 of a kind intel. That ends the turn. 1. Of course, a considerable threat when you're saying 2 sets of 2 intel. Pass up that standalone, that lone action there and end the turn. It's a roll of 1. No play. My turn. 2. Two spots open in my war zone, but it's nothing really 2 of a kind at all through here. Building cards, 2 sets of 2, but I mean, you're just asking for trouble putting building cards out there in partial form when your opponent has 2 different sets of 2 intel, even if it's going to be an attack on my arsenal, trying to mill cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. Even if that's the plan. I don't know. I don't want to chance it. Pass up the 2 actions. In turn. And it's a roll of 6. So it's 6 actions for the turn here for Lucido Burrito. We're now past 8 p.m. Eastern, 00 UTC, so UTC is the next day, is the 12th. Here in Nashville, 7 p.m. Central, it's daylight time. This is NashvilleLou Live with Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Been broadcasting for more than 6 hours with this, having a blast. We'll be giving away 1 more Warsaken wheel spin later this hour. Your chance to win's coming up. Three of a kind intel. It could go after my war zone, it could go after my arsenal. It's my war zone. 1 weather and 2 intel cards taken out. 5 actions to go for the turn. Only 10 cards. Remember, the forced discarding thanks to those early intel plays that I had. Almost knock over my mouse. I might at the 6-hour mark, his dexterity really fell off. Five actions to go. It feels like an experiment sometimes because so much of this is brand new to me as far as with live streaming and what happens when you go this long with it. What happens when you try this? A lot of the unknown based with me knowing a lot about broadcasting in general, but live streaming is a different thing. There's morale. I was not expecting morale to pop up at this point, but there it is. Political speech. There's some really cool morale cards that I don't really get to show off because using morale cards normally puts you at a bit of a disadvantage in Blitz. Usually those morale cards would be better off served if they were force cards, almost always. Now maybe there are people out there that have certain deck layouts that are just smarter at it than me that know how to really put it together. I just haven't seen it that much. Most players don't even try it. Well, okay. Do a recall on the weather. Wide open war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. 2 of a kind. Cloud cover. 3 spots open by war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. More weather. 2 of a kind. Fire in the fields. 2 spots open by war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. Play an A7 axe. That's it for my turn. Flaw. Hello. So I'm past the 6-hour mark here. Been playing Warsaken Blitz and having fun today. That's it for the turn. My turn. It's a 1. I mean, it's tougher with it being the weekend and everything, too. People have stuff going on. The scheduling gets a little bit tricky. But it speaks volumes for the game that people were happy to play me all day long here. And let's see, 1 action I can play here for this turn. Only 1. So we'll play the second A7 axe. That's it for the turn. So notice only 9 cards up there, thanks to the discards that I forced earlier. But at some point, things are going to turn around with that. 3 of a kind WMD. So finally, one of us won't have 4 territories anymore. It'll be me, down to 2. See how long Nation's Capital lasts. Oh, for once it didn't get taken out first. 1 action to go for the turn. Oh, thank you, Flaw. Appreciate it. It's tough because I have to estimate how exhausted I think I'm going to be like 2 hours or 3 hours from the point. We're trying to estimate when the queue is super long, how long do I give? Because I don't want somebody to wait a long time and me to be just like not able to put on even a halfway decent performance as far as the broadcast goes. Okay. So we'll go 3 of a kind weather, cloud cover, extra turn, 2 spots open by war zone, 3 of a kind force, Z27 Tiger.
Select target.
Orchards. Out. All right, 2 spots open by war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Couple Agent Zeras. Extra turn. 6. Can I get 3 of a kind WMD? Yes, I can. Kinetic Space Strike.
Select target.
My opponent's going to be down to 1 territory remaining. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's think about this. Wait a minute. I can just win it outright here, can't I? So I've got 2 of a kind force, 2 of a kind force. I've been underselling it. I was looking at the weather. Let's make sure I choose the right one. Don't play the DX dog and ruin everything. It maybe be okay if I did that, but let's not take it a chance here at this point.
Select target.
All right, this is going to give a compromised leader to my opponent.
Compromised.
A7 axe for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, Lucido Burrito. I got lucky there at the end. All right, Rexy. Rexy, you're up next. Good game. Yeah, I caught the brakes there at the end. So, hype response there. So Rexy is here, so we'll get connected in just a moment. So later in this hour, I'll be giving away one more Warsaken wheel spin. 5 people in the queue right now. I got the code from Rexy. We'll get things started here in just a moment.
Warsaken.
Even with this board, there's that little crackly sound. Once I understood, okay, that's part of the game mat. Okay, at least I understood. But it really is distracting in the blood fungus board, which is too bad that as much as that sounds unpleasant, that's actually a really cool looking game mat. So is this one. The Code Incoming is the name of it. So many thanks to Biscuit. So I was admiring this, watching Downtown Details stream yesterday, and happened to mention in chat that I thought it was a nice looking game mat, and Biscuit's like, oh, I've got an extra I'll give you. I was like, wow, really? Just gave it to me. So many thanks to Biscuit for that. 2-of-a-kind weather. It's so risky with that mulligan. Keep it. Hello, CMC Ski. Let's go Legion. Yes. Look at that. Got a link there. You want to check that out. There's this Elite Pack giveaway going on right now. It's funny, I started to say Twitter, but it's X. But Twitter.com will get you there. X is the new name. I still don't understand that rebranding. In a related note, if somebody can make that make sense to me, I mean, besides the obvious, then please do so. Like so many, like there were things like retweets aren't retweets anymore. It was like repost. Oh, oh my! You already had a word for it that was special and unique, and you choose the generic version. It's going to confuse people. Oh my! Okay, well enough people can handle the Twitter to X debate for another time. Let's go to the G1 Foxbuster. There's a fan favorite across the board. What a card! That tends to be what Tissues uses to go for the knockout shot against me. The finishing move, the G1 Foxbuster. Really does sound like something from New Japan Pro Wrestling. 3 spots open in my Warzone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2-of-a-kind weather, lasting blizzard. 2-of-a-kind force, 2-of-a-kind weather. 2 spots open in my Warzone. 1 action to go for the turn. Bella Ivanova. That's it for the turn. Well, the drawing's tonight. Well, even more so of a reason to get in on it. Whether you want to call it Twitter, you want to call it X. Because funny enough, it was like just past the 15-year mark for when I first signed up for Twitter back in 2008. 3-of-a-kind force will have me down to 3 territories. My buddies Rich and Andy, the Karg brothers, in the summer of 2008, went on a tour up into North Carolina. And I went on that tour with them and helped them with their merchandise and met a bunch of people. It was a lot of fun. I gained a whole new appreciation of how difficult it is for even just a band that's trying to tour, how much unloading and loading time there is. Oh my goodness. I thought I knew. I didn't know. Anyway, very much a memorable trip. 3-of-a-kind here. Rebekind G1 Foxbuster.
Select target.
But while I was on that tour, Rich and Andy's mom, Marcia, was talking to me about this new thing called Twitter. And the idea was like you would have to follow people to see what they had to say, because they would have it where like only their followers would see them, which is ironic the way things have twisted and turned, where it became very much like a miniature blog that gained just widespread use. Remarkably so. 2 actions to go for the turn. I play that second Bella Ivanova. We'll have 2 sets of 2 out there. 2 spots open by Warzone. There's an intel out there. I mean, I can't get too worried about it, but you have to be aware. So I'll play an intel of my own. Time detonation. That's it for my turn. Because the original idea was that it was okay. These bands or upcoming acts of some sort would gain popularity. People would follow them. They want to, so like almost like a fan club newsletter, but for the digital era. But only it ended up being so much more than that, because it gained the widespread use. And think about how fragmented things are now. How difficult it is to build a brand now. That's not something that was that falls into what they call a pre-recognition. Like before things, whatever you want to draw the line when things started really getting fragmented. Anyway. Time detonation. But only 2. And only that action for the turn. So I'm taking on Rexy. Later this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken wheel spin. Already given away several during this broadcast. More than 6 hours in. And I had to close the queue some time ago, just trying to anticipate how exhausted or how much energy I'd have left later on down the line. It's interesting, the different angle on it as far as with broadcasting. Normally you broadcast until the game's over, but if you've created your own game or broadcast of a game, then it's an entirely different thing. Okay, this is not good. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. This is a tough spot, because I really don't like putting anything in my 4th spot in my Warzone unless I have a really good reason to. Always 2 of a kind. I mean, weather, it could be weather, but then I roll a 4 and have 3 of a kind WMD, and I don't have enough turns to pull back the weather and play the 3 WMDs in that turn. This is what I might run into there. I could pull back the, you know what I'm going to do here? No, come on. Maybe do a pullback on Bella. No. All right, we'll pull the intel and I'll put the weather there. Otherwise, those 5 actions would all go unused. So at least I'm getting something out of it. I'm not sure how much of a strategic upgrade this is. 2 of a kind weather out there with another 2 of a kind as opposed to 2 of a kind intel. But I don't know. That's what I'm going to go with that here. We'll see what happens. In turn. 3 territories apiece. I'm taking on Rexy. So it's 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind intel, more 2 of a kind weather. 1 action to go for Rexy. Three of a kind weather. Another extra turn. Rexy with 11 cards, 2 sets of 2 in the Warzone, another roll of 1. My goodness. See, I try to remember these things when they happen to me. Like earlier today. Rolled a 1. Was able to play 3 of a kind weather. Extra turn. Rolled a 1. Standalone force. My turn. 5. It's super frustrating when you just aren't getting the rolls and then your opponent gets a big roll and plays some intel like what's about to happen here. Let's bounce.
Select target.
1 of each. Cloud cover.
Select target.
Burn notice.
Select target.
Triton 1 Ironside. All right, 2 actions to go for the turn. 1 spot open in my war zone. Nothing else. Make 3 of a kind. So I'll end this turn. That's it for my turn. So Rexy, who's had some low rolls, there's a 6. These things have a way of evening out eventually. Three of a kind WMD is going to take me from 3 territories down to just 1 remaining. But there are things I've started to wonder longer term with this game, because this level of popularity growth, this has been incremental. And it helps having the information from the Twitch affiliate page as far as viewership and engagement and all that. But at some point, it's going to become difficult for people who want to play me to play. If there are enough people wanting to play, and if it's not me, somebody else streaming the game. I don't know. All sorts of challenges. All right, let's go 3 of a kind hammerheads. Yes, really. I just misclicked.
Select target.
This will take Rexy down to 2 territories. But that's it for my turn. Taking on Rexinator. After this, I'll face I-420 Spit 710 Fire. From there, it's UXOOU, Delvison, and then Tissues 101. Those are the 5 names left in the queue. The queue's been closed for some time. But I was thinking, I mean, we're not that far from being... Obviously, people can just live stream their own stuff. There'll be other people to live stream. But people with this game, for me, have really... I know for other people as well, it's not just me, have really responded. And so that means there's opportunity for more people, because eventually, if the numbers keep going up, we're going to have a point where there'll be more people that want to play me than I'm physically able to play in a given broadcast. And I have to figure out how to handle that. Well, I'll handle this by going 3 of a kind Bella Ivanova. As much as I'd like to wait around for a WMD to go 3 of a kind. I mean, I got 2 of a kind of one of the other. And yet, maybe I should wait. Hang on. Maybe I'm being... I'm not going to play anything here after all. I'm going to wait. End turn. This could prove to be a mistake. We'll see. I don't know. When you still have a reasonable chance, let's roll a 5, so maybe it won't happen, but we still have a reasonable chance of having at least 1 more roll. And maybe you're going to get that 3 of a kind WMD. I mean, how much do you want to bet on maybe? But whereas if I play that 3 of a kind force, I still need another either 3 of a kind force or then a WMD that's half as powerful as it should be if I would have just waited. And yet there's a risk that 3 of a kind WMD will never show up. I won a match earlier today without playing a WMD, if I recall correctly. But the fact that I remember that as a distinct thing kind of tells you how relatively seldom it happens. 3 of a kind building cards. Going back for cloud cover, extra turn. My guess. Burn notice, maybe? Ironside. Yeah, burn notice and Ironside in that weather. But not a surprise, but... So I imagine you'll see that 3 of a kind weather extra turn. Okay. 1 action to go for this turn. I only have 1 territory remaining. All Rexy needs is 3 of a kind force to take out the territory, and another 3 of a kind force to take out a compromised leader. Extra turn. 6. This could be it. Rexy just needs 2 sets of 3-of-a-kind force to beat me. Also the possibility of extra turns with another 3-of-a-kind weather. 21 cards up there for Rexy. Three-of-a-kind force. I'm of a compromised leader. 4 actions to go for the turn for Rexy.
Compromised.
Four actions to go for the turn. I've got a compromised leader. 2 spots open in Rexy's war zone. Thank you for the code, I-420. Thank you. Three-of-a-kind weather. Extra turn. There's still 1 action to go for this turn. Building card. Extra turn. 3. GR0 edge. Now all my opponent needs is 3-of-a-kind force. You don't have to use the building cards or what's out there. If you got 3-of-a-kind force in your hand, that's enough to get the win right there. There's 1. There's 2. 3. Hey, I-420 spit 710 fire. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly. Congratulations. Rexy with the victory. Decisive fashion. All right. So I'll go ahead and hit next in the queue. We'll get to play here in just a second. It'll be good. We'll be good to go on that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so I'll bring up the slate for a moment. Reset things here real fast. This is NashvilleLou Live, playing the new game Warsaken Blitz. August 11th, 2023. All right, so now I had to get the prize wheel ready. I had the wrong screen pulled up. That would not have worked, but this will. We just gave away the Unreal Successful Mole Hut number 5. Moonbass Marty, that thing had quite a run up here. I'll have to go back and find when Sean IOP gave that to me. I think it was sometime in May. So that's all those rolls. It's been up there every time. Every time. And again, I noted there were prizes that would be on the wheel that would put up there that would be newly added that would disappear. That thing just stayed up there like I said, like it had a residency up there. What a run, but it's gone now. So let's talk about what is up there now. You got 1 in 44 odds. You have the Shocker Red Digit die, which is singular of dice. 3 epics. Urban Warzone game mat. A set 1 loot pack is still up there. Got music escalation, card sleeve Arctic camo, super rares, the title The Special, ultra rares, very rares. Hey, good luck to you, Rexy. We just gave away that Unreal card. Maybe you can get the loot pack. Let's say bunch of shuffles and a spin. Good luck. All right, congratulations. A very rare guard tower number 704. All right, so I'll look over my notes and see how far I have to catch up now. You blink and time flies by with this game in a good way. All right. Yesterday, I played 26 matches. Or not yesterday, Tuesday, my last stream. What happens when we reach the point where there are more people wanting to play than I have time to play? That's going to be interesting. Again, that's motivation for other people to stream again. All right, so it would help if I wrote down what I was needing to write down here. So Rexnator, victorious. It's a very rare guard tower, number 704. Remember, later in this hour, I'll have one more Warsaken wheel spin to give away in this broadcast. Your chance to win coming up in just a little bit. On the other side of my hourly break, be the last one for the broadcast. Okay, so guard tower. Let's pull it up here. Okay, this is for the hit list. I-420, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. All right, Rexinator, transfer mode, Nashville. Lou Live. Prize. Along with today's date. All right, so we'll get that sent over and show it off here in just a moment. This will arrive from my fulfillments wallet. Yeah, try to let people know in case there's any question. What is this from fulfillments? It likely means you want it here on NashvilleLou Lives. And that's my prize wallet giveaways. Okay. So, bring up the slate. I'll make sure that the transfer went through, and then we'll get to show it off and enjoy it here live on stream. And the showcasing aspect of this was a huge surprise to me as far as how much I enjoy it. Although that in large part is because of how great the artwork is in this game. Even where it's like difficult, once you think like, how do you make this look captivating? Well, they find ways. All right. So there it is. Congratulations, Rexy. Guard tower number 704. Very rare. It's a building card, and it is yours. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. Thanks to everybody for watching and playing. I know you've been very patient with me on this, so thank you. So now in just a second, we'll get our next match going. We're taking on I-420. So I anticipate we'll have this match. I'll pull the slate back up first, or bring it back down first, I should say. Trying to keep things as middle sharp as possible here. 6.5 hours in, having fun. But yeah, congrats, Rexy. All right. Oh, I missed what you wrote before there, Rexy, about saying, hey, I got 7 1s in that game. Yeah, and yet in spite of that, of course, I had it pulled up and then it scrolls off screen. There. There we go. Yes. Of course, the join a match before I want to type. Or you think I want to type, right? But this system it works out pretty well. This setup here, the Warsaken app. The worst thing you have to deal with is just F5ing it when it decides it's not going to let you click. I'm not sure why it does that. It only does that every now and then, and it's not that big of a deal to hit F5. You don't miss out on anything.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. This is a Streamers versus Legion match taking on I-420, Spit 710 Fire. Also for a hit list. Excellent. Thank you for letting me know. UXWU, thank you. Okay. I'm on the wrong sheet here as far as taking notes, which isn't going to help things much as far as expediting this process. Okay. And here we go. Okay, nothing makes 2 of a kind here, so I'll use a mulligan. 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind force, cape, and I get to go first. Saying you need to win. Oh, I'll have a chance here. 3 of a kind weather. Extra turn. 3. Here we go again. 3 of a kind weather. Extra turn. 1. All right, wide open war zone. I'll floss with a gold out there in Z32. But keep in mind for Warsaken Blitz, the different rarities and colors, those aren't important. What matters are the categories. It's a roll of 5. Yeah, it's not so much fun when you're facing an opponent that keeps saying the extra turn, extra turn. Or it's like you lose track of how many extra turns they still have to play. All right, so for my opponent, standalone force. Standalone intel. Another standalone intel. 2 actions to go for the turn. Five. I forgot how much that... Where the background sounded like just enough like it's a microphone crackling, hitting against something to keep throwing me off. Stop. Like, if there's a way that I can... Literally, if there's a way I can mute the gamepad part, or the game mat is what it's called in the game, I would do that here for this. Because it looks fantastic. I mean, that's like... That is a cool looking scene right there, but... Again... Having to play technical director and hearing microphone issues that aren't actual microphone issues, but are just net sound with it. Distracting. Because I have to be aware if there's a legitimate problem with that. With my headset. 2 of a kind force. 2 sets of 2 force, 2 actions to go for the turn. I'm going to pass up my last 2 actions and end the turn. I'm just not feeling putting 3 of a kind... Or 3, not 3 of a kind, that'd be nice. 2 of a kind, 3 wide out there against that. I don't know. End turn. Like, even right there, I was just leaning down for a second to pull up something from my notepad. I heard like the scratchy sound. Like, no! Am I hitting something? Is my cord hitting? Am I getting some sort of weird interference? I have to wonder to myself, like, is my microphone filter allowing this through? Oh no, it's just in-game audio. But I love the design of the board. And there in like real life, I hit my arm against something. Now that I know. Want links to recent broadcasts, upcoming schedule, and more clips, etc. NashvilleLou.com. Very easy to find. Just NashvilleLou.com. Roll to 1. I'm not going to use that single action there. I'll end the turn. Some of these Savage Escalation set 2 cards here. The White Rock Energy. Weapons District. See where it says on the card, Savage Escalation. And it's going to be next week. We're going to have those Savage Escalation packs become available. And you can get some of the cards here and there, either off the secondary market or through Warsaken wheel spins. But there aren't that many of them out there, I can tell you. 3 of a kind force is going to take out 1 of my territories. I'll be down to 3. That's it for the turn. My turn. 5. Okay. Well, we'll play that third Z30 or X32 0. My goodness.
Select target.
Gotta get it together. Exile's Trap. Oh. Pass that 1 turn to you. LOL. Press your luck style. Okay. So I go back for force or weather. I could put more out there, but again, there's that looming threat of 2 of a kind intel. No building cards. Let's do this. Go weather. Tornado. 1 action to go for the turn. That would be putting a huge target on myself if I put that out there right now. Hammerhead. End turn. There are ways to mute some in-game elements like the music, but I don't know if there's a way to mute just the game mat. It's too bad. It's bored. There's a lot to like about it. Very detailed. But that it sounds like there's like an open microphone somewhere. There's a cable clanging against it. And it's on a loop, and I keep hearing it. It's like, oh. I'll tell you what, the absolute worst that I've experienced with that is when the mix minus isn't working and you hear yourself on like a half-second delay. It's like with these broadcasts, I don't hear myself. I have to keep an eye on the audio monitor because if I did, it would be on enough of a delay. I would be constantly like catching myself, throwing myself off. Three-of-a-kind intel. Clearing out my war zone entirely. 4 actions to go for the turn. Taking an I-420 spit 710 fire. After this match, I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away the last Warsaken wheel spin of the broadcast. Your chance to win's coming up. 3 actions to go for the turn. 2-of-a-kind force, 2-of-a-kind intel, and then a weather card. 2 actions to go. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. Well. 3-of-a-kind weather. Extra turn. One. Fun time's over. XTT. So my plan for the rest of the broadcast, we'll have this match reach a conclusion. After that, I'll have my hourly break. On the other side of that break, one more Warsaken wheel spin to give away. Then I'll have my final 3 competitors. I've had the queue closed for a while now, but it takes time to get through it. 5. Okay, well, I'll play that 1 XTT, and now 2 more have come in to make 3-of-a-kind.
Select a target.
Two very different looking war zones right now. I have 3 territories remaining. My opponent has 2 intact. 3 actions to go for the turn. But nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. So. Hammerhead. 1 action to go for the turn. Subversion tactic. That's it for the turn. To roll 6. Three-of-a-kind force. I'm gonna be down to 2 territories. Think you need to bump down your territory morales. That'd be a tough way to. It's tough to choose because it's easier to go with the 3-of-a-kinds when you can. Like the Port of Commersani, for example. There's a reason a lot of the regulars use those low morales, but they're sometimes tougher to get. Meanwhile, it's closing time for that one. I'm down to 1 territory. My Savage Escalation Weapons District. Look at that quote. If you've got a taste for destruction, we'll satisfy it. 3-of-a-kind intel. So I can go after my war zone or after my arsenal, and it's the war zone. Play more morale decks, they weren't such a disadvantage. Just difficult. Every time where I've tried, looking back, I would have been as well, if not better served by going with force cards instead. This won't be enough to get me the win here, but 3 of a kind. WMD is going to take out 2 territories.
Select target.
Give my opponent a compromised leader. That kind of heartbeat sound, I dig that.
Compromised.
So a compromised leader, if I had 3 of a kind force, that would be enough to get the win. But I don't. So, let's go 2 of a kind weather, cloud cover. So like with Agent Rico, there's no value in holding on to that right now, other than it just not taking up space on the board. So it'd be counterproductive to put it out there, put it like that. Okay, or I just throw something out there blindly. Let's look back over here. There's one subversion tactic in there. So I'll play a timed detonation instead. That will end my turn. Interesting spot here. I-420 spit 710 fire. 10 cards in hand and a compromised leader, but I only have 1 territory remaining. It's a roll of 1. After this match, I'll have my hourly break, and on the other side of that break, I'll be giving away 1 more Warsaken wheel spin here on NashvilleLou Live. Two of a kind force, that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, it's not 3 of a kind force at all, but 3 of a kind intel will have an effect here. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Salamander.
Select target.
Private John.
Select target.
Cloud cover. That's it for my turn. Your shoulders just drop to the ground. As long as you have cards that you can keep drawing, you're not out of it in this game. I've seen some crazy comebacks. The only time you can have your shoulder slump if you hit 0 cards in your arsenal and you don't have enough to beat your opponent at that point. That's a depressing feeling. But as long as you can avoid that, you always have, sometimes where it feels like, uh-oh, this isn't going to go my way. But then I've seen things turn around. I've felt that way if tea leaves aren't looking good for this, and then there's a wild twist at the end. The unexpected happens. So let's see, go back maybe for the salamander. Is there cloud cover? There's just the 1 over here. So if there's a 3rd cloud up there, maybe they go 3 of a kind. I'm guessing it's salamander, Private John, cloud cover. Like I'm playing Clue. Professor Plum for the win. It's not over yet. There was a match, I think it was earlier today. Again, these things do start to feel like they run together after a while, but where I was down, I think I was compromised leader and my opponent had all the territories, and I made a comeback to win. And that's happened against me, that's happened for me, well before today even. But the one time where it's not going to happen for you is if you don't have enough cards to beat your opponent as far as like 3 of a kind forces near the end, and your arsenals gets milled down to 0. Meanwhile, we both have a compromised leader, so the first one of us to play 3 of a kind force is going to get the win. 6. Whoa, can you believe that? I didn't get 3 of a kind force, but I will be able to use my building cards to go back here. Go get those hammerheads. Take the long way. Hammerhead. 3 actions to go for the turn. Hammerhead.
Select target.
Colonel Mustard, yes. With a wrench. In the conservatory. Good game. All right. So I'm about to take my hourly break. I'll hit next with the Q. UXWU, you'll be up on the other side of this break. We'll have that match and 2 more before we say goodbye for this broadcast. Approaching the 7-hour mark, and I'm still having a blast. Only because my voice and my neck, and knowing that eventually exhaustion will, again, the dexterity drops, and at some point, I mean, you have to have a coherent broadcast. But I'm having so much fun with this as usual. Warsaken Blitz is tremendous fun. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. NashvilleLou Live, August 11th, 2023, although fast approaching, if not already, the 12th for a lot of you. All right, so we're going to break. There is a list of all the different streamers for the Streamers versus Legion hit list 2. The Legion Strikes Again event. All right. Thank you for the code. We'll connect on the other side of the break. Thank you. It gets tricky with blockchain brawlers because I have a 90-second delay for that versus no delay here. I have to not fight myself to hold back from typing in chat because I'm afraid that I might accidentally spoil a result. Start typing good game earlier. Can you believe that? Or I got lucky there at the end. And then you ruin the experience for the people that are watching. All right. Oh, I didn't hit return, did I, after all that? No, I started to type the password in chat. Not password, but the join code. Okay. I hit reply. That worked. Okay. All right, so quick break. Back on the other side of this, we'll be giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win just ahead. Stay tuned. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. All right, coming back from break. Go ahead and type exclamation point Warsaken in chat to enter this Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. Exclamation mark Warsaken. Just type that in chat. Just type exclamation point or exclamation mark, call it what you will, exclamation Warsaken. Just type that in chat. Here in a couple of moments, I'll have Black Tools decide on a winner. After that, give away that Warsaken wheel spin in the NashvilleLou Fremont Street 2021 Wax Promotional. A really fun time I had out in Las Vegas 2 summers ago. All right, last chance, exclamation point Warsaken. Type that in chat. I'll go ahead and give it a spin here in a minute. We'll already have the connect code for the next match. We'll have that and 2 more before we say goodbye. Past the 7-hour mark, still going. All right, here we go. So Lack Tools is going to decide on a winner here right now. I'll send that wheel spin in the NashvilleLou collection wax promotional to the lucky winner. Then we'll get going with the next match here with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Rare won a pin. Congratulations. So for the second time today, I'm away with a Warsaken wheel spin. Congrats. All right. I already have your address saved from earlier, so easy enough to get that sent out. I send out this Warsaken wheel spin. I'm going to import some more, buy some more, giving them away here, which is great. It's the idea. And I still have some in here, but just a reminder to myself, I got to get more. Okay. Paste in, double check, making double and triple sure, since you can't undo it once it's done. I'll make sure to note this is NashvilleLou Live. A NashvilleLou Live giveaway. Today's date. All right, so this will be going out in just a moment for my fulfillments wallet. As soon as it lets me do the 3-click combo. All right, so that's being sent out right now. Congratulations. Rare won a pin with a second wheel spin win today. Thanks for watching and participating. So for a moment, I'll bring the slate back up. We're ready to get going with our next match here with Warsaken Blitz, more live player versus player competition. Past the 7-hour mark, so I can't promise my gameplay will be top form, but I'll bring in my best. We'll have fun with these last few matches. Bring the slate down. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. I appreciate all y'all watching. Thank you so much. All right, got the connect code. And here we go.
Warsaken.
All right, so I need to make sure my notes here, I keep track that. Hang tight with me here for 1 second, please. Okay. Will this be another Streamers vs. Legion challenge match here? Making sure to note that. Two of a kind force, keep. A little bit of the night vision up there. Roll a 6. This is a set 2 Savage Escalation card here with a fire. Nation's capital. Fire Forged is the rarity or the type. It's a cool card. There aren't that many territory cards for set 2 available yet, but I anticipate seeing more of those out there soon. With the debut of the Savage Escalation packs, that era begins next week. Within 5 days now, I believe, as far as the countdown. And those packs will be available in the store for Warsaken. 3 sets of 2 of a kind for my opponent. Intel and Force. My turn. 3. All right, wide open war zone. Let's go 2 of a kind weather. Cloud cover. 3 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. E7 axe. That's it for my turn. I mean, it's dangerous putting too much out there with an opponent showing a Intel ×2 out there, but that's the risk I took. It's a roll of 1. No play. My turn. 2. All right, well, I'll play the second A7 axe. 2 spots open in a war zone. 1 action to go for the turn, but I'm going to hold back on the Tigers for now. End turn. So it's a roll of 5. Three of a kind weathers, extra turn. Taking on UXWOU in this Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 match. Trying to get my name checked off the list. Six actions here. 17 cards for my opponent. So perhaps a few options. Three of a kind intel. I have 2 of a kind weather and 2 of a kind force in my war zone. This could also go after my arsenal, my deck. One weather and 2 force is taken out of my opponent. Again, I noted the risk of staring down 3 of a kind intel. There's 3 of a kind force. Takes up my Savage Escalation territory. I'm down to 3 territories remaining, 2 actions to go still for the turn. Two of a kind intel. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. All right. 3 of a kind Z27 Tiger.
Select target.
So now we're both at 3 territories. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Let's play Control the Message. Intel. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1. 3 of a kind force. That's going to drop me down to 2 territories remaining. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Okay. Let's go 2 of a kind weather. Freezing rainstorm. That's it for the turn. It's a roll of 5. So again, this is a match for Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2. And it doesn't matter if I win, then okay, that's fine. But what's important is if I lose to somebody in one of those matches, then I add them to my list of people that beat me in that particular day. You only have to beat me once to take me off the list. Check me, you get that check mark. Even if it takes several times, you just have to beat me one time to get that. I'll try my best to make myself available to people. I know it's tough with the queue. There has to be a better way when it comes to getting everybody in that. 'Cause I get it. It's not. I would have never expected people to be willing to wait around as long as they have. I'm incredibly grateful and appreciative. But then it's that brings about other issues. That one of those like, well, if we have to deal with it, if we get to that point, we'll deal with it. Well, it's time to approach it. Two actions to go for the turn. My turn. 6. Oof, nothing makes 3 of a kind. Yikes. Let's go 2 of a kind intel. Burn notice. There's already 1 freezing rainstorm in the discard pile. Let's do a pullback of that. I'll play 2 of a kind weather. Let's bring it back first. Then I'll play 2 of a kind weather, fire in the fields. 2 of a kind intel, 2 of a kind weather. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to pass up the last action in the turn. Roll with 1. Wow. So it's 3 wide, 2 of a kind for my opponent. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Well. Play Agent Zera. That's it for my turn. Roll of 2. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. It's past 9 p.m. Eastern Time. The queue's been closed for quite a while now. But we've been playing through there one after another. People have been patiently waiting to play me, and I appreciate that greatly. It's a 6. All right, well, I was hoping for 3 of a kind WMD, but that didn't happen. But with building cards, got a few options. So I can go back for weather. 3 of a kind building cards. Now, if your arsenal is under attack, your deck, you can take 6 cards. You get to pick which ones from your arsenal to stick in your deck, in your arsenal. But in this case, it's much more advantageous to choose the 3 cards I want to bring to my hand. Oh, did I mess up? Oh. I was thinking I had 3 of a kind weather out here. Uh-oh. And I can't look back at my hand. Uh-oh. Oof. You know what? Let's go with the sure thing. The tiger. Well, that was actually the better move the way it turned out with those weathers. Why did I botch that one? Again, if you're starting to try and figure out where does exhaustion start to cause gameplay dropping somewhere past 6.5 hours. However, this works. 3 of a kind force. Ruins of the Brotherland. Limited. That's it for the turn. We both have 2 territories remaining. So roll 6. Hey. Shawabunga, hello. Yes. Hopefully you are as well. Roll 6. Again, I closed the queue some time ago. It's just, it takes time to get through there to play everybody. But that's why I close it so early. And yet there has to be a better way for some of this. There's 3 of a kind force. I'll be down to 1 territory. When it comes to making sure that people that are wanting to play me these Streamers versus Legion matches can do so. So I understand somebody not want to wait 2 hours just to check my name off the list, maybe. So I understand all that. 3 of a kind intel going after my war zone pretty heavily there, including that Agent Zera had out there. My turn. 1. So far away it's hidden. Burn notice. That's it for the turn. 2 territories for my opponent. I'm down to 1. It's a roll of 5. Thanks. Yeah, 7+ hours, and it's been fun. And the key thing is taking those hourly breaks. That's otherwise, I sit in the same position for too long. Bad things happen with my neck. Speaking of bad things, I've got a compromised leader. My opponent just needs 3 of a kind force to get the win. There's 2, there's 3. That's going to do it. That's a Streamers vs. Legion win. All right, congratulations. So they're in match number 22 of the broadcast for me. I'll give it up. At some point, though, if this continues to grow in popularity like it has, it's going to reach the point where there are going to be more people wanting to play me in a given broadcast than I can physically do. So we'll deal with that if and when that point does arrive. But it's more than just a might happen, the way it's looking now. Which is a good thing. People love playing this game, but it's just, I'm going to plan it out a little bit. So, okay. First things first. Get the stretch. Good game. So we'll go to the prize wheel here in just a second. So we'll have, okay, let me pull this screen over here up. I'll be taking on Delvis in here in just a little bit. Then after that, Tissues, and that'll be it for the broadcast. But first, we have a prize wheel to check out here. This is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. So UXWU got that victory over me. Means they spin here on my prize wheel. These are all Warsaken items, but for the sense, because now they have Warsaken wheel spins. So to avoid confusion, you notice it just has prize wheel at the top now. I changed it to avoid confusion. But there's a lot of good stuff on this wheel. Let me tell you about it. Let's sort it first. You have the Shocker Red Digits die, which singular of dice. 3 different epic cards in the mix. Urban Warzone game mat. A set 1 loot pack still up there. Got music, escalation. Got card sleeve, Arctic camo. Super rares. The title of the special. Ultra rares, very rare. I gave away an Unreal card earlier in this broadcast. Let me give this a bunch of shuffles here. We'll give it a spin. Good luck. All right, so Delvis End, you'll be up next. So we only have 2 matches to go here, but keep in mind, I mean, look at the total time of this broadcast. You'll get what I'm saying. There it is. Super rare public embarrassment number 492. Congratulations. It's the gift of public embarrassment. But also congrats on the hit list win. Although the way my notes are is almost backwards, because like, how did I personally do it? Well, I lost the match, and so here's the prize given away. Public embarrassment. But sometimes I do a double take, especially when I'm not at my sharpest after match number 22 of the broadcast. Okay. I just want to make sure I have it down correctly here. So I need to make sure I've got the, let's see. Okay, I've got the wax address you gave me earlier for those Warsaken wheel spins. 2 different wheel spins earlier in this broadcast, and beat me here live on stream in one public embarrassment. So we'll get that sent right now. Then we'll show it off live on stream, and then we'll get going with our next match. We start to wind it down here for this broadcast. It's so much fun with this, as usual. So it's always a blast here. Just, it goes on for a long time, and it's so much fun that it's like I don't realize it until you look up, and it's hours have flown by. Hours. It's really something. And so much of this is predicated on the support from the Warsaken community, from the Legion, who are willing to be patient and to wait to play me. Being able, once I go live, able to jump in and start playing relatively quickly, that helps get things off to a good start. And that whole nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd thing. But sometimes that initial boost can make all the difference as far as the, not just the in the moment, but going back later and watching it, you can tell there's more. When I know there's more upcoming soon, kind of move a little bit quicker in a good way. More excitement instead of like, well, we got to hunt somebody down to play, which what fun is that? When people are ready to go, it makes the product look that much stronger. On Tuesday, when I had people 16 deep, that makes an impression. All right, so sending out this. The gift of public embarrassment. The super rare. We'll show it off here on stream in just a moment. We'll have 2 more matches before we say goodbye. All right, Delvis in. If you were around, please let me know. We'll be ready to go here in a moment. Soon if you have connect code. Thank you. All right. So I'll bring up the slate for a moment. I'll make sure that the prize went through, and then we'll show it off live on stream. And the showcasing element is a very fun part of this that I hadn't even really contemplated that much when I began. But people wanted to see the prizes, just like they wanted to see the names being selected for the hourly giveaways. And because my audience tells me these things and I listen to them, I can't, of course, there's some suggestions. You can't take everything because you'll hear differing opinions, but everything I do is with the audience in mind, especially your time. All right, let's bring the slate down. Let's not bring it down yet. Let's go to the right scene. Yeah, we'll do it. There it is. Congratulations. Public embarrassment, number 492. I got the connect code from Delvis. Thank you. All right, congratulations. So UXWOU, both the public embarrassment prize win, and you get to check me off on the list there for the Streamers vs. Legion hit list too. I'll make sure to include your name in the list I submit tonight. So back to the slate as I'll switch scenes here in a moment. We'll get back to player versus player competition. 2 matches to go. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for playing. And for watching, and for everybody spending the time on this. I value your time. And so the fact that you choose to spend it here and help support Warsaken and my live streaming efforts, I appreciate it greatly. All right. I'll make sure I have the correct scene first. I don't have the not so nice surprise. You pulled on the slate and it's the wrong one. There we go. So I've got the code typed in. Go with the Ziana 21.
Warsaken.
Taking on Delvis. I think that High Justice, that's one of those in-game titles you can have. And I think I've got the number 2 mint of that. Wow, okay, I'm not passing up 3 of a kind WMD. And 2 of a kind 4s. Wow. Deep. But again, many thanks to Biscuit, who donated this code incoming game mat to me to use here live on stream. I greatly appreciate it. I just mentioned in passing, watching Downtown Detail stream yesterday, that I liked this particular game mat that Downtown Detail was using. Biscuit saw that I posted that, asked if I wanted one just to send one to me. I said, okay, sure. And sure enough, here it is. And now we get to enjoy it. So thank you, Biscuit, for your generous donation. My turn. 4. Well, make sure those WMDs get played. Don't put that out there 1 or 2 piecemeal style. Nice way to start things off. Where you can play at most 1 WMD per match per player in Warsaken Blitz. Oh, they logging into your WCW wrong chat. 1 action to go for the turn. So I'm taking on Delvis, then I'll face Tissues, and then that'll be it for this broadcast. It'll probably be shy of 8 hours, not that much of it. That's why I have to close the queue so early. I have to estimate, okay, how exhausted will I be feeling on a Friday at 8:19 p.m. local time? It's past 9 Eastern. I mean, I know it's the weekend and all, and I'm sure there are people over in Europe staying up and playing. But then, do you want to try and battle sleep versus how fast Lou can get through his queue? I take all these things into account. Or try to, if nothing else. Okay, roll to 3. 3 actions to go here for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a second A9 Hammerhead. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Intel, 2-of-a-kind restored vehicle. That's it for my turn. Roll 3. Right at that. It's funny, like, the back of my head, ideas keep rumbling around of like, what can I do if this broadcast reaches a certain point as far as people wanting to play? Does it make sense to have a queue that's this long? I mean, I appreciate people being willing to wait. Like, would a name randomizer be better? I don't know. Because then some people would never get chosen. Then it's a real, I don't want people to think it's like a waste of their time. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Clear up my opponent's entire war zone. Both terrifying storms. Out.
Select target. Select target.
E5 botfly. Ugh. Bounce. Wow, yeah. That's what I was talking about before with Biscuit. Biscuit gave this to me. Can you believe that? I was watching Downtown Detail stream, and Downtown Detail had this game map, mentioned how much I liked it. But I didn't have it yet. And so Biscuit saw that I wrote that, asked if I wanted it, and gave it to me. Really cool. It's a great visual, too. I mean, there's a lot to like about it. It's Delvis's turn. See that blue dot indicators. Roll 5. Two-of-a-kind building cards. 3 actions to go for the turn. Two-of-a-kind building, 2-of-a-kind force, 1 action to go for the turn. And a standalone force. Max Harper, my turn. 5. Alright, since I've already played my WMD, there's no need to wait. Sometimes if you haven't played one yet, you get to that 2 territory for your opponent spot. You kind of have to think it over. But here, no thought needed. Bring the Hammerhead.
Select target.
So it's a wide open war zone over here. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2-of-a-kind weather. Fire in the fields. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. But tough spot here. The only 2-of-a-kind are building cards. And I don't know about putting those out there at this point. I'll actually pass up those last 2 actions and then the turn. I've just seen things go badly too many times. Like, it'd be different if I had the 3rd there waiting to use the next turn. But leave them out there extended rounds. Sometimes it works out, but that's sometimes. Let's roll 3. All right, my turn. 1. Lots of room in my war zone, so I'll play the G-Force. A4 Revenge Super Carrier. Look at that. Revenge. All right, my turn. 5. Well, one thing with the G1 Foxbuster, it's not subtle. Not this version of it, anyway. This will give my opponent a compromised leader. 3-of-a-kind force.
Select target. Compromised.
2 actions to go for the turn. I'll play a second A4 Revenge Super Carrier. 1 action to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I'm gonna pass up that last action in the turn. One. That's tough when you find yourself rolling 1s and 2s. 5. But again, don't give up hope in this game unless you have if your deck is at 0 and you don't have enough cards to take out your opponent. At that point, okay. But until you reach that point, I've seen it where I just thought I had the win for sure, and I lost. Or I thought there's no way, but I'll go through the motions and try, and I won. Remarkable comebacks, big flurry. Speaking of flurries, 4 wide, 2 deep. Building, weather, force. My turn. I need 3-of-a-kind force to win. And it's a 3. No! Oh my goodness. Ugh. Nothing to make 3-of-a-kind. Okay. Jack's Nash. I'll end my turn. One! Oh my. But if there's 3-of-a-kind weather, it'll be an extra turn. There's 3-of-a-kind force, I'll have a compromised leader. 3-of-a-kind weather, extra turn. Uh-oh. 1! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, again, that could be a 3rd weather and then joke's on me, right? Yeah, we passed 7.5 hours. The maniacal laughter stage is here. My goodness. Oh. 3-of-a-kind force. Can I get that for the win? 5. A4 Revenge Super Carrier. Sometimes you win in this game, even if maybe you don't deserve to.
Select target.
Got lucky there. Very lucky. All right, Delvis. Good game. That was a fight there. And again, thanks to Biscuit for giving me that game mat. That background. It's a really cool background, isn't it? Like, it's very visual. That's why he gave it to me to begin with, because I was admiring it on Downtown Details stream. All right, tissues. You got the code for me. Thank you. All right. So this will be my last match of the broadcast. Knock over the equipment over here. Efforting that to get everything not knocked over. Okay. Can I still make complete sentences at this point? Yes. And here we go.
Warsaken.
Again, as much as this game is very much slower paced and very conversational, that got me laughing there at the end. That was just, I mean, what can you do? Because I've been on the other end of it. That was like I think that was the first match on Tuesday where I just got absolutely smoked after I'd won a tournament right before then. It was like all the bad luck RNG turned it all around. And of course, things eventually evened out. I lost in the first round of the next tournament. How about that? 3 consecutive appearances in the finals for Thomas, including 2 wins. Anyway, 2-of-a-kind force keep. Give me the unabridged history of my gameplay. Meanwhile, it's time to go. Roll a 3. Wide open war zone. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. Go 2-of-a-kind. X32 0. 1 action to go for the turn. Playing Intel. Instigator riots. Let's roll a 4. Two-of-a-kind intel. Tissues, and that's it for the turn. My turn. 4. I can play a second instigated riots. Yeah, I could play more intel, but I think we'll leave it at that for now. End turn. At this point, I'm not exactly sure what my broadcast schedule is going to be like this weekend. It's very open-ended. Normally, I try and give some latitude with my booking as far as once I find out what the schedule is for the Blue Mint tournaments for both Warsaken Blitz and also Blockchain Brawlers. But go through and figure that out. I had to get to the other side of this 8-hour broadcast first, and then we can get that figured out. But I might do something this weekend if there's interest. If there are people looking to play me in Streamers versus Legion that haven't had a chance or it's been too long of a queue, which I understand. I mean, I understand completely. So I want to make sure there's some opportunities. So if there are people looking to play me in at least halfway decent enough numbers, even if it's just an hour, I'll gladly do it. All right, WMD takes out 2 of my opponent's territories. That's it for my turn. Taking on Tissues in this last match of the broadcast. Two-of-a-kind force. Excuse me. Two-of-a-kind intel. Two-of-a-kind weather. No force out there at the moment. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. I've only played those WMDs thus far. 3-of-a-kind force. This 3-of-a-kind force is going to take my opponent down to 1 territory.
Select target.
3 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's go 2-of-a-kind weather. Ideal conditions. Let's leave it at that. End turn. Let's roll a 4. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Play some more intel. Hack network. That's it for my turn. So we each have 3 sets of 2 of a kind in our respective war zones. It's a roll of 6 for Tissues, who's now up to 21 cards. Enjoy White Rock energy over here while you can. Not sure how long it's going to last up here. There it goes. Three of a kind weather means an extra turn for Tissues. 2 actions still to go for this turn. With 2 of a kind intel and 2 of a kind weather in the war zone. 17 cards in hand. Two of a kind WMD. Here's the extra turn. There's a third up there, even if it's a roll of 1, that would still be enough to execute that WMD. So roll 3. So Tissues with 18 cards. And some options out there in the war zone. G1 Foxbuster. Down to 2 territories remaining. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. That's nice and all, but putting that out there is just asking for trouble. 1 action. On the passing it up in turn. Roll a 5. A third WMD to match the 2 out there on the board will give me a compromise later. Three of a kind intel. This could go after my war zone, it probably will. It could target my arsenal as well, which is at 35 cards. So 1 each for my 3 2 of a kinds out there in the war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Building cards. You got a third ideal conditions up here? No? Okay. But you can tell weather was the target. No, I guess there was. Or maybe Tissues had that in hand already. Tissues, the flair for the dramatic. 5. Uh-oh. This could be it. If there's a third WMD, I'll have a compromise leader. Then all Tissues needs is 3 of a kind. Now, where it gets tricky is what happens if you don't have 3 of a kind WMD, but you do have 3 of a kind force. Then what do you do? How long are you willing to wait? Three of a kind weather. Extra turn. Building cards. 2 of a kind, extra turn. 3. If you go back for weather, you wouldn't be able to play 3 of a kind this turn. If there's a third WMD, I'd have a compromised leader, but there'll only be 2 actions to go for the turn. Wouldn't be enough to play anything else except for the building. Oh, weather. Extra turn. Yeah, the queue's been closed for hours. Queue closed. 7 hours, 44 minutes, the time of the fall. 3 of a kind here. So if there's 3 of a kind WMD, I'm in trouble. Uh-oh. Although I should get at least 1 more turn, because there's only 2 actions to go. Even if you go 3 of a kind building cards, you can't get enough of anything to play in this turn. Two of a kind force, and that's it for the turn. Yeah, queue's closed. See? Queue closed. One. Oh my goodness. Max Harper. I've got a compromised leader. All Tissues needs is 3 of a kind force to get the win. It's a roll of 5. So Tissues with 23 cards just has to get 3 of a kind force to get the win. 3 of a kind building cards. So you can go back for 3 of a kind force. You go back for the G1 Foxbuster, his finishing move. Tissues with his own finishing move. That's true though, watch. It'll be the G1 Foxbuster. That's too funny, that is. Watch it not be, but I hope it is now for the build-up. No, we picked a different one. Say, sorry, Pickney. Plans changed. No Foxbuster in here. No, it was out there. I looked at the other one. I got distracted. The sneakiness Tissues distracted me. Then played the Foxbuster. Well done. Well done. All right, we get one more prize wheel giveaway thanks to that victory there by Tissue. So I'll go ahead and I guess I can take down the button and the queue. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. Tissues earlier beat me, won a very rare. And before that beat me, won a super rare. So a third spin on the wheel here. Tissues having a strong night as usual. Tissues an excellent player. And the flair for the dramatic and the finishing move, the G1 Foxbuster as a finisher. I love it. Even though I just lost to it. That's how much fun this game is. Okay, so I need to get the slate up, which is a good thing. We'll go over to the prize wheel here right now, right away. There's the... You know, that's not the right screen. This will work, but this doesn't have the sponsor presentation like it's supposed to. Of course, then I had the slate down, so we'll sit on this for a moment so I don't just jump all over the place. There we go. My prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. We'll remove the prize. Public embarrassment, gone. Go and sort it. 42 entries up there. One of them will be yours. So we have the Shocker Red Digit die, 3 different epics, the Urban Warzone game mat, set 1 loot pack, music, escalation, card sleeve, Arctic camo, super rares, title, the special, ultra rares, very rares. So here we go. Bunch of shuffles and a spin. Good luck. Look at that, you got the game mat. Congratulations, Urban Warzone, mint number 9. So a single digit mint, Urban Warzone, that is yours. Congratulations, Tissues. Well, I'll get that sent out to you right now. Let me write it down first. This is sometimes where I run into trouble at the very end of a broadcast. Loss of Tissues. I thought I had the caps lock on. I didn't. Urban Warzone number 9. All right. Well, I have that written down. Have your wax address written down as well. So we'll get that sent over right now. Shouldn't take me too long to find it here. I don't have many Urban Warzones in my Fulfillment's prize wallet. But I do have one. NashvilleLou Live prize along with today's date. Here it is, that number 9 mint. Urban Warzone. So that's your one and only mat. Well, hopefully you'll enjoy it. The success, which I like to see. All right, so we'll bring the slate up for a moment. We'll look over here once I can confirm that it went through. And this serves a twofold purpose. It both proves that I'm sending out the prizes actually say I'm sending out, and it gives me a chance to showcase them. And that showcasing element has been a nice part of this. Now this is a little bit different, but have a unique look here, but you'll see what I mean here in a second. All right, there it is. Congratulations, Tissues. There's the Urban Warzone. While that's displayed there in card form, of course, you see how it looks in game. That's a full-fledged game mat right there, and that one is yours. Congratulations on the win. We round out this broadcast. Hey, well, Tissues, I'm grateful to you and everybody else here for waiting, being patient, waiting hours to play, showing the support for Warsaken, with the Legion has shown support-wise for this game as we get ready for the start of the Set 2 pack era with Savage Escalation. Really looking forward to getting that going because there'll be so many new cards out there in the mix. Get some of those territories in particular, things I can work in right away, but a little bit of patience. So again, this is like you get those little glimpses here and there. And while we'll have the pack soon enough for now, a bit to enjoy. So this is yours, Urban Warzone. I got that from one of my Warsaken wheel spins. Those were fun to do. They're a lot of fun. We gave away a bunch of those as well today. So there's that Urban Warzone. Congratulations. Chat. Thank you. You're welcome, and thank you for watching. It's really impressive what the Warsaken community does to support the game. With the Legion, the people in the Warsaken Discord. Some great people. It's a lot of fun. So Quadrell is live. So this is like easy street compared to what Quadrell does. 4 at a time. It's really impressive. It's really fun. So I'll do my SIG out so I can end it for the VOD. Then we'll do a raid over to Quadrell's art. You'll give Quadrell what's up. If you don't follow Quadrell, you should. Especially if you want to learn about Warsaken and Warsaken Blitz. He plays 4 games at once. Like it's no thing. Meanwhile, with one, I'm like going through contemplating getting pen and paper so I can write down what's in my discard pile. So we'll go pay a visit over here in just a moment to Quadrell's art. Man, nearly 8 hours. And yet they flew by. It absolutely flew by. It was so much fun. Thank you for sharing some of your day with me here. And never take that for granted. So thank you. That's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.